Futures back in positive territory so far this morning, trying to bounce back from negative month of March for all three U.S. indexes to the downside. February, I should say, as we head into the month of March. Welcome, everyone. Brand new month. We're looking at a ton of things to discuss so far this morning. It's Tesla Day. We'll get Master Plan 3, or more details on Master Plan 3 from Elon coming up today. Live stream going to be happening from Gigafactory, Texas. Throughout the day, it would appear anyway, so we'll update you on that as any comments come through. Potential for a revamped Model Y, potential for a even cheaper, Sharif, lower than a Model 3. So the Model 2, I saw a picture of it yesterday. It looks pretty good. We'll also get a few other earnings coming through this morning. Obviously, we'll talk about AMC. We'll talk about Rivian, just an absolute mess of a report from Rivian, downside for both. And Novavax, NVAX, going concern issues raised in their report as well. They're worried about any, if at all, possible revenue coming through in 2023. It's Wednesday, March 1st, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There you go. Look at how things are shaping up so far this morning. Hanging on to positive territory only just. S&P just flipped back into the red there. 0.1 for the Dow, 0.05 for the NASDAQ. Was the NASDAQ leading early on? About 0.25% when I sat down this morning. A little red here for crude oil. Back to the downside, 0.7, 2% for Bitcoin, 2% for Ethereum. At least crypto is positive to start things off. Yeah, the Model 2 apparently is going to be, there it is. The Model 2 is apparently going to be revealed or discussed coming up today in Master Plan 3. I like it. I think it looks pretty cool.
I think I'm getting like hints of a Mazda 3 and a Tesla Model Y. It's got that hatchbacky. Is that a word to it?
It is now.
So, yeah, I know it is now. Yeah, I like the look. Let's see what today brings.
What's going to happen if there's a $40,000-$45,000 Tesla? Like, that's going to be huge.
Boy, oh boy.
We'll get more, hopefully, on that and more coming up from Elon again, as it is Tesla Day, guys. Welcome to March. It was a negative month of February, but only just. Not a bad deal.
Yeah, look, historically, February's never really been that great of a month. So sometimes it's a little bit expected. Everyone likes to buy in January and then, get a bit of a sell-off sometimes in February. New month, new story. However, we got lots. If you don't like EVs, and today, I don't know, like you get Investor Day at the end of the day for Tesla. You got delivery numbers from all the Chinese EV names. You got earnings from Rivian that absolutely, quite frankly, it was like the wild thing. They just missed everything. And pretty ugly for them as well. And then on top of that, you never want to hear going concern issues. However, Novavax is 39% short, so I'm short it now, but you always have to have yourself an out. I do have a tight stop just above 7 on Novavax. I'm short 682, and it's just going concern, not a good thing. Obviously, that's going to be bad. The market sold off pretty heavily going into the end of the session last night. So you have a few names that are going to be pretty much at key levels. NVIDIA's back to 230. Tesla bounced once already off the 205 level. That's going to be a big one. So we got a lot to get to. Plenty of earnings, mix in a few small caps. And yes, also AMC reported. They were bouncing a bit after, cash situation not as good as it was before. So, down and then bouncing last I had checked. Not as big of a move as I was anticipating. And, I don't think I'm going to be trading Virgin Galactic today. The one day that, earnings season is usually when you want to be looking at that name. Actually doing nothing. I would have thought, okay, one way or the other you'd see a move there. But there is so much to look at today in terms of movers. And I didn't even say anything about the Chinese internet companies. They're all up 5% as well. So those are all gapping up. Relatively strong versus the market, although we'll see how that holds up into some resistance.
Yeah, I want to short Alibaba. What's up, everybody? Yeah, I think, Brendan mentioned 40 to 45,000. I think that Model 2 is going to come in like 30,000, something real cheap, get that reel going. Because you know what? The guy, it's already, in California, the Model 3 starts at like 42.5.
I think it's in Canadian price.
Canadian, Canadian prices. So, but Canada, yeah.
It's...
Poor Canada. I can't even, I don't even know if we have like a Tesla charging station. Like I saw one at the mall. I saw one That's it?
They exist.
So, they exist, yeah. But
they're there.
okay, so I think that's going to be super exciting. We're going to try to be a little more patient with Tesla today rather than where we were yesterday. We were already in Tesla at this time yesterday. So let's wait for a 204 drop down. I'm just putting the sticky note out as we speak. I like Alibaba for the short. I like all these Chinese ADRs to the short side. I don't care about that 4% bump over there overnight, anything like that. What I'm really concerned about here is the rhetoric that continues to happen with China. I just feel like there's going to be too many headwinds with TikTok, with some of these bans that are going to come through. Like if we think that here in the United States and Canada that we're going to ban TikTok and that's just going to be cool and China's going to be like cool with that, they're not. And I mean, Apple's over there collecting data every single day. Starbucks is over there collecting data every single day with their loyalty program. So what happens when China comes out and says, okay, you guys are banning TikTok? Well, guess what? Starbucks, you know, the caffeine's no longer flowing in that side of things, and therefore Luckin Coffee, things like that. McDonald's is over there. What about the shoes that I'm wearing as we speak? What about Nike? I just feel like there's so many companies out there that if we get into a battle with China, it's not going to end well. I think it's great for Snapchat. I think it's great for Meta, and there is going to be some tailwinds there, but this is not a good sign for the overall market. The market is absolutely collapsing right now, right in front of us. So, I mean, look at the NASDAQ. If you come to my screen here, I mean, it's just, I mean, it's down 100 points in an hour here, and not even thinking about turning around anytime soon. This is a minute chart. You have about like 20 straight down candles. I mean, there's some green mixed in. And you now, as I say this, starting to get a 5-handle bump. But that's just Tank City right there off at 12.1. So let's just wait to see where it goes, man. I am good. I was going to say I'm a bear today for sure. I don't even have, well, I have a long Tesla, but we're going to wait for that one. Let's see what happens. That's my sort of thought today. As we head into March 1st, we've had a great January, a great February trading. I think it continues here in March.
All right, let's continue along those lines here. This was the headline that came out of China overnight on the manufacturing data side of things, better than expected, pointing to, just a faster rebound overall for their economy, back to the upside after reopening from COVID. So not only a pretty good day for Asian markets, European markets caught a bit of a bid off of that. Now we're seeing those ADRs back to the upside as well. I wanted to show you this. I know it's super hard to read, but this is 79% versus 21% now. And this is pricing in 4.878 as of March 22nd, which is the next Fed meeting to come. So a quarter point still at around 79% versus 21% on the Fed funds tool. But what do we do until then, I guess, is the better question here. As we see, this positivity coming from China today, we see some of these ADRs bouncing back. We get, a little bit of positivity coming from maybe Tesla today in what they're going to talk about. It's been a great week for them. Everything seems okay right now, but there's still these two kind of sticking points that are going to come in CPI on the 14th, then the Fed meeting coming up on the 22nd.
Sticky points for sticky inflation, Brendo. Yeah, definitely. I think, we've seen the market trend a little sideways. We've made lower lows, and we've kind of been like rejecting off that 4,000 from the sell side, whereas previously we were bouncing off it. So with respect to that, I think, we're going to stay within a range until we get a market catalyst to propel us either upward or downward. But with respect to these Chinese plays, I think Sean hit it absolutely on the head. It is going to become a tit-for-tat exchange between, Chinese regulators and American regulators, and I don't know where that spirals into, Brendo.
Exactly.
So dependent on one
And
another.
do we get some fallout on the North American side? I mean, it's not if, it's when. Just be aware, I just saw more volume coming into that LHDX, guys, from late yesterday. It's right back towards the top end of the range from yesterday, trying to hold up here above $1. So that Lucira LHDX moving around. There's also a note on NVIDIA. They filed an SEC, we'll get to this, but they filed an SEC filing after the close yesterday for a mixed shelf offering of up to $10 billion. So maybe taking advantage a little bit of positive movement from the beginning of the year.
What? NVIDIA's been having a good year? No. Yeah, it's back to 230. So it can't go up. It can't get above 239, and it can't get below, well, much below 230. It has broken 230 a couple of times, but not too much. The futures are actually at the bottoms. Just looking at I have the SPY up right now, but we're actually at the bottoms, and it just feels like I mean, if we were to break down from here and not actually bounce at the open, there's a few names where the floodgates could really open up. But I did want to, we sort of glossing over like those Chinese names. That's not a true wick. Pinduoduo is not at 88. It is at 91.73. I liked this short at 90 yesterday, but then you're gapping up, and it was that 50 period that I was always looking for when it got that breakdown. So it needs to reclaim the gap to the downside. 91.5 needs to hold below before I can think about shorting this again. Of all of these Chinese ADRs, this has kind of always been the one that's the strongest. It's got a great looking upper chart, but if it fails the 50 period today, then I kind of just like the same short from before. But when it's above here, it would probably have to get closer to 100, like 97, 98, for it to be like an auto short. That's too far at this point. If it goes up that much today, fine, but that just feels like it's way too far. So the play for me on this would be it getting back beneath that 50-period moving average, like something like a BABA, which is setting. It just sets up. It's so much of a weaker name. It's not even close. It broke the 50 period. It's nowhere close to it. If it got to 100 today, that would be a surprise. And then you look at the gap that it put in. Monster flush when it took out 100, and then you had this little bit of a reprieve. It tried to get to 95. I like 95 quarters, and now it's kind of easier to see here. I like 95. Anything up there on any kind of a pop, I'm going to like Alibaba, but I'm not ignoring you, Pinduoduo. PDD just needs to get back beneath that 50 period for any chance to short it. And because I'm in this, Novavax, 39% short interest. So going concern, you never want to hear those words. Now, obviously, that means they're under a tremendous amount of pressure, down 27% already. But this is now breaking into uncharted waters, and the gap fill is gigantic. You never want to have a stock that's that short fill the entire gap on you, no matter how weak it is. At some point, short sellers will start taking profit, and if that happens today, and we get through this 7:15, I want to be out and looking for another opportunity to get short, and then be very, very patient about it. Patience is the key because it could go all the way to $8 or something on a squeeze, and then you got to wait for your chance to short it. I really don't love the long. It's more of a dead cat bounce long, but you got to be open to some breakouts when you get these squeeze names.
So I've talked a little bit about China already. We'll talk about that. I have Alibaba on the sticky note here, breaking 92, and we're going to short that thing all the way up. We also have an offer at 94 if that does happen. But all right, just for NVIDIA here, I mean, I don't know what happened. I don't know why this market moved like this at the end of the day. I mean, Meta was cruising, crashed. Everything at the end of the day yesterday on a rebalance day really got hit to the downside. It was $1.5 billion to sell that came to the market at $350. But this move started at 2 o'clock. Like NVIDIA was 238 and cruising off its high of the day, right? Like it hit 230, or sorry, yesterday's high 2 days ago at this point. But 238 right there came into play back on Monday, then back again yesterday. And then there's the tank in. And then we're bouncing off 228. So that's, 228, and again, this chart's going to look a little crazy, but mind these wicks. But right here, you're right back into 228 right now, which is right this top. That top is 229, basically 230, but coming back into where we've sort of been bouncing off of here, 228. 228 was there, 228 was right here. I'm going to try to go long again. On this level. So we've bounced around a little bit here this morning. We did touch it. Here's a chart from eSignal. We did touch 228 right there and bounced off a little bit. So let's wait to see. That's just a 200 period. Let's wait to see what happens here on 228 for NVIDIA. I'm going to try the long. There's only a couple longs I like today. It's going to be NVIDIA and Tesla. And then I'm looking for Apple and Alibaba short and Rivian and all those kind of names. So I think that there's still some strength, Brendan, in some of these chip makers. What's the market? The market's only down 0.1, but I mean, it's looking like it wants to continue. I still think we want to test that 12,000 again, and we're only at 12,050. So I think we do have a little bit of a down push coming here. And if we drift lower, it's NVIDIA's the name that I'll try long.
All right, let's talk AMC here. We were just discussing this report and trying to understand this a little bit. Negative, I'll just highlight this, negative 105 million versus free cash flow of positive 8 million a year ago. So wider loss in the quarter. I mean, there's not much in the way of positive notes in this. I mean, you were mentioning Adam Aron talking about what is to come this year from Hollywood as far as blockbusters, but I mean, at this point, does that matter?
I don't know. I mean, according to him, we're going to get a boost this year, 75% increase in major Hollywood titles released in 2023 as compared to 2022. He's saying it flat out, though. We're not going to recover until 2024, 2025. So if you're invested in the long term, hold on tight, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the stock guys kind of bucking the trend here, holding, at least for now, to the upside.
Yeah, well, it's bouncing off it's bouncing off that 6 area. So it's a little bit above that 6 area. I kind of thought maybe you'd get a test of $6 because that's been the real big support. But really, if you think about when this made the big run a couple of days ago, it was breaking out off 650. Like everything accelerated and the volume picked up. You can see like it bounced off 6, and then you got this little consolidation, and then volume really picked up when it was going 650 to 7, and then the 7 break. So this kind of is where the buying came in. Not terribly surprising, I suppose, that when you go 850, you fail double top $8, then you're back at 650, like a 20 to 25% retracement from the highs. And a bunch of that was before the earnings report. So even though it's not good, you had to expect that it had already pulled back to where it was comfortable going into it, that you could see a bit of a bid. Now, I like $6 for a bid on the stock. I might have to open up the idea that there could be something on a 650. But if this does a squeeze, like yesterday, obviously probably went with a long too much. I know I should have been looking for the short once it failed back beneath $8 because the short 2 days ago at $8 was great. This time, if we get a squeeze to the upside, I am looking at that 750, like where we close, where the rally was ending every single time in the afternoon. That's just going to make sense to me to look for a short up there on AMC. $6, I know I like that bid. I'm not sure about 650. Again, cash is king when you're trying to make a recovery. When you're trying to play it out and saying it's not gonna get back all the way to normal until 2014, maybe 24, 25, then suddenly those cash flow issues are a concern. But it's not always about fundamentals here. I think we all understand that. So I'm anticipating if we get a squeeze, then I want to wait for it to start petering out around 750 and look for the shorts, which I just remembered I have to pay for. I paid for my Rivian shorts. I don't think I paid for AMC, or it's going to double check to make sure I did.
Yeah, I paid for AMC shorts. They're very, very cheap. It's almost free. Okay, so the one thing that I was looking at here, of course, was the short interest. It's not even, I mean, it's high, but we've seen stock that are way higher, Carvana and so on and so forth, Beyond Meat. 25, 26% here, according to Trade Ideas. Thank you, and shout out to Michael Noss from Trade Ideas. You can get a Trade Ideas subscription with our affiliate, 20% off, Trader TV 20. Okay, so yesterday we had AMC early, and we just took one trade on it, and it was right here. We actually had the bottom of the day. Here it is right here. We had 760 right there, all the way up. There was an early move, and then just a fade the rest of the day. We did try it again at 750 and got out right away. So that dropped out right there, back to the downside, hitting 720, then leveling off here at 740. But excuse me, now you're getting a bump up right now to $7. So that's going to be the breaking spot here to go long on AMC. I'm not even going to look over the quarter. That doesn't matter. All that matters is the momentum and where money's going to flow into this name, if it's going to flow in at all. I don't think anybody's going to look at that quarter and be like, okay, time to buy AMC. I mean, you're just trading this name because of what it has the chance to do. And we've seen it, go sort of parabolic many times before, just like Bed Bath & Beyond went to $8 before, never seeing that again and just continuing to go down to down to, was it $1.50 right now? I think AMC does have that potential today to get a little bit of upside action. So if you're looking at a 3-minute chart, you're bouncing off that 650. So I would say now, because 650 was the top here on the 27th before breaking out and then heading higher, 650 also the top here on the 23rd, and then where we are right now, 675. So there's been a couple tops here that you could probably play off of. I think a long is reasonable down here, and then even if you give it 50 cents, I mean, there's 6, that very bottom. I mean, I don't want to go back too far. We can go back and look at tons of levels, but ultimately it's only a $6 name, so a 10% move gets you down here to, or more than that, I guess a 15% move gets you down here to $5.90, $6. I think that's a reasonable place to buy. So is 650. So you want to play in this range, and then if 6 breaks, you have $5.90 at the bottom. Just plan out the fact that this could break $6 today, and don't be overexposed to AMC. That's all. I think it's a new month. You don't want to start it off on the wrong foot. I'd say be patient with this name. There's 2 trades to me. You either take a 7 break or you get patient and wait for a dip down. I wouldn't play in the middle right now, but AMC does have the chance, again, as it always does, to moon a little bit here today. So, hey, it's that kind of a day. It's the beginning of the month. People are going to have capital to use. Look at AMC here. It's a sell. Ford is a buy, AMC's a sell. That's it, man. It's pretty mixed up here and very, very light. That's only 160,000 shares. Like, that's next to nothing. It's going to be probably 2 or 3 million by the time 9:30 hits. It's 1.3 right now. So I'd say AMC on the imbalance is a nothing. And I'd look for a couple of those trades, a break of 7 or a bid down to 650, and then a hold of 6. Those are your only levels.
All right, let's shift gears here. We'll talk a little bit about some retailers. A ton, in fact, of retail earnings coming through, notable names. In fact, Lowe's was one of them. We already got Home Depot. Obviously, Lowe's is the other big home improvement name. Here's a few other ones just to keep in mind today. Urban Outfitters, URBN, downside a little bit right now, but revenue actually beat for them, so not a bad report. Kohl's comes through with a bit of a mess of a report. Loss, margins gone for KSS. Dollar Tree as well, downbeat, annual profit missing, or forecast, I should say, missing estimates there.
Yeah, not surprised, Brenda. We've been hearing about this for a while. Consumers are spending their money more on services and experience as opposed to goods. The retailers are suffering as a result. Specifically, though, with home improvement, there is a bit of like two countervailing forces here. One, that most people have spent their money, home equity loans and such, improving their homes during the pandemic. Yet during times of slow real estate sales like we have now, usually people upgrade their homes, but people are not doing that. So what has worked in the past, not necessarily what's panning out this time.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this after, it was a couple of weeks ago, we got retail sales data that was better than expected. It came out stronger on the upside. Yeah. So, I mean, the holiday quarter not following through for some of these retailers, though. The trend continues downside, guys.
Yeah, well, I have an eye, at least if Kohl's goes to a certain level, I got an eye on it. It's got about 17 to 22% short interest. Big time disappointment. You said, like, as you mentioned, you already mentioned swinging the loss there, but on the daily, like, this stock gave a 50% bounce off 24 just to end the year. Well, it started the year, ending the year as well, just right around the end of December. Got 24 to 36. You actually dipped down and touched that in the pre-market, so retraced pretty much all the way. If it does retrace to that level, you've got to think that at that point, you'd be looking at down, well over 10%, short sell restricted, catching a double bottom, 17 to 22% short interest. So that's a level I'd be looking for a dead cat bounce on Kohl's. Now, whether you get there or not remains to be seen. It's at $26 right now, but that's one that just immediately stood out to me. So heavily shorted. Like, usually when you get, obviously, a lot of people were looking at the short when it rejected the 200 period moving average. It consolidated again, just gave lots of opportunities to get in, and this can be a little bit of a payday. So I look at that 24 level for a bit of a dead cat bounce if we see it on Kohl's. There's no guarantee it goes back down there. I kind of remember when Walmart had its dip buy level was pretty much the only, like, the price you would have gotten at 7 a.m. on the absolute low ended up being the best price that you could have gotten. So we'll see what happens. I'd like to see if it can get down there. But that's the only one I kind of am watching today, not really paying attention to Lowe's as a trade.
No, every time we talk about retail, I mean, I just go over to one name, and it's going to be Amazon. I continue to trade that name pretty much every single day. I don't know if I traded it yesterday. I must have. But $95 right here on the 3-minute chart. It's been pretty good, but I almost feel like it wants to break. It's almost better on this bottom side here, 93 to 92.50 to hold it, especially if the market gets going a little bit. These are just RSIs down here. I was looking at them, but I haven't really used them too much. Yeah, so $93, $92.50. This is kind of what I'm looking for. If we dump down, the NASDAQ down today, Amazon only down 0.7. So I think that this is a decent level down there to respect it for a long. And then I'm not sure about this short anymore. At some point, some of these names are going to start to run a little bit here. The consumer, I saw some talk in the chat, and shout out to everybody that's been talking about that New York Jets fan and all this kind of stuff, talking about how 30% of households that make over $200,000 or $250,000, I believe he said, were sort of living paycheck to paycheck. It's not a great sign for retail spots right now. We heard mortgage demand is at 25-year low or something. It's just how much expense and how much, free cash flow, I guess, does the consumer really have to come over and spend in these different places? We saw yesterday with Target come out and give a decent report, and they were up 2.8% or so before the close. Actually, I don't even know what they closed at. Everything sort of went to the downside there. But Target tried to get going and couldn't really break its pre-market high either yesterday. So I still think, just like I got that credit when I called Walmart a short and put availability at 150 for this when they came out with their report, I still feel the same way as, there we go, missing some data there, unless that's the weekend. Downside for Walmart, I like a 143 short as well. If the sector and industry retail is going to sort of get downgraded, there's lots of places to look at. There's Macy's, there's Walmart, there's Target, and then there's Amazon, and then Kohl's, like Neil was talking about with the short interest. It's a little dangerous. Shopify could be another name that probably cracked $40 yesterday. No, it did not, or maybe it did, I don't know, but Shopify is another name there that we're looking at a $40 level. Here's a 3-minute chart right here for Shopify. There's $40. So I guess it was 2 days ago we cracked it. Now we're a little higher. I think this is a name that could fall down on weak retail as well. So I don't know. I'm not in love with too many sectors right now. If anything, I still like a Tesla long if that's going to come through. And I like Pfizer. You picked up some Pfizer yesterday. I like that. I like Intel down there near this 24, 25, just to pick up some crazy names at good valuations, and even a Google. But I don't know, man. I don't really want to call stock. This is not a great stock pickers market right now.
Just be aware, guys, coming up here might get a little follow through to the downside. Fed's Kashkari going to be speaking at 9 o'clock. So 5-minute warning here for Kashkari comments coming through. Remember, he's probably among the highest, I would say, on the hawkish side of things for the Fed speakers. Anyways, we'll bring you any of those comments if they do come across. Here are some upgrades and downgrades for you today. I mean, it's kind of light picking on this board so far. Coupang with an upgrade. It's hard to even say that. TransUnion, AbbVie, and Philip Morris. Palantir, this is initiation at neutral, but lowering the price target. So a little bit of negativity for PLTR. Scotiabank off a negative report. That was ugly. I read through that late in the day yesterday for Scotiabank. Novavax as well. They were hurt by foreign investments. So some money they put to work in other markets around the world didn't do well this year for Scotiabank, guys.
That's interesting. I mean, look, some of them are getting spanked a little bit. Like the one on that list, I'm already trading Novavax this morning, so it's zero surprise that they got a downgrade. I was just saying to Sean, I'm a little bit surprised. Like really, like Kohl's didn't get any downgrades. It's not to say that they absolutely had to be, but I just kind of expected to see some retailers on that list. But it is what it is. I mean, like 7% with the quarter they had, nobody downgraded them. Okay, fair enough. You'll probably see those. You'll probably see a few like today's Wednesday, so like Friday or something, or tomorrow or next week, you'll probably see some downgrades on those names. Not that matters, but Novavax, going concern issues, I don't care about the downgrade. The number to keep in mind, no matter how bad a report is 39% short interest. So I know I'm saying that it being short. This worked on Lucid because it never broke the top, and that didn't squeeze on its day. But you know that these can go to the upside and squeeze the longs, especially, or the shorts, especially when you have the shorts that have been in control and looking to take profits. These are good times to take profits when you get these big dumps on earnings. So yes, I'm shorting the consolidation, but I got bids out in front of 60, in front of 40. Just try and take the first 20 cents, next 40 cents, because I want to risk about 30 pennies on this initial position. I don't want to add to it unless it's after the open and holding that pre-market, that top level. That's the only reason I want to add to it. And if it's breaking out in the first 5 minutes, to me, when these names that gap down like this don't break the low and they break out in the first 5 minutes of the day, back off and wait for it to calm down if you like the short, because that 930 squeeze is the real thing. You can get big order flow coming in, buying it. That's usually a lot of profit taking by the short sellers.
Right. I mean, they Novavax, they were part of that warp speed thing. They were the fourth vaccine to make it to market, so they only got $1.5 billion from the U.S. government. You would have thought would have been okay, but unfortunately, some downside moves there. I don't know, and because of the short interest and because they were going concern and all, I just don't know. Yep, my mic was off. Sorry about that. I was just talking about how NVAX got, they were the fourth to come to market with their vaccine. and they're part of Warp Speed, but they only got 1.5 billion from the U.S. government, which I'm guessing was not enough. The name that I was looking at there, and I just talked about it before, was Pfizer. Look how much this name's gotten destroyed over the last month and a half or 2 months, basically since the beginning of the year. There's a lot of names that are like this, but you're at a good level right now. I feel like $40. You're also going to grab a dividend here on this name. And I mean, NVAX, at the same time that NVAX CEO is talking about how they may not, be able to exist in the next couple of years, the very next sentence out of his mouth was that they're looking to become a global domination leader in the vaccine wars and race and things like that. So, I mean, if they can find some capitalization, then maybe. I don't know anything about the technology that they have or why they would be thinking that they'd be able to sort of mess with the Pfizer, BioNTech, or Moderna or anything like that. But I just look at this. Pfizer still has more to go to the downside. I don't think this is like the bottom or anything like that. But if you can get into like the mid-30s or something for Pfizer, let's just see if it continues to go down. I would still be short these names, and I don't think it's a buy yet. But if Pfizer can retake like $42 and just get above sort of where we are right now into this range, like since you took down that bottom, that's going to have to be what gets retaken again. So if you up that a little bit, that's $42. So let's just see. It's been a pretty disastrous move to the downside. And then you mentioned too, I want to look into this because some of these Canadian banks, I was just looking at TD, Bank of Nova Scotia as well. I mean, these guys pay. I mean, these are dividend payers. Like, and in Canada, we have basically a wall around all of these companies. Like there's no more banking allowed to exist here. There's like 6 main, like the pillars here in Canada. And so Bank of Nova Scotia bouncing off the 200 period here, almost as clean as day at $55. And then Brendan, I didn't read the report, but Brendan mentioned it's not a great one. And you get a big move down, and we're going to see about this testing $46, $47 right here as well. So some of these Canadian banks continue to be in trouble. If it gets any lower, I'll probably look at buying like an ETF here in Canada that pays a dividend, that gives us everything, because TD Bank is holding out okay. They have more U.S. exposure. Bank of Nova Scotia is more of a, I believe it was South America was where a lot of their exposure is. So you see TD Bank not doing nearly as bad, but you still have, some upside, 83. It's still downward here. And I don't know where their report's coming, but then if they can get below 63, then you might be testing those lows as well. So a lot of these banks seem to be in a little bit of trouble right now, especially on the north side of the border, as JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley seem to be working. And then we had that Goldman Sachs day. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? We had their very first ever investor day. And that's still kind of hovering around where it's been for the last little while, especially on the daily chart. This is what I'm talking about. You do have that high of 390, but it's kind of like 340, 370, 350. Let's see what the next move is here for these banks. But as you can see, it doesn't look like the Canadian bank charts. Looks a little bit better than that. So let's wait to see what happens here. This should be a good environment for banks with raising rates. But again, with low mortgage demand and credit cards where there are, I mean, obviously there's going to be some default risk here as well. So I don't know. I'm not super excited, man. I think this bear might stay that way for a while.
All right, first segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account of up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code at the bottom there, TTV, will get you 10% off. We are at 9 o'clock. Let's bring in Arun and get a check of the overall markets here as we head into a brand new month of March. Arun, what do we need to know today?
Well, I mean, this market is not having fun since 8 o'clock this morning, or 8:05 to be precise. It's making its move down now. We've kind of been stuck in the range. It's been a sideways action for the last little bit. We've been kind of bouncing around this 4,000. Is the beginning of the month the time that we get away from this 4,000 now that everything's done, MSCI is done. We do have some numbers coming out today. We have the ISM, I believe, and we also have the S&P number as well. I forget what that one is, but that's at 9:45, and then we have a 10 o'clock number coming out. The S&P Global Manufacturing PMI, and then the ISM number. So you have a couple numbers coming out between 9:45 and 10 o'clock. That could accelerate things. The market has been sensitive to these numbers lately, so let's keep an eye out for that. But for the time being, this market is making its way away from 4,000. Down towards the lows in the last little bit. Can we get to 39.50 is going to be the question. 39.50, 39.45-ish. If we can get underneath that, I think you got to open up the idea that we might be actually breaking out the range finally. Volatility would be very welcome in this market because it's been fairly muted for the most part. But this market is having a great, well, not a great, but it's having at least a more volatile start to the month than we've seen in the past. So that's a good thing for volatility. That's a good thing for trades. But overall, in terms of levels, I got that 45 down mark below. Let's see if that holds up. I'm going to say sell side action first. If that market ever catches a bid and actually solidifies in front of that 39.45, maybe a long then. But for now, I'm going to keep the sell trigger on, and we'll kind of work with that. To the upside, high of the day or high of overnight sessions, roughly 39.90-ish, is going to be the top end. If we can get above that, then we back to 4,000, back towards that 40.15 top end resistance level as well. So that becomes a little bit more complicated. I think the fun part is going to be the downside if we can get some shorts on, and this does accelerate into the open. One thing to keep in mind, though, yesterday we saw a 10-point move in about 30 seconds towards the end of the day, right? That's an imbalance move. Let's see what happens right at the open, because now the new month starts. They do have to, sometimes they tend to reverse that. So we got to keep an eye on the very first few minutes of the open, see what kind of action we're getting, and if there's some buy programs hitting the market at the open. If there's nothing, then sell's still on. If there is, then we may have to kind of back off a little bit on these short ideas and come back to it later. But for now, downside we go, and we'll see how far this one goes until we get to that open.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Make sure you grab that, guys, if you haven't done so already. Super easy. Scan the QR code. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address, and you get the absolutely free every single day watch list sent right to your inbox. Super easy. Top of that today, obviously, Tesla ahead of Tesla Day coming up this afternoon from Elon. We'll get more on Master Plan 3. We were just talking about the Model Y a little bit here as well. If they do, I mean, I doubt it'll be a huge revamp, but I mean, it's interesting they picked, as you said, the Model Y to start with.
Yeah, like you and I were talking about off camera, the Model Y has only been in existence, I'm not exactly sure, 5-6 years. The Model S has been in existence going over a decade. I think 2012 maybe was the year introduced. So why choose that one? But I love these days. I'm a Tesla fanboy, if you can't tell. So I'll be watching today at 4 to see what Elon brings. But from a trading perspective, Brendo, a friend of mine who's been investing in Tesla for years says there usually is a sell-off going into that day because expectations are built up.
Yeah, and typical for an investor day, I wouldn't be surprised at all if a few things leak through the cracks throughout the session. So we'll keep our eye out, as I mentioned earlier. Bring you anything that does come across. Just be aware, Kohl's, it looks like having their call right now. So some comments coming through from the CEO right now for KSS. What do we think on Tesla this morning, guys?
All right. Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, unlike yesterday, I'm going to try to be a little more patient with Tesla today. We were already long yesterday, hoping for some good news to come through, and it was. I mean, we ended up, higher than we were. It was a little bit of a negative day into the close yesterday, but let's just look at this chart here and just say, Brendan said, possible leaks coming out. I think we're already talking about the Model 2 there. That's probably going to be what they're going to talk about. There's going to be something else that comes through. I don't know. I'm interested to see about the home and, powering of the home and things like that, to see if that comes through. Probably some talk on the robot. And then honestly, what about the semi? What about the Cybertruck, right? So I feel like there's a lot of opportunity here for Tesla to get into even new markets. They only have these cars, right? I said yesterday, I didn't even see that picture that Brendan had up there, but I was saying probably going to be a hatchback. The Honda Civic was the #1 selling car. It might still be the #1 selling vehicle. I know it was in Canada for a while. I'm not sure about the stateside, but the Honda Civic is super popular, and that sort of raised them to a next level as well. I could see that being the case for Tesla, just a cheaper alternative. And you get a report today with Rivian and everything like that. That was 204 was the level that I was trying to talk about right there. But you see Rivian can't make money. None of these car companies can't even make money on the cars that they're currently producing. And the price tags of those cars are astronomical. Tesla can come out now and basically squash everybody with a cheaper alternative and still be able to make money on that car. I like those opportunities, but hey, we're talking more longer term macro ideas for Tesla, like how it's going to change their business. I don't know if that matters to the stock rate this minute. So I'm going to use this 204 area right now. I'm already bidding it. I'm bidding right now 204.05, like literally 204. So if it comes back in and fills us there, then I think I'll test it back down to 202 or something like that. But The reason why, give it here. If we bump up back to 207, 208, that makes a lot of sense to me. But for now, I'm going to go long Tesla 204. I feel like I'm bearish on the market. I'm not, forward looking. I don't think this market is. I talked about testing 12,000 again. We talked about that yesterday. Looks like it's happening right now. Let's just see what happens at 12K. That 204 could be the best trade of the day, or it could just be an awesome short. So let's wait to see what happens with Tesla. But I think we need to bounce off that 12,000 for Tesla to hold today. So here we go, man. That call's not till after market. So, we sort of just trade Tesla with the market and hope that it holds a little bit, thinking that people want to hold bids into a better story at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I tend to think a lot of this is just it's worse for the other names than it is good for Tesla. Look, essentially you're going to make a cheaper model. It's going to obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but it's probably going to have lower margins for it. So good for Tesla, absolutely. Really, really bad for the other ones out there that are burning through cash. We're going to talk about Rivian and disaster in a second. The only difference I have is, yes, patience for the dip buy, looking at the support levels, and shout out to the viewers that were saying in the afternoon, hey, look for that 0405 bounce area. So to me, it's a zone. It's a 205 to 204 price zone. Because you look at the way it's trading in here, it's not as if at any point 5 has been like a hard support line. But every time you tick below it, you kind of tested toward 04 and then bounce. So, that means it could bounce at 204.80, it could bounce at 204.02. I just want to be looking for a little bit of a curl. Once it makes that bounce inside of the zone, the higher low inside of the zone is where to go into the long. So I don't know exactly where that's going to be, if it even breaks 05 to the downside. If we see the 09.5, I like that level. It's not just that it was outside of yesterday on the gap up, 209.5 resistance. Afternoon 209.5 resistance. And I will not forget this because I had that initial bounce. And when that first bounce happened, your last chance to get out, 209.5. Like that was that level. If you were long in the morning, your best chance to get out and the best price you could have was a 209.5. That's 3 times that a move has turned on a level like that on a bounce. Let's see if it'll be 4 if we get an up move on Tesla today. That's probably the only level I like shorting into a pop. If it breaks out through 10, then it's probably on one.
The stock didn't even move. We were just talking about Meta here. There was a note that was posted from something called mixednews.com saying leak reveals sales figures for Meta Quest devices. But I just went through the article. I didn't even see anything about sales figures. So I got taken on some clickbait, I feel like. Kohl's still talking here, or the CEO of Kohl's still talking here, just be aware. More comments coming through. Let's talk about AMC. We touched on it briefly there. Where's the actual trade here? What are you thinking for AMC today?
Yeah, I was having a look at that earlier. Maybe I'll just pull that up in a second because I was going to talk more about the bigger picture, but here it is, the 15-minute chart. You could tell there's a bit of a level created here. If we can just apply, there we go. This level here is what I'm looking at, that 720 to 7 level. It's interesting, we kind of reject off that level yesterday. Now we're kind of testing it again. Yeah, sure, we broke below it, but that seems to be the level we need to hold. Otherwise, it looks like, we're going to make our way down in about 680, 650, Brendo.
Yeah, as you guys were saying, volume tells the story here in the pre-market, I think, for AMC.
Yeah, look, just quickly on Meta there, just only because Meta 174 was resistance. Yesterday, Meta actually was a blow-through of that level. I know, was short it, flipped into a long, and then it held 174 support. So I want to see at the open if it can maintain that. This is a pretty weak market. Then that becomes a stock where it's got a long if we hold that at the open, and then just look for the trend long. But man, if it goes beneath 174, all bets are off there. AMC, I'm looking to short the pop on this. Just hit enter too fast. I don't know why it always goes. Oh, it's because the last stock I was looking at was NASDAQ. Yeah. So look, if we pop up, I thought we were kind of carrying higher, and then I'd be looking for shorts at 750. Like the quarter, you can say what you want about it. It wasn't good. So overall, I think the next big catalyst is going to be whenever they have that vote in terms of the conversion. That you saw a little bit of that hedge, or I guess arbitrage trade unwind, I think, with the squeeze that it just had. And then 750 was a resistance in the afternoon. So I'd look to short a pop if we get to 750. And as far as dip buys, I kind of felt like $6 has just had this nice little line on it where it was such a good support level. And then from there, like the even $5 for a bit was pretty good. So on any kind of a serious dip, I am looking at 6. I don't want to play it in the middle. I want AMC to make its move and then I kind of just want to go counter trend mean regression on whatever move it happens to make. And if it doesn't move at all, then I don't have to trade it. So let's wait for something to happen and then sort of go off of the move and look for the retracement, which I always believe is coming when an AMC makes an outsized move one way or the other. It's just, I know for sure that's going to be there, and it's active if it gets to that price. There's no way that it goes to $7.50 or $6 and there isn't a big volume day on AMC.
All right, just real quickly here on AMC. I mean, I already talked about it a little bit here today. And if you're just going to look at a 3-minute chart, I think this tells a little bit of the story there. You get a huge bump up, to 8,850 there on some, speculation. Obviously, I mean, more than speculation. The short interest is 25%. It deserves to get bumped up every once in a while. Talking about, are we going to return to pre-pandemic levels at the theater? Not sure. Adam Aaron didn't seem so confident about that in the call. But again, I'm not anywhere near versed to AMC as a lot of you traders are out there as well, as far as what their total bankrupt situation is. I mean, it's not trading like it's going to be going bankrupt anytime soon or anything like that. So let's just wait to see what happens today. And I think you're just trading in the middle here, and I think that's the point that we're trying to get across, is that if you just go back for the last week, the average price is probably in and around here, $6.50, $7 or so over the last week, and that's right where we are right now. So I think you got to wait for a $6 drop. I just feel there wasn't anything in the report that would make me want to go in there and buy it. So I feel like you'll drop down and then hopefully find some support down here like you have in the past, looking for that move back up. I mean, even if you get a move from 650 to 750 today, that would take away everything, put the stock green, and then you're looking at a possibility to go to $8 at that point. So it's either going to get to green or we come down here and we're down that 15 or so percent. And then at that point, maybe you get a bump from the bottom. So I don't think there's anything in the report that makes anyone want to get in there and buy it. You did have a nice bump up from that 650 to 690. I mean, that's, 8% right there. So there's a lot of potential here in AMC today. I still feel like it can go, but I don't want to buy it anywhere in here, because what if 650 fails, right? Then you're going to come down and you just level it down into here, 620. So if you're going to go long, you could go long 650, but I would get out in this area and then wait for a downside move. Remember, Neil and I have to be flat at the end of every day. So anything that we take, we can't hold for tomorrow. So we have to be able to trade stock intraday. And I just would rather wait for downside now and get a price and then worry about it at 6. So that's what I'm going to do for AMC. It's not on my radar so much today, but Brendan said key point there. It's 1.5 million shares. I mean, that's not a big day for it so far in the pre-market. And then here on the imbalance, although unlike Ford holding up right now at 1250, AMC only 179,000 shares here to sell on imbalance, while Ford has a 3 million buy. And this was another one of those names here, Ford, that, again, kind of just in that pocket here where, it's been like a smiley face there, smiley face here, smiley face here. So maybe we're just starting to make, although these lows are all the same price at $11, maybe we just made the low at 12 on Ford, especially with these buys coming through. So this is a little more of an interesting name for me in the EV space, if we can call that for Ford, right now than any of the other EV names. So I do like Ford here, and I know Momo and a few of you other traders were asking about this name. If you're going to day trade this, it's just 12, right? You could fall back in. You could start to trade it in the middle here, 12, 12. 12.15, something like that, but then you don't really want to hold it too much past 12, which was yesterday's bottom right at the close. So I'd watch out for Ford. I think there's a lot of potential here today, but I'm pretty bearish about this market despite now having, 15 straight up candles? Man, cocaine bear, cocaine NASDAQ, Brendan.
Maybe Kashkari catching a little of that as well. Comments still coming through here, guys, from Fed's Kashkari. He's not saying anything we haven't heard before, which is maybe why the market is rallying. Just talking about inflation being too high. Exactly. Rivian, 7% here, trying to get back above 18 currently to the upside, which was this consolidation from aftermarket. But there's not much to talk about on the positive side of things here for Rivian. They lowered their forecast for production for the year to 50,000. Estimates were in the 67,000 range. We just checked. They delivered 8,000 and change vehicles in Q4. Of that, 12,700 were recalled.
Yet they called it a small percentage, Brendo. Way to spin that Rivian. No, in all seriousness, guys, they missed on revenue. They missed on EPS. They produce in a quarter what Tesla produces in a day. I mean, I don't mean to equate the two, but like, what's their market here? I mean, they're all 100,000 plus vehicles. So I don't know. I'm not sold. It's a great car.
I was just saying to Sharif, I want so badly to like this truck and like this company and like this idea, but I don't know. This is troubling, guys.
It is. And look,
You can still like the truck.
you can like the truck. It's just you don't like the fact that they're burning cash left, right, and center. They had one point, what was it, like 15.5 billion in cash a year ago, then 13.8 last quarter, 12 billion now. It's just they're burning through it at such a ridiculous rate. I was joking with Sharif this morning. They should just take all of the money that they're burning through on Rivian, and then pay back all the student loans in the U.S. And you don't have to have the debate anymore because.
And what would SoFi do?
Well, then that's another discussion too. That vote's actually coming up, I think. There's something going. Yeah, I think that's this week. But anyways, look, Rivian, it does have a decent short sell interest, and obviously it's been beaten up, so you're getting a little bit of a bounce here. Just pop back to the daily chart, 1865-ish. Is the 50-period moving average. That looks like a good sort of resistance zone for me. Like, this is where I think I want the short, but I'm letting it come to the upside here. We're going to be patient. It's breaking 18 right now. I just feel like I want to be shorting a significant pop in Rivian. And if it wants to go green today, fair enough. I don't see it, but it can definitely happen. You have to have an out. So if it does break that 1865 area, I'll have to get out of it and then reevaluate the trade. I just feel like this is ugly for them. They can still be okay in the long term, but that's, again, the long term. I'm here for the day trade. I think there'll be some short covering at the open, and then I'm going to look for shorts. Ideally, you get that push at 9:30, and then 9:35, 9:40-ish, you're going to be able to get your prices. I say that, of course, as you know what just broke out. And that's Novavax. Novavax is probably a little more dangerous than Rivian. So Novavax just took the high. I'm out of NVAX for now, but I will come back to this name. You can always get a squeeze play to the upside. 39% short on Novavax and down far more. It was a little bit more risk, but I think better return because it could have seen $5 today. If that one pops into the $8 range, I would take a shot at it again. But I'm looking at both of these names and looking to short the pops. They can squeeze, but I'm just ready for that turn.
All right, let's just get ready for this market. I mean, it's going to be a big market day, I feel like, today, heading into the first of the month. And it should be a good one, especially with Rivian coming through right now. It's bouncing off $18. I was more looking at $18.50 here, just because, again, it's a 50-cent level. It's where we closed yesterday. Well, sorry, where we closed yesterday was all the way up here. It's where we opened yesterday at $18.50. Nice, huge move up. Like, what was this all about, man? Like, this was a monster move up for Rivian yesterday from $18.50 to $19.50, $19.70. I didn't even realize the kind of move that Rivian had yesterday. So it's actually not that bad. I mean, you know, if you were long yesterday morning, you're coming in today only down 50 cents. I mean, I've seen a lot worse trades than that. So I'm going to short this thing up to $18.50. If it breaks this $18.50 level, then I'm going to get out of it. My short's going to start around $18.40 or so. I actually don't really have too much interest in this if it's going to go up to the upside until we get to some much extended levels. Like, just reading our notes, you know, they're aiming to produce 50,000 cards. She shoots, she misses. You know, estimate of 67,000 they thought. They're aiming for 50,000, so they're aiming for an incredible miss on that. They also had like, what are you doing? How many cars are they producing? They recalled 12,700 cars. Like, is that half their fleet? And then RBC lowering as well. Price targets from 50 down to 28. It ain't good, man. And I don't know. You mentioned burning through cash. Cash now is very expensive, so you don't want to be burning through cash. I mean, you can get 8-9% on uni bonds right now. I mean, what are people doing putting their money into Rivian? I would say they're burning it, right? And so you got to watch out for that. Now, Tesla had some of these issues too when they were starting their production, but Rivian's price point is already so high. Sure, the car might be cool. It's a truck. It's great. But I mean, how much patience do owners have? Are you going to wait for a car? They're producing less. The wait lines are there still, which is good. I mean, the reservations are there. It's just if they can't get cars in people's hands, that's a problem. And then energy prices continue to rise as well. And you're getting a cheaper Tesla coming today. I don't know, man. I'm not in love with any pretty much EV maker right now, despite, or I like Tesla, but Tesla's up 67% this year alone, right? After dropping 65% last year, up 67% this year, but we started at a much higher level. It's not like you've made it all back, right? So I would say watch out for this. I'm short here, 1830, 1840, where we danced around yesterday. And then if I can get that, honestly, man, I'll probably target 40, 50 cents, get out at 18 and see what happens, because right now you're just dancing around those levels. I like Rivian for a short. I hope that makes some sense.
Rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, guys. Real-time scanning and alerting used by everyone on the desk here and on the show every single day, including the two of us and Neil and Sean. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description. Trader TV 20. Trader TV 20 will get you 20% off over at Trade Ideas. Shout out to them. Let's go. I want to make sure we get to these Chinese ADRs. Minor note on NVIDIA. After the close yesterday, they filed with the SEC. Mixed shelf up to 10 billion. Ho-hum. A bit of a gap down. We're already positive here for NVIDIA. I just checked. It's about 70% since the beginning of the year to the upside.
Yeah, super strong name. It's been kind of riding the tailwinds of AI. Maybe they're raising some money, Brendo, to increase some production.
Yeah, what do we do with chips here, guys? NVIDIA actually trying to bounce right now.
You know, next time when it's like 7 a.m. and this is actually bouncing at that 230 level.
That's what I was like, what? I thought we were going way lower.
Yeah, you know what? It looked like it was coming back in because we were at 231 like 20 minutes ago. So we were down there at 231. Oh, let me zoom in. There you go. We were down at 231 and looked like we were heading back into that 230 level. But just remember, the last couple of times it broke down here, you did have these slight breaks, and then it would hold 230, but it would actually carry through the 229. So if that happens again today, look for the money fills to be just beneath the 230 level. The other thing to look at is if somehow we get to 238, it's a sell at 238, 239. I think I've traded once short when it gets to this price level, and what a dandy short it's been. Obviously, last night was the best one, and kudos to everyone that had it. If we get up there, gotta look to take it out if you're long. Gotta look to for the reversal, and if it does break 239, great. I think we get a bit of a sell into this support level, and if it cannot hold 229, I think you just get out of its way. The only other thing I'll say about the chips, we were kind of running on time here, is at some point I kind of felt like we'd already tested the low. 2450 on Intel. It hasn't happened, and I'm talking about the 52-week bottom. It kind of, at some point, I thought we were going to get this level, and it's kind of already looking like it wants to round out off of it. But 2450 does remain that big, important level for Intel. If it breaks that, I do want the shorts. I keep saying I think we're getting there, and it's another red day that doesn't end up at a 52-week low, which is a bit surprising. I don't want to say it, but it's setting up that if it never gets there in the next week or so, it's probably set for a bit of a bounce. So we'll see if it's test today, but otherwise it's all about NVIDIA.
Look, I'm going to go because we only have 3 minutes to go now, but NVIDIA's on the sticky note. You can check it out at Trader TV. Sean, I like NVIDIA here. It's actually I mentioned it on a note. It's actually not on the sticky note. I like a 228, 230 level. So we're bidding that again. It must have been yesterday. We like this 230 level. Came in real hard. We talked about this at the beginning of the show. Came in real hard at the end of the day yesterday, but still stopped at 231, right? I mean, I think it only stopped because the market closed, but we bounced off 230 again. So I feel like that's, if you're playing support and resistance, that's a level that can't be ignored. Brendan, quickly on China, 2 minutes.
Board to the upside, guys. This one bucking the trend, though. NIO downside off of a forecast miss, it would appear. Production and delivery forecast was a problem for NIO, guys, under pressure.
Okay, 148. Apple's just coming to the downside right now, pretty good as well. We had Apple written on our stock, and this is I want to talk about this because with China, like I don't. You know, any of these big producers, we talked about Nike, we talked about Starbucks, I'm talking about Apple right now. Any big corporation that has business in China, I am actually a little bit worried about that. I don't like all that TikTok talk right now about all that. So I don't know, like, I think it is a nice little tailwind for Meta and for Snapchat, but it's definitely a negative for the market. I don't think you want to poke the bear, so to speak, there. But, you know, this is going to be a problem. Apple's continuing to move down. I put on the sticky note that I want this 149 short. That could probably be a pipe dream. You could have got it yesterday at 3, but not today. Down to 147 now. We could even test some of these bottoms of 130, 135 in the next upcoming weeks for Apple. I'm not positive on this. That 50 period's at 145. I'm looking lower, and then I'm also looking lower for Alibaba to start the day as well. Although it's a nice move up right now for Alibaba, we could be wrong on the Chinese ADRs. I'm waiting for 94 on Alibaba to get short, or 92 break lower.
Yeah, I actually like up to 95 on Bob, but I want to get to XPeng here quickly. Yeah. XPeng and Li Auto had good, NIO had delivery numbers as well. They were pretty solid in terms of growth, 10 and 15% in XPeng and Li Auto month over month. 50 period is at about $10. I like 970 to 10 for resistance. A lot of times you get a bounce that is fadeable when we get the delivery numbers. So it's 5% right now. I do think if we get up into this range, just look what happens each time we get there in XPeng. That's where I'd look for the fade on that one. Rivian already back to the downside. Novavax, yeah, I might be putting the same trade back on at the open because it just came right back in, but I had to stop. Told you guys exactly where it was going to be. You had pre-market highs, you had that resistance level. I'm going to stop out there. I don't want to put something full on until we actually get the open. This could be that chance. I see Sharif is going to be on the bell. Wild one, looking for a pop in Rivian to fade, looking for a short in NYSE to fade, and some of the Chinese ADRs, basically the same thing.
Yep.
Want to short the pops, I guess, today on a hump day in 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
I like the floor.
You know, I think we should have a Trader TV Live logo in the back there if we can. I mean, this is a Trader TV Live opening, so we should do that. We'll get that going. As we're a little short. Fahad working there. Get here, Prad. He's going to come here very, very soon. Shout out to Prad, who's on his way. So, you know, big shout out to Fahad doing his work over there. All right, 93 just faded there on Baba. Yeah, what I'm only looking at this. I'm looking at Tesla right now as well. And I guess Rivian by Neil's reactions heading to the downside.
1730 already. Like this stock just
it's adios.
It's
amigos.
just adios. Like the next pop we get, I'll take a shot at it. I think we'll probably look at the pre-market levels like 1760 to 70 for initial short position. Tesla holding at 06 at least for now. And Nvidia's back down to 231.50. So there's a chance we could get that dip. But wow, Rivian already hitting that 10% down mark. So it is now officially short sell restricted. So you might see a little bit of like an SSR bounce, which is kind of what I'm hoping to get me into a position here for Rivian. But I want that SSR bounce to carry me in.
All right, not much happening right now, to be honest with you. I was looking at Rivian as well. It's not really a super eventful open right now. The market did touch down 1220.50, 12.050. So sort of in the middle there, literally in the middle. We were looking at 12,000 to come into play here again. But Apple, again, not really bouncing to any levels that I would be shorting this one. Let's just check on AMC, another name that obviously people are looking at as well. And again, pretty muted off the open, man. I wish I could tell you more. AMC has a 10-cent range right now off of their earnings report. And then, hey, you know what stock must be moving for sure, right? Must be Tesla. No. Tesla's 206 bottom, 206.50 right now. So we're not getting too much movement in these broader markets here. I don't know what else to look at. What is Ford? I just saw someone say Ford is flying. Yeah, Ford, nice move to the upside as well. But yeah, nothing that I had written down here. Nvidia, Apple kind of moving around. Baba not doing much. And Tesla's now starting to go. Now Tesla 207. Maybe that's the play there. But this is not a bad break for Ford either, up to 240. That's good. Taking out yesterday's high, or actually right at yesterday's high, sorry, from the open yesterday, 1240 coming into play right now.
So I'm back in the NVAC, kind of off the same range as before, but I want to get to this, like this lion stock that halted. This was a halt fest yesterday, so be careful with this. Pretty low liquidity name. It's halted at the open, but it's indicating it halted at 1889 with a tap of 2775. So it's indicating an open up almost 50%. So take that for what it's worth. We'll see what happens. That just came down to 25. I'm assuming that'll update itself and make a little bit more sense earlier. A little bit later on. Now on the NASDAQ, I just said that's what I remember. Tesla's on the NASDAQ. 205 just bounced once. I like 04. So 05 is a target entry range, so it's not quite in the pocket yet. I think it has a chance to get there. This is a morning that's testing some patience here because it's like wait for an opportunity to get into Rivian. I waited for an opportunity to get NVAX. Nvidia's not there. Pinduo Duo, which I like, that's not there because it's not beneath that 9150 area. So that's actually probably even potential longs off of this. So a lot of patience here, trying not to jump the gun on anything.
Yeah, so we'll do it like this. Get some excitement maybe. I don't know. We'll see if we can spark the market a little bit. We're going to go long Meta right now. Meta up on the day. It's just bouncing around 175. Obviously, we want to look at this 174 a little bit. I'm going to give this one only to 174.50. So here it comes in right now. You know, I was just, the markets, this is just, we're just trying this level right now. I'm not like, you know, in love with any of these trades right here. All right, this is probably going to drop out right now in a couple seconds, but we are long right now. I just don't want to hold this too far. We can go to 174 down here, but if we're wrong, there it is. We're going to get out right now at well, if it breaks, we're going to get out on that. But for right now, Tesla. I don't know, man. The market's coming in pretty hardcore, so we're going to have to watch out for this. Hopefully we get a little bit of a bounce, but for right now, market trying to come in. We're long. Only position for me is this Meta long, and it's at 95. Looking to take about a 50-cent shot here to the downside. If we break 50s, then we're gone, and we will just simply regroup. We talked about wanting to do this. There's Tesla now at 204, just came in.
Yeah, you know Tesla's going to give you your price eventually if you're looking for the long when it does this. So it bounced once off the half. Now it's trying to make the bounce off the 04. This was a target area. If it can't hold this level, we get out of dodge. I just added to Novavax as well. And there's no pops in Rivian at all to get short. The stock is just continuously testing those lows, but now it's all about, can Tesla get a bounce? I don't want this to be a repeat of yesterday, so this is a level I like. If it cannot hold here, then I don't think I'm going to be hunting at like 03s or something like that. The next level down is like 200 even, and then we'll respect it if it gets there. So just Novavax and Tesla at this point. We'll see about those Chinese EVs. And NVIDIA just cracked 231.
Yeah.
So NVIDIA 230 could come into play as well. If I get a pop, I mean, the first level will probably be 05s, then look for 06s and 07s. But Tesla, incredibly weak going into it. At least now, Novavax is starting to work to the south side. But I'm all about Tesla here.
All right, we just got taken out there at on Meta, but we just got right back in just to test that 50 one more time. That's it.
Wow,
one more time
so
testing
weak.
that in case we just got stopped out there not by accident, but we're back in it. Let's see if it works. New position alert, and it's been a money one. There's 92 short for Alibaba. That's what we wanted. We talked about Chinese BS, and there it is again right there. So let's wait to see if that's Meta. If Baba wants to come to the downside. We took a nice little trade on that one. This is a sticky note name as well. I thought we got out of some Meta there. We did not. We're at 95. I don't know why that didn't come through. Let's put out something here in the mid 80s. We're long at 62. We just had a 50-cent winner on Meta and we didn't get any out. So hopefully that can come back to the upside. Missed opportunity there as Meta might crack lower right now. But that's what that trade is. And then Tesla, we got a piece out at 50, but that's it, man. And now it's starting to fall down even more. This market looks like it wants to collapse. Mistake there on Meta. Man, we should have got those. Was waiting at 95. Should have got them out in the 80s. We'll see if we can get that. There it goes again. We'll see if we can get that out now. But there it is. Nice downside move happening all over the damn place. NVIDIA also long, just pumped in now as well. Yeah, I don't know why we're long when we talked about cocaine bear market here. But there it is to the downside. What's going on, Brendo?
More from the auto group, guys. Ford up nicely here out of the gate, 2.5% on a positive note. I'll show you in a second. There's also Blink Charging. Indirectly, obviously. Blink Charging reported better than expected report. U.S. Postal Service planning to buy 9,250 EVs from Ford.
That's why. We were both like, why is Ford going? And we saw that in the pre-market, but good call on that one. Yeah, we've got Tesla on our mind right now as that's continuing to go to the downside right now at 204. I was looking to pick something up on Tesla again on the downside, but I don't see that order in there. So I got to do some more work here for TSLA right now.
So Meta right now challenging that 74, so I got that dip, and then NVIDIA challenging 229, 230 area, got that dip as well. We'll see if they hold up. My guess is they might not because, quite frankly, the market's weak. I'll go back to Novavax because I think it just made a little bit of a right turn again off the pre-market low, so 670. I had 7s. I added 690 on the way down. That's averaging when you're in the money. I kind of like that a little bit better. So you get a worse price, but you're with the move of the momentum. So I took some out. If it doesn't break the low of the day, there's only one place to go. And it's 39% short. So I already took an L on it early, and I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. Now, we got Meta long off that 74. It holds the pre-market lows at least for now. I want to see if we can get back into 75. If we get to 75, I definitely want to take at least one piece out of that one. And then the same thing with NVIDIA. It's trying to break that 230 area, but 229 was definitely a big level there. Rivian, oh my goodness. You can you can say the stock is a short all you want.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it just...
You know what I'm saying?
But at some point, you just need to actually get the short. Like, whatever. It's already gone $1 down.
Rivian is a beast, man. I mean, some of these names, man. I think you do what you just did right there. You kind of like, okay.
Yeah, hands in the air. I'm not chasing it down $1. That's the problem.
Put your hands up in the air sometimes. Look at it. Look at this right now. NVIDIA, let's go spin it. We finally got a little bit of a win there. We did step up and out of Facebook, Meta, which is right back, of course, to where we were at, where we were in. But Meta continuing to work or not work here for Meta. But NVIDIA working, man. That's 70 cents now in the money. Trying to go back up to the upside. Let's see if it can hold. Meta, there's our Meta trade, man. Again, you know, new month, kind of same story, man. We dumped it, and now it's right back to the upside. But the good thing is we held on to our Tesla. We got a 202 bid. That's that level that we wanted. We wanted 202. We talked about that on our sticky note here, buying it down to 202. Hopefully we can have that trade in our blotter. It looks like we're going to be doing pretty good on that one. And then, by the way, that's Alibaba. Look at that bid that we got, 91.20 off of a 92 short that we called as well. So far, so good here, all over the place in this market. So I'm happy, but we can always be happier, and that's going to start with Tesla. Let's see if Tesla can get back up to the upside here to 204.50 is my next spot for Tesla. See if we can get something out up there if it goes.
So yeah, but just one thing on NVIDIA here. VWAP doesn't matter this early in the day, especially the way ours is charted. So 231 has rejected a couple of times. I just got another leg out there. Going to hold on to dodge for a little bit more. So that's a decent win there. Meta feels a little bit stronger. It just carried through up to 175. I took one out in front of it. I want to get the next one on the north side of 175. So for now, Meta holding up pretty nicely. The only other position, the couple of longs are working. Novavax bounced off the bottom, and it's right back testing that 7. So I want to see it test this kind of trend with wicks that it's put in. That'll be a test of 7 even, and then try a re-entry off of that level. So we're getting a bit of a pump to the upside, and I see that it's not that I forgot about LHDX from the afternoon, because that was a great trade. I don't care what direction you were taking it. There were longs, there were shorts, there was everything that you wanted, but it keeps bouncing off $1. So dollar bounces, rejecting this 120 top. If it fails the dollar, I think 85 to 90 was a big buyer there. That's what I would look for as the next level. If it holds that, it's still got a chance. Beneath that, you could see 70 cents. So just one that I am still watching. But it's all about NVIDIA, Meta, and Novavax for me, because Rivian's not giving me any opportunities to get in, so I don't have to trade it.
Yeah, boo Rivian. Yeah, so I'm kind of the same way with you on a lot of these names here as we look. So NVIDIA is really working to the upside right now. Baba's given a little bit back, but it's NVIDIA that continues to work to the upside. So where's my next out on that? I don't even have one up here, so let's just put an offer into the 30s, 231.30. That's just where we just topped out at. It should have been a little more smart, or should have been smarter there and waited at that 50 period, but we didn't. So that's definitely a mistake right there for me on that play. But we'll see if it can come back up. There it is. Let's see if we can get into the 30s would be nice, man. We're $1.25 in the money right now. There it is. Give it to us. Oh, we're right there at 38. That went to 36. One more bump up there for NVIDIA, and we should be able to get out. That's it. Let's go test that. There it is, sir. Yes, sir. Right there. Nice little $1.50 in the money now on that trade. So we're happy with that. And let's see if it can just continue to move forward here with NVIDIA. I know you're on Rivian. There's Tesla again trying to bump up. We just stopped at 204. All right. We're long at 203.30. We can afford to get another piece out here. So let's try that 204-ish. We're waiting for 204.40. Let's go a little bit higher on that last take. We'll put one at 204 now, see if we can get it. Nice trade upside here on Tesla, but we're going to wait for this 203.80 or so. So 30 more cents, and we'll get one more piece out for Tesla as that's starting to go. $1.50 the money, NVIDIA. Meta now, of course, still not working. I said, of course, I thought it was working. And Alibaba back up to the upside after already taking this out. So we're going to have to wait to see. We still have a piece on Alibaba, but I don't want to give up it yet. A 92.50 maybe we'll get out of Alibaba.
Yeah, I'm gonna take another leg out here on this matter. It just seems like it doesn't want to carry above 175 for now. So the market is still weak. Last I'm checking, it looks pretty weak to me. Sometimes you should just cross the spread when you want the out. I say these things to myself because it reminds me that every time you try to offer at a point where there's a bunch of sellers in front of 175, if you offer in front of it, you don't get to fill. If you just kind of get out, pay an extra cent or two, it's called crossing the spread. Don't do it enough sometimes on a momentum stock. But AMC's starting to go.
Oh,
so
really?
Can't get into Rivian. I mean, whatever. That is what it is. I can't do anything about that. But if AMC makes that break of 7, I do like the 750 for a bit of a fade. It's kind of double topping right now. And I don't want to say it's running out of steam, but it's definitely slowing down, and the volume needs to continue to pick back up if it's going to go. I am looking to short the big pop if there is one at this point. Why didn't I not get more in NVAX? Let me just double. Okay, see, remember what I just said about being passive? The other problem with Novavax is you have to be passive because you can't hit the bid without an uptick because the short sell restricted. So I didn't get this curl on Novavax. Headed back to the low of the day. If it hits the low of the day, I will get out again and then try and short the next pop.
All right. You know, my attention just kind of remains on the same names here as we've bought some more Tesla. Well, we didn't buy some more Tesla. Our last bid is down there. And we only got out at 203.50, which was a flat trade. But I mean, I could just get this out now and then we don't have to worry about it. But I mean, what if the market does start to go here? We did bounce off 12,000 pretty much as stated would happen today. I said that we'd probably test that 12 and then we'd be able to see where we go from there. Looks like it comes down to exactly to 12,000, gets to 12,003 and now bouncing. So we're pretty happy with that call, but we didn't really paid ourselves out yet because the name that I've been buying dips on here has been Tesla. We've made good money on this guy here. We made good money today on NVIDIA. That's been a good trade for me to the downside here, or sorry, to the upside for NVIDIA. But again, you know, like we took $1.50 and now it's falling back in as well. So, you know, a lot of these names not able to hold any of these rallies. You just bounced off the 50 period right there again in the market. So I don't know. Let's hold out, but really not my day, but my morning right now is sort of lying on Tesla trying to bounce off that 202 level. So let's see if it can get going, man. I would love for that to happen. Tesla down there at 202.
So why? Okay, this is bizarre. Well, it's not bizarre. Kohl's is now positive on the day. These retailers are doing it every single time. It's like, yeah, the real bid is down here for a squeeze, and then all it does is just squeeze immediately to the upside. So here's the thing, like it's a squeeze, a quarter sucked. It's in the range now where I'd be looking for a turn, maybe not here at 28.5, but if this carries anywhere near 30, then Kohl's, this is going to be an opportunity to get a short on in Kohl's. I just wanted to go a little bit further, get in above 29 even, and then I want those shorts. Brenda, what's up, buddy?
First of two PMI numbers just coming through, guys. U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI 47.3 versus 47.8. The next one coming up at 10 o'clock will be the big one, ISM manufacturing PMI. We'll bring that to you as well. BGS, little one moving. There is a short percent on this, 14.5 right now, up on a better than expected report for this one. BGS, 26% so far.
I missed it.
Okay.
Come on, NVIDIA.
All right, yeah, I was going to say NVIDIA's $1.50 in the money. That's a good one. But Tesla just bounced again this time off 50. Like, what is going on? We're trying to make some winners here, Tesla. So it would be nice to give us one every once in a while. All right, so we're just going to I'm just going to take another piece out here at 203.50. Hopefully, I mean, look, it'll be a profit spot. We've only made money on it so far, but we only have one out. And if we can't get out of Tesla, then we're going to, I mean, here it goes. Damn it, straight to the downside again. Like, oh, that's frustrating because so many times we could have got these out for flat, and it looks like we might take the loss here if we do take 202. It's not bouncing anywhere, man. It's just hovering around here. I like this trade. This is what we lost on yesterday, and I kind of feel like this is just repeating itself again. We waited yesterday for a move to happen and never came through. We wound up getting taken out at the bottom, and then it went another $3 or $4 downside. So I still have to try to respect these levels, but I would still like a move upside now on that. And then NVIDIA, again, because we're taking the 50 period and starting to go back up now to that upside, let's see if NVIDIA wants to work, man. This is a long that we've been talking about. We talked about that 230. We got it. It's now $1.40 in the money. There it is. There we go. Now Tesla. We just got another piece out for Tesla. So now our price just keeps on getting better. But we need this stock to go, man. So I'm going to sit up here, see if we can get a 204.50. That's still where we're waiting for. Hopefully that can come through. But good thing we took that out. Let's now see if we have the next piece on a higher bid.
Yeah, and speaking of higher bids, you're getting it on a lot of these names are bouncing as the market's trying to get back into the upside. Now, Meta just turned green. However, it was a big turnaround at 177. I'm kind of looking at this 176 and saying, yeah, let's try and get 176 out. If it bounces one more time, one more push, I want to get out, ring the register again, and then regroup, because I think this market is holding a lower high right now, and if it rolls over, you're probably getting a chance to reload. So I think there's going to be an opportunity to get that reload. It's not because, whatever. 17 just broke on Rivian, so I'm going to try. If we sound frustrated, it's just this was probably the short that we like the most. I would say. So anyways, it's trying to break this 17 even. It's already through. It got to 92. There can always be a dead cat bounce in a name like a Rivian. And if it was going to do something like that and find a squeeze, this would be it, because this was the bottom on Friday. So, if you're looking for a long opportunity, I'm kind of saying if it does not break 1689, which is this low here, or even if it breaks, it goes like 5 cents and then reclaim 17, there could be a bit of a long. That's all I got to say about it, because the shorts I like were like a while ago. Now, AMC is now through 7, but it's not exactly screaming through 7 even. Like, it's at 05, but it's been here for a few minutes, not exploding away from that 7 the way it did last time. So at least temporarily going to be patient with any shorting of the pops. I'm not going to short it at the 7 level. Novavax is now coming back up, so we took some out only to get back in. In the grand scheme of things, not a gigantic move, so when we take like 20 cents on it, that's okay, but this stock could move $1. But I just reloaded at 7. Again, I want to be out if this thing cracks that 720 area.
All right, just some talk here. We talked about, Brendan mentioned that Ford story, good one there, up to 1230, but still not really doing too much right now. Looking at Ford, again, any sort of a dip down into this range, 1220, if the market continues to sort of fail like it's been doing. Although the market, I say that, and I'll just move this over so you guys can see, the market's still flat right now.
What is Intel doing?
Just barely doing anything. I keep saying failing is because Tesla's not doing anything. NVIDIA right now too, another one that was top heavy that just couldn't get going through 231.50, so hopefully that can go. And then Alibaba, I'm debating just taking some profit, but we just took it down another level there. Should have shorted it off the 50 period. This is the name that we like short. This is my #1 short for the day. It's the only trade that we actually pushed the short in. We should have put more shares on board, but we didn't. $92 there. First out 70, next out 20s. That's 80 cents, all in all. Now you're starting to move downside again here for Alibaba. So I definitely like a downside push here for Baba. Let's see if it can continue. And come on, man, this is your chance. Let's go Tesla, man. This is a chance. The market's booming. The market just went green. This is Tesla's opportunity now to get to the upside right now. So let's see if it wants to go. Let's go Tesla. If it doesn't go now, I mean, we're already ready to go at 202. So that breaks, then we're gone. But this is a good opportunity see, it's not even going. So the market is absolutely booming. If we were basically long pretty much anything else right now, I mean, the amount of money would be disgusting. We were long Tesla from the bottom. That would be $2 or $1.50 anyways on Google, and I can't even get Tesla to move 5 cents. So yeah, not a good name there, Tesla today. Looks like we'll lose on that again, but it's this name here, Google, with a huge move up, 1% up, guys, against a negative market. That's a sweet move. There goes Google, and here goes Tesla, just again down to 202. Here we go. There it goes. Now it's breaking. Let's see how hard this break is. Down through 201. There it goes. It bounced a little bit there off 202, but not much, guys.
So we'll go for this for Meta, but I'm a little bit shocked by what I'm about to say here. So Meta gets to my target, 176. We're out. We're looking for dip buys. Love that 74 level 2 days in a row. But NVIDIA is here. I'll go back to the 3-minute chart so you guys can see better. Is testing back down toward the low, and Intel is flying. I mean, just flying right now. So a lot of times, I've seen this before, where you have like them going in opposing directions. There's a word I'm looking for that I can't remember right now because we're trading. But if NVIDIA bounces off that 230 level again, Intel's pretty much at resistance. So I want to take one shot here at about 65 for now, as I just reloaded on NVIDIA. So I've reloaded a long in NVIDIA, and now I'm going to short Intel. So one at support, one at resistance, short one, long the other. We'll see what happens, but I don't want to give this too much room, probably about 25, 65 or so. But let's see what happens. I mean, Intel, it felt like it was trying to make a bottom. I thought that would be at the 52-week low. I suppose it might have come close enough. I didn't think I was going to be trading this one today, and then this happened. So we'll see what happens here with you, Intel. NVIDIA, it's weird because it's like go long one, short the other. But NVIDIA's off that support level. So just got the 230 bounce again. It just keeps on working. At some point, just keep this in mind. At some point, this bounce on NVIDIA stops working. Until it does, you just got to trade it, right? Like just go back to the well until the well runs dry.
Yes,
always pay yourself out on the way. Do not look a gift horse in the mouth. You got to scalp out these bottoms. When it gets above VWAP, you can look for a little bit more. I want 231.50. If we can get the next level up, we will definitely see. So it's really just been the same names for me because I'm out of Tesla. I haven't gone back to it and looking for a pullback in Meta. I don't know if I want VWAP here. Market, I'm not sure strong enough. So I'm still working off the 174. It's got to be down there. Broke it, holds the low, get the long off the 174 on the way back up, ride the trend, and look to rinse and repeat if you can. And yes, one last one. Coinbase almost got to 67 again. But the money fills on Coinbase off 67 were not in front of 67. They were above 67. Like, to me, the short was in between. And the reason I knew that was because the last time I shorted that level, I did not hold through 67 and got out too tight. So I want the short off of that 67 to 67.5 if I can get it. Brendo.
Well, things. House of Representatives just approved the bill that would give power to Biden to ban TikTok. So that's the first thing. Then this, BTC and Ethereum, both on a nice bounce right now, back above significant levels, trying to get to 24,000 for Bitcoin. That has this one, Coin, moving higher as well. Red to green early on here, guys, on heavy call volume for Coin.
I just got out of NVIDIA when it went to the downside there.
Wow,
I mean, we've already taken profit and we've already made enough on that, so we're going to forget about it. And I don't feel bad, but Tesla's holding right now. So we just got another out there at 202.89. They're right where it is right now. Let's see if it can continue to go back up to the upside. Interesting news there. It's too bad because Meta was the name that we were long and long hard on, and it's our biggest loser right now, which is crazy because that was a good one, man, down there at 174. We were in it, but again, it just, I guess we could have waited, but I got out when it broke 174.50. We could have waited for 174, but it went to 173.75. So nice news there, obviously, for Meta and bad for TikTok, but we'll see. Can Biden pull the trigger? I mean, that's going to be the other question to come through right now. I like a long on Meta. It has to come back to like 175, some of these levels. So let's just wait to see. Hopefully China doesn't ban Tesla, because that would be a problem, and we're long. So 203.15 coming to the upside, 203.50 right now. That's going to be my target for Tesla. We're making money on this name, so it's all good. But I'd like to see it break to 203.50 right now. That's where we're offering. We'll see if we can't make it. I mean, that would be $1.30. Like, we're 70 cents in the money now on this name. And you mentioned NVIDIA might not work. We got out. It's still working at 230. So that name continues to work to the upside. I just didn't want this market to fall down because then I'd be losing on this, which we've already won on, which I'll put the money in our pocket. But then it was Tesla was more of the issue for me there, that if the market continued to fall, then we would have got rinsed on this. But we already have a couple more outs. So we're still holding more than half of this trade. Let's see if it can continue to try to work anyways back to the upside here we could just get it out, but I'm going to wait to see if it does fall back in here.
So, guys, a couple of things. Obviously, don't just look at Meta, Snapchat. Don't forget about that. Thank you, Mark, in the chat for mentioning that. We love this community. That's why I love it. And also, LHDX. You're going to see it broke that 120 from yesterday. That was a good short up there, but it's double top, technically speaking, now and breaking through. I want to see if this can hold at 115, where there was a ton of volume on the way to the downside. If it bounces off 115, I want to add to it, probably right around that same 120 level. It's not very good.
Coffee is disgusting.
The coffee is not very good. I can't even drink mine.
Thank you to my wife.
So I wanted to break out. If it gets past the quarter, this can go absolutely parabolic, but that 115 is going to be the level I'm looking for. If it bounces, great. If it cannot bounce, I'll give it up.
Yeah, that espresso machine needs to be cleaned.
I think it needs to be
or something, because that is pretty disgusting. That's why I shout out to the wife that brews great coffee every single morning, and I bring it here every day. Be prepared. That's the one thing, man. You never want to get caught off guard there. Yeah, Boy Scouts. Yeah, I am was a Scouts leader, but my kids aren't doing that anymore.
Oh, that's why.
Now they're just crazy into everything else. Sports, yeah. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, like competitive. My family? Nah. Okay, so let's just continue to go here. So I mean, I still have Tesla on the mind, but we got to look at something else. The trade that we have on is Alibaba. This one just bounced off its low again. So I like this short. I think the short's good here for Alibaba. But again, what I think doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. But again, bouncing off that level, let's see it test it just one more time here. Hopefully we can get, a good reaction to this level, and we'll just hold out for that possible break lower below 91.20 there. So that's kind of what's on my mind now for Alibaba. But that's one level there. And other than that, man, sorry if I'm a little distracted. It's really just I'm waiting for Tesla to do something. And I'm deciding right now that I think 203 we need to get a piece out, and then we'll just cancel. I mean, all right, you know what? I mean, we're 75 cents in the money here, and it's not going. Let's see if we can get a 90 fill on this trade. I put it at 92. Hopefully it can rip up and fill us there. And then we'll get it. Okay, here it comes. Let's go, let's go, let's go. One more piece. Don't stop at 90. Let's go, Tesla. See if we can get that filled. Doesn't look like it right now. But if we can, we'll take another piece out. And then looks like we're going to get to the downside. As if I change my mind, it goes up to and get 2 pennies away. Hopefully Tesla can get back upside. But there it comes, Alibaba right back in again. Watch out for this 91. Maybe I'll get out. I want to see it go one more time to the downside. So if Tesla flushes, at least we'll have Alibaba coming back down to the downside. So let's see if that wants to work.
So I got stopped out of Intel to the upside, but you know what? Like, and then even worse than that is another rejection of 231 on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA just right back into 230. So put the short on Intel, lost. And then you get a bounce on NVIDIA that cannot make a higher, cannot break through this channel. So lower highs all the way through. Bit of a disappointment. I did just add to LHDX, so we'll have to see what goes on there. But I said don't ignore Snapchat, and I wanted to buy the dip in Meta. Like exactly what I'm getting out to the structured trade of Meta, that news drops, and there's nothing you can do because I'd already made a decision. But Snapchat's trying to go as well. It bounced off 10 bucks, also the 50 period. It's now breaking out on the daily chart. So 10 quarter is kind of where that breakout is. You can see it here on the 15 as well. So I'm gonna like I like the over on that 10 quarter. I mean, even if it gets to 10.50, fine, but there's actually room up to about, I'd say 10.65, 10.70. This is usually why you like Snapchat on this TikTok news, and here comes NVIDIA. We said at some point, this level stops holding. So here's yet another test. At some point, it does not hold this again. It's now beneath 230. Those have been pretty good fills when you've been able to get them. Oh, so let's go to Brennan for happening now because we have a number in about 20 seconds.
Hey guys, yeah, just coming up to 10 o'clock. This is going to be the bigger one of the two. Again, ISM manufacturing PMI data coming through. 48 expected here in 6 seconds. We'll get this number. Also notable, crude oil inventories coming at 10:30 this morning. 47.7, so downside a little bit there versus 48 expected. Prices paid higher, however, 51.3 versus 46.5 there. So again, ISM PMI 47.7 versus 48 expected. Still a bit of a mixed start here so far today as the board is showing only the Russell 2000 in positive territory. The Dow just trying to get back to the upside as well. Pretty quiet to start things off. If you were with us early on this morning, we talked about a ton of things. So many moving around, including Rivian, Tesla ahead of Tesla Day coming up at the close tonight. NVIDIA as well on that filing for a shelf of up to 10 billion, 1% right now for NVIDIA downside, guys.
Just right before that number, I did get a piece out there at 75. I told you guys we were waiting at 90, but then the number was out, and I was like, you know what? If we just get a piece out, we'll do that quickly. So we did take another, so we took a third out of what we had. So let's wait to see now where this goes. A break of 202, and we're out on Tesla, just to give that to you. And then Alibaba again, man, broke downside, exactly what we thought, but then bounced again off 91. So this is a 91 short for me, and I think we got to do that again here. Just get out. We'll bid at 91, take that fill, and hopefully that is the right fill for us here on Alibaba. Tesla looks like just tried to go again to 203. Oh man, this is very frustrating. We're not going to be, well, as of right now, we're not up. I mean, it's position pending on Tesla, but, you know, our ins and outs are basically flat so far on this name. But, you know, it's funny, I'm spending so much time on this, and it's really just not doing anything while you're getting other names like a Meta that has news that really started to go. That's, I guess it's not really moving that much. And then your call there is interesting about Intel, why that's kind of switching over right now as well. But you know what? I mean, here we go. Alibaba's coming in. Okay, there it is. We'll take it. Put the money down right there. Not just sticky note win for everybody, part of Sticky Note Nation there for Alibaba, as there it is right there, 91.10. We just got that fill. So far so good there on Sticky Note Nation. And then Tesla, what? Oh, it broke. Okay, so there it is. Tesla dropped down through. I was looking at it like, what? Because we made money on Alibaba, and I was like, my net didn't change that much. But that's why, because there it is, downside move right now for Tesla, breaking that 202. So now we can stay away. Look, the hit today on Tesla is like a third of what it was yesterday. So really happy with our performance on that one. Despite losing, I feel like we did fine there on Tesla, getting some out and sort of heeding some of my own warnings there that this wasn't going to work. But that sucks bad. Your waitress is from Serbia. That's good. We have a friend that's from that area as well.
This is wild action happening. So NVIDIA once again over and over.
Congratulations!
If you like the bids, the best fills are actually when it breaks 230 and holds 229.5, which just did on the number. The number gave this trade because we snapped to the downside and kept bouncing. I was able to get like 50 cents and a buck here. I don't know if it's going to continue to hold up. While that was happening, LHDX, that continues to go, got some 25s. Look, on a 125 break, it's not rocket science. I think it's almost too predictable sometimes how scalpers will trade. When you scalp these, 25, and then I got some in front of 30, and I got a little bit out there at 30. I just took some 32s. I think I'm paying myself out here because the news on this was like a COVID thing, and I'm like, I don't really know how bullish that actually is. To me, it's just a low floater that's running, and that's all it's about. So I'm going to be paying myself on the way up because I don't necessarily think this is going to sustain forever. That's just my feelings on it. Novavax. Again, every time it shows weakness beneath 7, I actually like to add to it, but it's holding 670. So paying myself out has to be a thing. It's like, I forget what stock it was yesterday. It was just holding the short and adding to it like 3 or 4 times and refusing to take anything out. I'm like, it's going to absolutely dump. So if it doesn't dump, I want to pay some more out here in front of the low of the day. NVAX heading back into the downside. And Meta, I think we're getting a dip buy opportunity here in Meta because the market's coming back in. Still like 75s if I were to draw. Let me just do this really quick.
Yeah, I like that, man.
Really quick and dirty here. If I were to draw a trend line, it would say buy it right here. I'm not necessarily believing that. So I'm gonna wait for 175 and be a little bit patient. If you can join the trend to the upside when the market is weak, then you should be very patient with your prices and not just take the first entry that makes sense. So I'll allow it to break through here at 76 and then hunt for the 75 level.
What do we think about Tesla 200 right now? Because that's coming in right now. So that's probably a good break level there. You know, we've come into Tesla before at 200 bucks. Actually, we didn't. That started at 200, then went to the upside. So, you know, last time here's a move down into 200. We did bounce up to 201 again before falling. So, you know, 200 is going to come into play again right now. I'm going to short it because it is a key level there. But I mean, no hate on going long off that level and then getting out if it breaks. That's basically what we were doing right here at 202. But here comes 200 right now. You know, if 200 breaks, I think you got to give it $1. So, you know, put on enough risk to do that and then just work off of there. So, you know, let's wait to see what happens. There is some size there. That's not that much. It's 30 million shares today here on Intel. On Tesla. Google's come right back in a little bit as well. That, you know, this could be a good trade off of some of those bottoms now too. Back to 90 bucks, breaking through VWAP. And you know what? That BABA trade is going to be sick right now. No, it's still okay. So BABA's only there. Considering this market cranked lower there, I am surprised that Alibaba's still hanging out. I thought I would have been a little more upset about that Alibaba trade than I am. And then NASDAQ right here, Apple. Oh, darn it. This was another name. So many missed opportunities, man. Every day there's so many things to do. Sorry?
Super chat for Apple.
Super chat for Apple, okay. But right now, Tesla, sorry guys, Tesla just broke right now. So we are short Tesla, breaking 200. We got a good price. We got 203 right now. So we got a better price than I would have thought. They're shorting Tesla. We're short above 200, so it must have done a little bit of a dance there. Tesla, bang. Here we go. Guess who's positive now on Tesla? All right, what's up, Brendo?
All right, First Solar, guys, more earnings coming through. First Solar, better than expected result. Looks like Q4 results beat right across the board. A ton of positive analyst moves here as well for FSLR. This is all-time highs right now for First Solar.
All-time highs for Solar. Another high of the day for LHDX. Just continues to go to the upside. We got a 120 break. We added to it. We're looking for places to add on that breakout. It just touched 135. So the first actual dip is starting to come in here. I am down to 30% of the position because I believe you got to pay yourself out. If it can bounce off of this 120, I think there's a reload possibility. And then, you know, for the market coming into the downside, eventually all levels break. NVIDIA was great for the scalp trade. It broke to the downside. And I don't want to ignore Intel, but like I took my hit on it. Then it went up to 26 even. $26 on Intel. Okay, 25 to 26 already. That's probably the line in the sand. The market breaking down, even Intel is going to head to the downside. But I like this LHDX. I like Novavax, which is heading back down into the lows. I think we can see 650 there. And last one before I go back to you. Tesla broke 200. Rivian never turned at 17. It is still just falling. I have not seen a green. In my 15-minute, you now have consecutive red candles. this has been an absolute like dumpster fire for Rivian this morning. It's not to ignore the stock. It's just a matter of whether you can get into a trade. So it's been a good morning. It's just this was supposed to be the one, and it's like, what are you doing, Rivian? Meta's still super strong. I thought we'd get a 175 bounce. It bounces 176 anyways.
All right, just watching out here because Tesla, look, we have a good trade on Tesla. It's fine. But our best out is only 38 there. It did bounce off 199 clean right there. So that's never an exciting thing for me to see when you're bouncing off something like that. But we've bounced off before. We bounced off 202 before. We were trying to bounce off 203. That didn't work. So let's wait to see now. We still have little faith, Sean. Let's see where this one can go. I'm bidding 198.50. I just thought that if we broke that 199, we would get a flush down, but that never happened. It only went down to, it looks like, what is the low of the day here? 198.88. So, the flush was not happening there on that move. So I'm going to give this back to 201. Just 201 and change. The most it went down was $1. We're short at 2, so, let's give it $1 to the downside. Here it comes back in. So if that's the most it went on that flush, then on the way back up, that's the most I'm willing to hold it to. That's kind of the logic that I'm going to use right now. We are short Tesla, and we are in absolutely nothing else right now. So Alibaba's still to the downside, and there's Google. So Google's made it all, given it all back here, as there goes the NASDAQ down 1% and still making lows, bouncing off of 12,000, but not now. Now we're below. So that's that break now, below 12,000. We called this 3 days ago. So Pradstradamus here? No, still not here. But we're going to wait to see where this name goes right now, back into the downside here for Google and for Tesla and for the market. The biggest short that I've missed out on today is Apple. We talked about that. We really liked the short, but just didn't get into it. Okay, here comes Tesla. 198.50 right here is where we're bidding. Hopefully we can get hit. So what I mean by bidding there, if you're joining us for the first time, I just have a price to buy at 198.50 right now. So if this can get to the downside, hopefully it will fill us at that price. So we'll come back in. Here it comes right now. Let's go, Tesla. Let's get going on this one. I'm pretty excited about this trade. Let's see if it can continue to work, guys.
Yeah, the market's absolutely tanking now. We're through 1,200. We're at 39.5 on the NASDAQ. Sorry, the ES. That was the NASDAQ first at 12,000 level, I mean. Low of the day. I'm always taking low of the day here on Novavax. You've got to make sure you pay yourself out. We liked this short first. It was the first short I was in. It was maybe the one I didn't like the most because Rivian would have been better. But this looks like it could break. Dumpster fire, obviously. You say going concern, and you should be concerned. Now Intel, look, if I lose shorting Intel off of this 26 level, then I deserve to lose. I should have just punched into it right now. So I wanted it break. So when I got stopped out, it was like this little move in here. It's like, okay, this is your chance to get out. And then it was a 25.75. So I want that as an average price. So if I do short something at like 69 or 70, keep in mind I want an average price of 75 were it to get to the high of the day. That's the way I like to look at it. Just going back over to AMC here because, hey, there's a lot to be tracking. AMC failed that $7 break, but is holding a higher low. So that, like the break, it's weird to say down 5%, but that breakout of the top is still kind of valid. If it holds a higher low, you can always get a double top breakout, which was the better break in the afternoon when it made that crazy move the other day. So just want to respect that. Tesla getting absolutely, it's still getting spanked, right?
Yeah, not really. Well, yeah, okay, we'll go with that. We got the low, so it's up $1 from its low, but it's still 190. Yeah, were you referring to Rivian for that play?
I mean, Rivian is still at the low, and Nvidia's now down 2% and absolutely tanking itself. So you're just seeing it's capitulation everywhere, for lack of a better term. I can't come up with anything better than that. If I get a chance to short on Nvidia, I think when that 229 held the way it did, I should have reversed it. Now I'm just going to try and join the trend. First pop available in the consolidation is a short.
Oh, yuck. Uh-oh. Okay, we have a good possible trade here on Amazon. Wow, I said yuck. Like, we talked about 95 short. Like, oh, man. Sometimes, like, when things don't get to your levels, it's like, okay, maybe you just gotta like level it down a little bit there. But if you don't get that little early bump there on Amazon, then there really hasn't been a rally cry to get you back in. I mean, maybe this little bump from 94 up to like, no, that's only 94.20. I mean, you'd really have to love the short to be in that name, I feel like, at that level, so which I really didn't. So I'm not into Amazon yet, but if you look at it, and this is what sorry about that, our daily chart on Amazon because of the split there. You know, right here into the 20 period, so you're right here again for Amazon, right at 92.50, right at another breaking spot here for AMZN. So this is not looking great for Amazon right now. Here. So that's another level that could break. Do you like the long? I mean, that's another question. The market there did take 12,000, as we said it would many moons ago, and there it is, man. So I've been nervous. We've only been short. The sticky note's been all over shorts lately, and there it comes in again. We dropped NVIDIA at 230. What kind of an awesome decision was that? Like, wow, we made money on NVIDIA and just got out. Like, oh, wow, that was a good out. Like, I felt bad because it rallied back 50 cents off 230, but look at this move back in for NVIDIA. That's pretty bad as the NASDAQ just continues to get plummeting down. Let's check out Mr. Softy, which is a stock. Wow, yeah, I was like, where's that near 250? That is some nice downside pressure as well for Softy. I mean, everything is so low now. You're either pushing the bottoms more or you're looking to pick something up that you think is at a key level. And honestly, with the NASDAQ being below 12,000, I'd rather wait for a pump a little bit to get something short. And all of these trades right now, none of them look long to me. So, I mean, unless you're just trying to catch something off of a bottom.
I like two longs.
The only one name was gonna say, I saw your screen, so I didn't say it, but something with a catalyst, which would be a Meta or a Snapchat.
Or, I mean, LHDX doesn't care what the market does because it's just some low float running on some COVID news. But VWAP just bounced on Meta. I took one off the bounce at 76 here, but I do want more. Like, money fills beneath 76. I keep using so many Luca terms. Money fills. So anytime it's like there's a key line in the sand at an even dollar level, but the support is beneath that, like on NVIDIA was beneath 230, the better fills are beneath 176 on Meta. So let's go with that. I just rang the register again on LXDH on the nice little bump to the upside. However, I missed my chance to get back in. It was testing that 120. It bounced right to 21. I did miss a chance to get in here at 22.23. That's where I was looking for the reload. But it went up here, and if it doesn't break the high again, you got to be able to take that 10 cents. It's a dollar stock. Don't forget that it's a dollar stock at the end of the day. You want to respect it for that. So we have the long in Meta. Wow. We'll see if that one can go. LHDX is okay. I missed the short on Intel, but if it pops, I'll get that opportunity. And NVIDIA was the other one. We're looking to short pops in NVIDIA. If you can even make a pop. This is absolutely insane. And lastly, for you guys still watching, I chuckle every time I see it because it only falls, and that would be Rivian, now down to $16. There's probably going to be a bounce in Rivian at some point today. And in terms of looking at the most obvious place for it to be, it's a dollar away from here, and it would be the low. I mean, the low on this year is like 15.25. So if it gets down to 15, I'll take a long down to 15 if Rivian gets there.
Yeah, I'm okay. So I have another little bit of a short idea here coming through. Let's see if it works. I mean, we're gonna see if it works in about a couple seconds right now. And that is going to be AMD. So we'll ring it right now for an AMD short. Let's just see where this one comes out to. We're short right now 81, so we're short at this level. And the reason why I like it, again, well, I don't need to say the reason. I mean, it should be pretty obvious why we like some shorts. I guess my Rivian's not gonna fill at 18 bucks.
You probably can't.
You know, $79. So $79 is right there. We want to look at this $79.20 or so, but let's average into 79. If it comes back up, AMD still positive. If this is going to be a disgusting day, which I sort of think it is, there's Brad. Brad's in the building. Nice little move to the downside right now for this market, but it still could bounce up. So we're going to give this some respect back to 79, but not a whole hell of a lot. Maybe 79.05, 79.10 on a short that may or may not work here for AMD. So here it comes. We are going to get some more shares into this name right about now at 99. So we'll try that. If we can get it, great. Well, we'll try like a 95 there, and then even upside a little bit more into like 98, 99. And then we're going to leave this to like 79.10. If it blows higher than that, then we're out of AMD, but I don't mind the short rate here for now anyways on advanced micro devices.
Another high of the day. This one just keeps on going. LHDX now 50% that it's up, which doesn't seem like a lot compared to yesterday, but it is pretty solid. I did take some out on the way back to the upside. I'm now looking 150. Obviously, if you go to the higher time frame, when in doubt, zoom out. Where can this thing go? Now, I think right here and why it took some more legs out. This is obviously a big level at 140, and then from there it breaks out 40s to 50s. You could see in sort of that 175 into $2 range should be significant. So it's been a good long for now. I think it could be slowing down just a little bit. Meta unable to get any of those. I was just talking about money fills. Wasn't able to get more fills down here around VWAP, but it's had resistance up at the top. You know what? I'm looking for things to short right now, and my gut is saying if 177 was resistance before, and that was a short yesterday, oh, help me, we'll see what happens. So I'm getting out of Meta again, which was the wrong call before, but if I think the market is an opportunity to still short this darn thing, and Meta's at that resistance where it just flushed yesterday, so I'm going to get out of Meta again, hunt for something else. I still want Intel to the south side on a pop. Oh, here's a pop right now off VWAP. This could be the chance I'm looking for. So Intel, I wanted 75s. I can start getting in a little something here. I'm going to start getting into something on Intel in the 60s if I can catch it. And then NVIDIA, I still like that short pops. Much weaker name here, obviously, NVIDIA. But it doesn't want to get up. Yeah, it's just not even going anywhere. It's not giving you any chances to get into the short. The real chance, well, you had an initial chance there at 228, which is what I want now. But that reversal, that's what you want. When it breaks an obvious trend, you want to reverse. That was too big of a level for me not to reverse.
Maybe the market's trying to reverse here. I mean, maybe we just had a nice little flush down there over 1.5% to the downside. We talked about this market just bleeding itself out in the pre-market, and then it seems like it wants to continue to do that just right now, Fahad, if you can, down there to just still below that 12,000 right now. Fahad's just yelling at Prad for being late right now, so let's watch out for that here coming through for the market. And the market that's gone upside right now is AMD. So we may wind up taking a 20-cent hit on this, man. I mean, if it breaks back above the 79.10 or so area, which is right here, you know, we're looking at, okay, there it is. We just got some out at 91. I'm trying to relieve some of this pressure a little bit from this trade, and so that's what we did right there. But again, still lots of pressure on this trade, believe me, to the upside now for AMD. So let's watch. Maybe it continues to fade out a little bit there. And then Tesla, man, 201 is our out. So let's give that a little bit of room now. It's come back in. We got a great fill on this short. The damage on Tesla is actually muted today. That was a great fill. I don't know how. I mean, we talked about sitting there. We got that on that flush. That came through. So good trade there on Tesla on that short through 200. And the thing is like if I just wait for that trade, you know, it's a different story. But I thought we were being pretty patient earlier on by waiting for these 204s. We did that, just didn't hold, got out at 202, and then cashed in a little bit there, $1.50 worth of a win. But we're going to watch out for this as here comes AMD, hopefully back down to the downside. I'm bidding in the 80s for this one.
So I just got back into Meta, so it looks like temporarily it was the right decision to get out of it. So it came back in. 77 has been resistance. I just want to continue with the trend that we're seeing here in Meta. Buy the dips, find the strong name, stick to it. The 2-1 IC or LHDX for a small cap, and obviously Meta here up that 1% into a market that was tanking. So if the market breaks from here and gets back above 12,000, Meta's got to be over 177. Well, it doesn't have to be. I think it should be, and it probably will be over 177. So I like this long. I'll try to get more closer to VWAP if I can, and then just rinse and repeat this trade over and over again. Now, someone in the chat just pointed this out again. You know, I'm just going to hit this one.
If you like the show, like the video, and subscribe.
So that we can have more people reminding me about Coinbase. Because I saw in the chat people were talking about Coinbase. It did reverse off 67 again. But look what's happening here at 64. Double bottom, wick bottoms off the afternoon support. So it's telling you, hey, by the way, there's buyers on Coinbase at 64 3 times in the afternoon. And then this morning, you get massive wick bottoms on Coin. Suffice to say, this is a great level. Thank you guys so much for shouting that one out. This is why we say like and subscribe and grow the community, because it's the best one out there. We do it for free. We ain't perfect and can't see every single stock and every single trade. Sometimes you miss an A+ setup.
Oh, yeah.
And you want to make sure that you're at least going back to it. That's what we can all do. Keep each other accountable. I love the community for that. Should have been all over this Coinbase at 64. I don't know if you want to chase this move because it's still a downward trend, and I still like the 67 short up there. So it's not all roses with that one. NVIDIA doesn't want to pop. Rivian doesn't want to pop. But I think Intel, I thought maybe I got in too early. So, you know what, I'm going to pay out something in front of VWAP because I probably did get back in too early. I definitely shorted too early the first time. I don't want to make that same mistake again.
I like that talk there, pay out. I mean, look, none of these trades are winners until you ring registers, right? I mean, that's the whole point of what Neil and I keep trying to say over and over to you guys every day. It's just like, look, these are some of these ideas will work, some of them won't, but if you don't get out at the right time, you could be you could be in for a disastrous day. And I mean, I just look at my trade there on NVIDIA. Like, if we don't get out at 230 there, sure, we would have got out at 229 or 228 or something like that. But, you know, when you're feeling these levels and they break, that's when you got to execute against them. Sometimes it feels like you feel horrible. Like, oh, man, I got out too early. And you'll see me, like, bang the desk or whatever. I mean, a lot of that is what it is. No cap, Brad. There as we go there, because we're going to small cap recap in a second. But just right now, just quickly, Brad taught me that, no cap.
I don't want.
It means like you're not lying or something like that, I think, right, Brad? Yeah. So there you go.
I don't get that.
Yeah, it's youngin' talk.
Okay.
You know, I thought no cap meant like I don't know where my baseball hat
sounds
is.
very
you know,
sus.
like where's my cap? You know, like I don't know where it is. Like my kids go no cap. What's right there?
I
What do you
never
mean?
wear a
What do you
cap.
mean where your cap
I should
is?
wear a cap.
Right there. But okay, AMD right now, just a little bit of a downside move there. We were able to get some out. Our best out is 82. So just as we said, sometimes you got to ring the register. We did that on AMD, and now if it breaks upside, the damage is limited. So we'll just change our outs right now because we have less shares. Let's watch out to see what AMD does here. Looks like it's trying to rally. The market's trying to bounce off. 11,950. Man, I've been downing this water today. All right. So without any further ado, let's go to Brendan with no cap, small cap, recap.
All the caps, only small ones here though. A lot of movers so far this morning in small cap land. Here's just a few, guys. RETA, big mover to the upside on an FDA nod for rare disease drug. I was reading about this a little bit. It's their lead candidate. So anytime a company has like basically their big shot get an FDA approval, that's a big deal, obviously. This was $30, $31-ish yesterday, 84 today. Huge move for RETA. ONCS, another one moving around on this note this morning. They withdrew plans for an offering. So this doubles from $1 up to $2.50, more than doubles. LHDX, another one as well. This was a couple days ago, they got FDA approval for their COVID/regular flu test that you can buy at your local pharmacy now. OKYO clearance as well for an eye disease drug. This is dual listed. There's one over in London as well. So this is actually the London listing. So heads up on OKYO, guys.
So I'm going to be happy about this one. Every single time, Brendan, you do it, get a fill. 177 again on Meta. It's putting in higher lows. I think this can be a breakout trade at some point, but I don't like the break until we get through yesterday's highs, overhead resistance on a 77 break. So yesterday's top was 77.50. I don't like necessarily taking that break into that 50 level. So we'll continue the dip buy method, and then if it breaks 177.50, go back to it. This is the strong name in the market today. And if we're going to break back above 12,000, then Meta's going to, I was going to say carry us there, but it's not big enough cap anymore to do that. So it's definitely going to be the one leading, but it's not big enough cap to matter. But the trend is your friend on this.
You know, how are your caps and your teeth there?
So I looked it up on Urban Dictionary so that I could make sense of that one. Caps are fake and gold teeth are real. So I read the same thing, the screen cap from Urban Dictionary. So now it makes sense to me. As if
Urban Dictionary, the truth.
I'm keeping it real as all hell. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know everything that the youngins say. You know, it would be sus if I did.
Ooh, that's a good one. My kid tells me, he's like, oh, because we have the Oculus, he's like, I want to download the Among Us game. Because apparently Among Us, you can now, again, I have the wrong bottle here, you can walk around in those caves or whatever with an Oculus on. But that's, yeah, because everyone says you're sus in that game. So that's why that came through. All right, so here goes AMD, guys. Again, we just got some more outs. I mean, let's go, man. Ring the register on advanced micro devices right now today as that is continuing to go down. And guess what? Uh-oh, your boy did it right there. We're still on the Tesla bear, and there it is. We reshorted at 201 right there. Now we're bucking the money on that trade. So I feel like we could crack a lot lower now on, there it is, nice move on Tesla. Let's just take a piece out here in the 80s if we can get that. Push. Sounds like we're talking to my wife there in labor. Let's go. Here we go again. Nice move back down to the downside. That's $1. So now we got $1 in that one. We got AMD going on here. Let's go to the downside right now for Tesla. Nice move there. We just took $1.20 on the reloaded right there, and then plus AMD as well. Man, it's turning out to be a decent day after all. It's too bad that we had Meta long at 174 and magically lost on that trade. So that's just a disgusting one for me today. The only red name on the board for me today is going to be Meta, and it sucks because I lost more on this than I made on anything else. So not a great day there for me on this name, considering we only wanted the long. We talked about only long. I'm glad Neil has this one as Meta continues its climb higher. And honestly, man, if I wasn't short Tesla, I mean, I might just say screw this and just hit this long, breaking through 177 again. But for right now, it is what it is. We'll lie on some of the shorts that we have. Tesla just banging it out right now, bucking the money on this one. Let's go.
Oh my goodness, let's go. This has been a fun morning. If you don't like the market, and you at least hopefully like the show. I know down markets aren't as much fun, but the shorts are absolutely printing. I don't want to ignore it because Rivian's getting crushed, Tesla's getting crushed. Of course, Lucid is going to the downside as well. Like it bears mentioning, but this stock at $8, you can see 50 period, yada, 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 $8, big level, no question about it. If it double taps this, I think you can catch it. The same way I like 15 for a potential bounce on Rivian, I'd be looking for the same thing on Lucid. So Rivian actually holding 16, not even close. I think Lucid maybe has a better chance to get to its bottom at $8. So if we get $8, fantastic. I'm now looking for another dip buy again in Meta. At some point, this will stop working. But until it does, I want to buy the dips. And if it breaks that 177.50, I think the air is up there as a figure of speech. Novavax, interesting name, Novavax here. I keep taking more shares out at the low because it doesn't want to seem to break the low. So good short, not initially because I had it early in the pre-market, but I said I would stop out if it hit my stop and not re-enter until it failed at the open. It failed 7 at the open. We shorted it several times. It's still yet to break 660. So I'm still in this one south side. My last entry was underneath 7. I had some above 7, but the last entry we're still holding on to. If it doesn't break 660, I don't think I want to hold on to this too long because it's a short sell name, 39% short interest. This could go to the moon. If it never takes 660 all morning, there is going to be an explosive long on Novavax at some point today. If it doesn't ever break this low, the shorters will start taking some profits out on this one.
All right. Yeah, thanks for, it's funny because today we have AMC earnings. We have like a lot of different things happening, and we've kind of ignored them all, to be honest with you. You've looked at AMC a little bit there. AMC did break 7. I heard Neil say that, and I was like, what? All the way up to $7. So again, I was sort of waiting for these dip buys to come in. Maybe the dip buys now at 650. That is the low of the day. So something could come in there on that one. Holy crap. Man, this is a good one here again. AMD, bring the pain right down to the downside now for Advanced Micro, man. We are short this name at 79. And again, I actually did the math. I think it was Apple was my #1 stock over the last 2 months. AMD was up there, and Amazon. So those were my 3 top stocks last month. I actually did that work overnight there and found out. So, Amazon I think was #1, but AMD was sneakily in there as well. So that's why we go back over to AMD today and really hit that one pretty good on the short. Almost got stopped out. So let's just make sure we keep taking some profits. We just got a 65, so that's pretty good for me. But let's go over to Brendan now with happening now.
Just getting crude oil inventories for the week as well, guys. Smaller than expected drawdown there for crude. So it's not really moving, but just be aware. Crude oil inventories there, smaller than expected drawdown just coming through. As far as crypto is concerned, Chinese manufacturing data overnight improving possibly the risk risk appetite across the board for not only stocks but crypto markets. Maybe looking at a little bit of a bump because of that. It wasn't a huge move, but we go from 23,000 up to almost 24,000 at the top there before a little bit of a pullback. This is a daily chart, just FYI, for BTC. So still trying to bounce off of all of this from the end of January, beginning of February. Ethereum, much of the same, kind of stuck in the range. Green numbers for the most part on the 24-hour period here. 23,669, 1650 and change coming into play for Ethereum. Green numbers bottom end of the board as well, guys, for crypto today.
Yes, sir. And
Green numbers?
Which it's a little strange. But remember saying like Coinbase is actually holding up better than you'd think on a day like today, which is good for them. But we're just going to do a little bit more of this. It's weird to hit this one, but somebody says I forget his name, but he says something like there's a bull market everywhere. There's a stock.
Kramer.
Oh yeah, that guy. No, but there's a stock.
Your boy.
There's something strong in every single market. So today it's Meta, another bounce off VWAP there. 176.50. At some point, these are going to get more shallow. And why am I not shorting 177? I guess because I don't know.
See ya.
I don't know because the market's heading back into the downside, so I'm going to pay myself out with a tighter exit here. And if it breaks trend, getting out of Dodge, Intel is absolutely flushing.
Yeah,
and
so
Nvidia,
is Tesla.
If you can't get a pop, then short the bottoms.
What is this?
Nvidia's probably like look the gap fill on Nvidia here
You ain't
through
wrong on any of
230
that.
is honestly like it's rather large. That's all I'm going to say. So Intel's okay, but this one feels like it could be the one. I might just get anything close to 227 and then take my chances here. Because if we break this low, I have an Arun line in the chart that I guess I put it in the last time he talked about it, and we're bouncing off this right now. Sometimes I just leave him in there and see what happens. Well, it ends up being a bounce point. And it's weird because it meant nothing the other day, and I drew this a long time ago, but this level on the NASDAQ, 11.9. Oh, no, never mind. This is not an Arun level. Where is it?
Arun.
Dan Edmonds. Dan Edmonds. I wrote it down. Sean, it's right here on the goddamn iPad.
I believe you.
Dan Edmonds pivot point right here, right now on the NASDAQ. This dude called this one. Are you in the chat right now, Dan? I was like, yeah, we'll see what happens. He said it on Friday,
always in there,
and I drew that line in the chart. So
There he is, 11,960.
there it is, baby.
All right,
Dan
let's see,
Edmonds.
man. I mean, good call on that one because, yeah, it is bouncing a little bit. We took advantage of that, man. AMD came
it
down
was
to,
Arun.
yeah, great call, and that's why you want to draw those lines. We talked about that all the time, man. I mean, I talked about 12,000 being an obvious level, but there you go. Get more specific, draw down, and look at those levels. So AMD, we just got a nice
this
out
isn't
at
short,
53
That's
right
a
there, sitting in front of 50. So we're almost out of everything now for AMD. I'd say, well, we have 20% left. Trying doing better job holding. What flushed on that though, and we didn't do crap about it because now Tesla's all the way back up. Tesla just went to $199.50 there. Now it's at $200.50. And it's just like, that just bounced $1 pretty easily there off that exact level from you, Dan. So I got Dan, you need a job? I mean, come through, let me know, hit me up on Twitter. I'd love to have you come on the show, Dan, so you let me know if you want to do that. Tweet at me. I think we've had the conversations. Hit me up on my DM. We'll get you on the show if you do want to come on at any time after that kind of a call. 199.50 right now coming through. What's up, Gregory? Gregory in the building right there. Always nice to see that guy. It is, Greg. It is only money. Yesterday, come over here. Show everybody if you don't mind there. I like the shirt.
It's easy. You got to go. There you go.
It's only money.
You can show your face. You're allowed
No, he doesn't want to show face. Don't show face. I don't want the ladies to go crazy. No face showing, body only. But no, it's funny because yesterday I had on my bullish shirt. So I got home, I took off, and then my kid goes, bullish, eh, Dad? And I'm like, yeah, pretty bullish. But not today on this market and not for a long time, I don't think. But that's a nice bounce off right there. Tesla, we're still waiting for that 201.20 to break. It's okay that looks like we'll wind up losing on this trade because Tesla's getting bullish right now. Bullish AF, to be honest with you. Just right now bouncing off that 201. So this is my target to get out if this doesn't work. And then I'm just happy that we're able to cash out of our AMD down there. We told you we only had 20%. Then we got that 50 fill. So, we're down to about 15% as it's looking to break higher right now. Advanced Micro retracing backside. Great call by Dan, by the way. I mean,
it is. And
to hit that right on the nose.
Dan, you can also email marketing@tradertv.live. Same to you, Adam. We actually got away from that, the guest trader of the day thing, and
I just brought it back, baby.
We've been talking about that for a while now, and a few people have already asked about it. So we'll see if we can get that going. But I like the bounce on that level. But I'm still gonna play out in front of 177 on Meta just because of what it's been doing. It's finding resistance though. So even if the market bounces, you can definitely see a little something as resistance, and I think I should be getting out. Now, Novavax just bounced off the low again, but it's rejecting VWAP. So two things. One, put more shares at the low of the day because it keeps on bouncing off that level. Respect the fact that it wants to do it. And then 2, tighten up the stop. It's putting in lower highs here, but a breakout of VWAP, and this could go squeezing. I don't want this carrying above like 695 or so. I don't want to get squoze.
Yeah.
There you go. I don't want to get squoze. It happened early in the pre-market. Don't want it to happen again, so I'm going to get a stop in there. I just reloaded some intel, and I like it to the top. We'll see where it goes. But you know what that actually did? So by looking at that level, like the market was bouncing off it anyways, but by looking at that level and saying, okay, you could carry through more. I said, well, I've been wanting short in NVIDIA, but why short it at the bottom if the market's at a key support level? That's what you can do. You don't have to trade the futures. You can actually just use those levels, and if it's a big one, respect it. Now, if we get anywhere close to that 229 or VWAP, I know I like it up there. So let the strength in the market give you some wins on the good longs like a Meta, and then give you patience to get short on NVIDIA, which might now give us that 229.
Yeah, everything blasting right now off of those bottoms, man. We just got stopped out on AMD, which really got going. Yeah, AMD fine, but we tried it again at 79 right there, blasted to the upside. Also Tesla blasted to the upside. So everything is fine. We were able to get out of most of our things. That was just the last little reload. Really happy with that $200 break there on Tesla and on AMD. So it is really starting to go upside right now. Another name that's starting to go that I was like upset that I didn't get that short. I don't know how much more we're going to blast through this level, but I'm going to try a short right now in Apple. Oh, we just tried 41s. Maybe he'll come back up and give it to us right there. Like every penny matters here, man. Like for me anyways, like I don't want to, we'll take a 37 there. It's now got to go a little bit higher, see if we can get something in the mid 40s. So let's just short Apple right there. You're back up to VWAP. This has been a name that we wanted to get short today. So we are short now on this name, and we did get not blown out, but we did get taken out of AMD there for our last. So we got out at 10s like we said we would. So good thing we took 50 cents on that and then gave back about 15 on the last piece. But there goes AMD blasting to the upside. And we are still net short here on Apple. I believe we have Jeff Mendel coming from OTC Markets. I don't know if he's here yet, but I'm going to ask him a couple of questions as well about some of these names maybe coming down. Well, Brendan will, and there's some topics to come through with Jeff. But right now we are short Apple. Let's see if this goes back to like 146. That'll be a level that we'll look at right there to take a piece out on this one. There it goes. Okay, good. So now Apple's starting to come in a little bit. I'm going to bid near 146 to get a piece out, and then we'll work off that.
So I just got, well, 2 things. One, I'm getting a reload on Intel, but 16 is held over and over again on Rivian. I think this is a possible long. Now, I was really patient with NVIDIA. It's putting in a curl at 228. I like 228 earlier. I love 229. I know that for sure. What am I doing? I'm still on, I was still on Rivian there for you guys. Sorry. Talking about NVIDIA when being on Rivian. I've done that before. So I want this curl first, but I do like 229 better. So I'll acknowledge that. I do think this is a shorting opportunity on this pop, especially on a name like this, which is taken on a monster level. But if it cannot hold this consolidation, then I will just move on to the next one. It was a long. I didn't reverse it the first time, but at least we're able to get out. The money fills were beneath 229. That's why I like the short 229 to 230. But for now, we're taking this consolidation as we go to Brennan and see the big board.
Yeah, mixed one to show you so far this morning, guys. We are red on the overall S&P 500, but there are some positive spots. I'll show you here. 0.20 for the overall market right now. This is the energy group. Popped up, was way down in the corner here initially today, but popped up back to the upside. Crude oil trying to hold these levels, but again, a smaller than expected drawdown, which typically sends price lower. Not right now, but energy names higher on the day overall. First Solar, 12.8% to the upside coming off energy. All the clean energy names having off earnings, I should say. This is all-time highs, as I mentioned, for FSLR, almost 13%. Enphase, SEDG, 3%. Intel as well, having a nice day, 2.5%. So semiconductors specifically in the tech group stronger than the rest. Software and hardware names downside. Up here, retail names under pressure, including Lowe's. 4.7 coming off earnings. Dollar Tree, DLTR there, 3.3% higher off a beat. Etsy, AAP downside as well. So depending on where you look, there is a little bit of strength coming through. Material stocks as well, consumer staples and financials and utilities offsetting all of that and then some. So overall, pretty flat day, guys. We are down right now, 0.12 for the S&P.
All right.
Here comes the market.
Yeah, everyone's day just got better with Mr. Mendel walking in the building right there. So we'll see what he has to say coming up very shortly about the OTC markets. If you have any questions at all, ask us and we'll ask Jeff all about that. All right, so we got stopped on Coinbase, but we got right back into it. This was a name again that I like the short here in Coinbase, but doesn't mean that just because I like it that it's going to work, especially not on a day like today. I'm bidding right there to see if we can get something out in the low 30s on Coinbase. Looks like it's going to need to try to go a little bit lower. We're short at 50 on this name. We were only going to give it to 70. So, the fact that we can take 20 cents on this pretty quickly, I'd like to do that. We got stopped out on our Apple. There we go. Now Coinbase coming back in a little bit. We got stopped out on our Apple short, but we're right back into it right now, looking to take a little bit of profit if this market does come down. There's one quick out there on Coinbase, but again, we shorted it. We take it out at 50. We got right back into it right now on Coinbase, and basically the exact same trade happening for me here on Apple, where we went short and now back into it. So let's just see if this continues to work, man. Stopped out of our Tesla. That was a great move up right off that 1960. The problem is it was already there. Then here, I'll screw this futures back up. It came back once, bounced, hit it again, bounced hard that second time. So let's see now if we retest that 1960, but you're back over 12,000. That's bullish to me if we're back up there. But there goes Coinbase. Get some more out, man, in the 20s if we can.
Yeah, so a couple of things here very quickly before we get Jeff coming through. Meta does break yesterday's high, so super strong name. This one just...
Congratulations!
Yeah.
It's a moonshot. It had the news behind it. The TikTok ban is only good. Well, I shouldn't say only good for them. It's definitely good for them. Probably Snapchat as well, and a couple of other names. But I wanted to see that break of 50, 177.50. It's here now. We were buying dips earlier. Now we're taking a clean break of the top. Just to remind everybody where this can go. This stock was testing $200 not too long ago, and this last level here on the 15 minutes is going to be 181. So if the market actually carries through to green today, 181 makes sense for me on Meta. So I'm looking for the trend to hold above 177. This break at 50, I think I give it back to that 77 level. That's what makes sense about that, not taking the 77 break, but waiting for that 50s. And NVIDIA, where are you, NVIDIA? There we go. So NVIDIA pops back in. Now, I want to keep in mind here the gap fill potential of NVIDIA to the downside. So I like this short. It's not that I want to give back what the longs made today, but beneath that 229 makes a lot of sense. I have shorted a couple of times here. I'll short the next pop into 229 as well. Just want the rollover at NVIDIA. I like that you're on Coinbase.
Yes, sir.
But I have to go back just to update a position because this LHDX, I did hold on to the last 10%, which sometimes you do it. I don't like the fact that I did. I paid out here at 36. I thought we were getting to 150 for that last out, and I'd hold for an up-down break. It never happened. It only flushed back in. I did not like the reload, but now it's going to try to break this 117. That's the pre-market high for the breakout, and once it clears through here, I am now out. There it is. That was actually pretty quick. So I'm now out of LHDX. I call that like bag holding. Like you're holding on to it when you've only got a little piece left for that home run, but then you give it all the way back, which isn't necessary. And you should never just be like, whatever, it's not many shares, I don't care. You should always treat it as if it was a full position. Doesn't matter, man. Market don't care what price you got. Market doesn't care how much size he has. The market only cares where it wants to go.
True say. Yeah, man. I mean, those are good words right there. I mean, you got to trade your own book. I mean, and that's the number one thing about all of this, right? Regardless of how many shares we're using, you're using. I mean, you got to have the winning trades, and you got to have confidence in what you're doing. And so right now, 64.50 here for Coinbase. Let's see if that can come in. We got a great short on for Coinbase right now, so I'm pretty happy with how Coinbase is based out for us right there on that short. It's a nice profitable trade for us. Apple is having a problem right here at VWAP. It hasn't really broke 50 yet, so that's going to be a problem for us. We've gotten some good outs on this. We're making some money on it, but it's not going to make a lot. This is going to come out if we take 80. That little top right there is 80, so we're going to get out of that one if it does go back to the upside. That's Coinbase. Sorry, that's Apple, of course, which it looks like it wants to. Good thing we cleaned out, man. We only have 30% of Coinbase left. Let's see if that one wants to continue to make some moves to the downside, but it's Coinbase right now, and it's Apple, the only two positions that I have. And honestly, just waiting for Apple to break. I do have some more bids here at 51. Come on. Maybe, you know what? Let's just get it. Let me get a 55 there if we can. All right, so now we're in on this name. We're in on Coinbase. Let's see if we can make this move. No, well, we're not going to make it move there, but Apple down to 55. Yes, good fill right there. All right, so far so good here on some of these late fills coming through to the market.
Yes, sir. And the market is starting to come back in. Intel and NVIDIA is starting to come back into the downside. Those are looking good. But I got a long, obviously, in Meta. I want 177. If it can hold there, great. If it can't, I think it's just going to be the V-turn in the market once again. So I have NVIDIA short. I got Intel short. I'm going to get some out if we get back down to 227.50. The money fills never really came in at 229, unfortunately. But that just means it's probably headed back into the low of the day. We'll see what happens with that. Just to check back in on Rivian, I was like, okay, let's go bouncing off 16 again. There was nothing there. It chewed through it. This stock has no bid today. It's insane. So maybe it is going to go down to that 15 even. This stock is sheesh. That's all you can say about it. Sheesh. What the heck is going on in Rivian? No bids on Rivian, and I probably won't do it unless I see 15 bucks. That's the level. Wait for it. Either happens or it doesn't. If I can get VWAP again, I'll go for it on Intel, and the next time I will not be greedy beneath there. But it is time. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Jeffrey Mendel is at the desk with Brennan.
Head of broker-dealer sales at OTC Markets. Jeff Mendel back in the building. Always good to see you.
Brendan, great to see you as well.
Welcome back to, it's kind of slushy, Toronto. I was going to say snowy, but apparently we're getting a whole bunch more on Friday. You were saying the same about New York?
New York, our big snowfall there, barely 3 inches.
So, and the city shuts down. Yeah,
exactly, the city shut down.
It sounds familiar. A busy day. Let's talk about a few things here. Before we do, I just wanted to mention, guys, there was a note on Starbucks in regards to Howard Schultz being subpoenaed. So a heads up on Starbucks. But let's talk about China. Speaking of China, Starbucks is huge in China. Manufacturing data overnight comes out way better than expected. So all of China's markets, like the actual listings in China, were higher overnight. That had ADRs not only in Europe, but in North America to the upside. Tell us a little bit about how we can get exposure to some of these on OTC.
Great question. And so I don't know if you guys can share my screen here, but we'll bring up the OTC Markets website. We'll go to, so at the home page, we'll go to market activity, then we'll go to current market. I'll scroll down here where you can kind of see everything. Yep. But, so I'm going to sort by the number of trades that have done today. And what do you know? Look, we have Tencent, TCEH, DD, DID, DIDIY, and Luckin Coffee all at the top, right? So, a lot of action going on in those names. I mean, you look at Tencent, it's up 5%, DD and Luckin, both up 2%. Then I also want to go down here to BYD, or BYDDY, up 5%. And so, kind of like what you were seeing, over in Europe too as well. We have a lot of Chinese names that are very active today in trading, all up as well too. So if you're still looking to trade some of the volatility over there, great place to come and do it. And like I said, you can come and check out our current market page right here at OTC Markets.
I know we've had a few questions on that website. It shows the different types of listings on OTC. Maybe just take a second and explain the difference between what you see there.
So, at OTC Markets, we kind of like to highlight what tier the security is in, right? And so it starts off with our QX, which we have a couple names that are on the active trading list today. QX is our premier marketplace. It kind of highlights, that these securities fit certain criteria of a standard to meet that. Then it goes down to QB. And then from there, we have different tiers in pink. So you can kind of see that all right here, on the left side, right under the symbol. If we expand it out a little bit more, you can scroll down. We also have, signs on securities where if they don't have all of their current information in there as well, too. Right, and so as you scroll down that list, it's something to keep an eye on as well too. But it's a great tool, right? The website and coming here, and I always like to sort by the number of trades because that shows activity, right? Right. It's not just big print going off here and there with a lot of volume. Yeah. It's the actual trading that's going on, and that's what we care about here.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but do we know if that gets updated pre-market?
So it's on a delayed basis, but yes, it starts in the pre-market. And also, we send traders that actively monitor. We send a list out to the guys as well, the people who are at Day Trade the World.
Right. Great resource, guys. In the pre-market, especially, first thing in the morning when you sit down, you can check, a ton of ADRs even from Europe listed on OTC. So you can sit down, check the most active, the most that are moving in the pre-market as well, which kind of gives you an indication of maybe where the day overall is going to go. We should probably mention GBTC, some of the grayscale products we saw there on that list as well. Obviously an opportunity on a daily basis.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it all the time, the grayscale names, GBTC and ETHE are up on that list as well today. Great names to scalp around, especially when there's movement in Bitcoin. I mean, a great way to tell, pre-market indicator is if the price of Bitcoin or Ethereum moved overnight, where you can go and catch some volatility in your trading account, in your equities trading account, right in these names. And so, another thing that you can do too is, even if you're not using our website, you can just pull up and see the prints going off in these names because, a lot of your trading systems, you'll be able to see it right there, pre-market volume and going into the open as well too.
Brand new month, obviously, first day of March here. How was February overall as far as trading volumes across the board?
I think we saw a lot. China has been a play for us. A lot of the names that you see at the top today have been at the top all month. Just a ton of volume in DIY. I mean, at the $3 to $4 price range too. It kind of benefits from that. Also, Luckin, just kind of on a slow rise. Up as well too, from a couple years ago at 3 going up to 30. It's still a lot of activity in there as well too. So that's really kind of what we saw, I think, in February were those names.
Still a ton of. I mean, it's worthwhile, guys, to get familiar with this marketplace and get familiar with some of the names that trade on this marketplace. I mean, still a lot of speculation surrounding Bed Bath & Beyond, whether or not it will end up on the OTC at some point. We're going to jump over to, I apologize, Fahad, to put you on the spot, but I know Sean wanted to ask a few questions.
Hey, what's up, Jeff? How's it going, my guy there? Congratulations on your new position, man. Big things happening over there for you at OTC Market. So big congratulations, and thank you for continuing to support the show. So I just wanted to talk about one name, and you've come on the show and talked about this before, so I'm not going to put you on the spot too much here, but how does, and just for other people, because I always get questions about this and stocks moving down, and I think right now there's a concern that Bed Bath & Beyond only being $1.50 might come back into the pink sheets or the OTC markets. How does that work? And I know you've gone over it, so we don't need to have like a higher level, but does that stock need to get below $1 before you guys get wind of this? Or how does that all work? Because there's a lot of traders that don't really want to hold on to stock if that's what's going to happen. But can you comment on maybe when the OTC markets gets wind of a possible change like this?
So I mean, it doesn't really depend on the price as much, and it's more of a process of how the regulatory bodies work. And so Bed Bath & Beyond coming off of an exchange is an SRO. It's a self-regulatory organization, right? So when the exchange and Bed Bath & Beyond decide to go through that corporate action, they notify the regulators, and then there's a notice that goes out. And then typically what happens then is FINRA picks that up, and then FINRA assigns a new name or a new ticker, a new symbol for that security. And then we get the notice same time as the public does. It goes out on FINRA's website. Then once we see that, we add it to our system for trading. And then the next day when it begins trading over the counter, it's hopefully a seamless transition, and people are able to continue trading their shares of well, in this case, Bed Bath & Beyond.
Always good to understand the process and understand how things such as this work. And then the next step is Jeff sends it to us in an email and says, "Here, trade this today." Jeff Mendel is head of broker dealer sales over at OTC. Always good to see you.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Sean.
Yes, sir. As always, thank you, Jeff. it's always good to learn in this. Trading's always learning. Life is always learning.
Yes,
so
sir.
understanding markets, understanding structure. You can't control what the market is going to do, but you can control the amount of information that you have to be able to make decisions. So that's what it's all about. Just a couple of things here. NVIDIA, another leg out here, 227.5 or so, just out in front of that 227 as it continues to flush into the downside. But Meta, obviously the long in Meta, hit enter twice.
Look at Coinbase.
That started to come back in. If we see VWAP, I don't want to hold it all the way to VWAP. It has to hold here. Otherwise, I think we're going back to dip buying it off of VWAP. So it's holding the breakout, at least for now, at 177. I took the break of the high of yesterday. It's been a strong stock, and if the market can hold up, I feel like it can do well. But short the chip names, man. We're about $1.50 in the money on NVIDIA, and then Intel going down. And checks notes, Rivian still beneath that low of the day there. So I'm now out of Meta. It's only shorts that are on. Even Meta has finally come out. So it's been the best long I've found today outside of LHDX. But the short is in today, guys. The short's in.
Ooh. Yeah, Sean, checks notes, still hates Coinbase. Coinbase right now, $1.20. Now in the money for Coinbase and still going to the downside right there. There goes Coinbase. We shorted right here off the 200. We did get stopped out temporarily, but now Coinbase rocketing up my board right now. Another name rocketing up the board here. Let's just put a bid, see if we get it. We just did right there at 46. Is Apple, the apple of my eye right now, as that is shortable there at 146.70 again. We were short, got stopped out, talked about that level, got a little bit too, maybe we got out too fast there for like a 20-cent hit. We gave it a little bit more room, and now here comes Apple back down to that downside. So yeehaw as we go, man. Good move to the downside right now. Come on, Apple. Let's see, where is our next target? I mean, we have we have the 50 period here at 36. Let's put something. How many shares do I have? Okay, I have enough. All right, so let's put a bid down here in the 30s, see if we can fill that. And then the next step after that, honestly, guys, let's just try a 146. Maybe this market does continue. Wow, Coinbase, I don't know what's going on here. This is a big time flush right now in Coinbase. We can quickly look here at BTC here to see if anything's going on with Bitcoin. As let me just move this over here to see. Nothing really happening with BTC right now, but it is Coinbase that's getting taken out right now, as the market is as well. I mean, that's really what the downside move is, but there's Coinbase, well spotted right there. And then to the downside again, we just got to fill, as we just said we would look for that fill right there, 146.36. Look at that, good fill, as now it just pops right back up to the upside. Man, Neil, we love these markets, and they're pretty violent right now, although let's see what happens. We were down 1%. The NASDAQ's made back half of that play off of that great call of 11,960.
Yeah, it was a great call, that level, Dan. Shout out to you. A couple of things I want to get to here. Momo asked about Ford for a long potential. I'm just going to point this one out for Ford. Ford is strong today, 3% to the upside. It's at the 50 period on the daily. If anything, it just rejected a break of the 50 period on the daily on a trend down. That feels like you could be pulling back into VWAP, so that's my 2 cents there. And then thank you for the super chat here. You get it right. LJD, ONCS, looking like a nice setup for a scalp to 230. I haven't looked at it. It's another one of those small caps, so don't mind, but just keep in mind, only ever looking at the chart and sort of giving an opinion based on where it's been moving, and it has already given a pretty deep pullback and a rejection of a breakup. This is a breakout rejection, and just going to the higher time frame here, $2 looks like it's obvious support, but when I see that kind of a fade, $2 doesn't hold, monster gap to be filled in. All of your risk is $2 not holding this afternoon. Otherwise, there could be some scalp trades in there, like you said, to that 230 range. Just understand, yes, you can get like 10% in there, but if it breaks this level, you can be like halted down or something, and at like $1.60 rather quickly. So just be careful with the risk to reward. I understand why you're asking about it, and it's done 50 million in volume, so that holds up as well. Wow, it's already 11 o'clock.
Look at Apple.
This market is flushing. The shorts are good. We're back beneath 12,000. The Scalp Demon and the Professor are locked and loaded and ready. It's been fun. We'll be back at 2. But go get them, boys.
Yes, extra.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all the beautiful people out there? I'm Sharif, that's Luca. This is the Midday Show, baby. What a day it's been on these markets. Up and down, up and down. Okay, so let's just get right to it. The trades that I've had today are they're simple. They're on the 2 strongest names that I feel big cappers today. No small cappers. Not yet anyway, guys. We'll talk about Google. We'll talk about Meta. So you got Meta up 0.95. You got Google, well, it was up like 0.4. Now it's up 0.2. But they were both relatively strong today. And this is what I saw. I saw a bit of a double bottom here develop on Google. I saw the market come down to a key level in 39.50. I said, look, great. There's some confluence between the big techer and the future. Let's go long. But I didn't preempt it. I didn't front run it, I should say. I want to get in at 90, but I said, look, wait for the break of the peak here on the double bottom, which was that 90.20 area. I punched in 90.24. Scalping all the way up into the 90.80s. Did I say 9? Sorry, 90.80s, guys. And then scalping all the way down, not letting the profits run against me. As it stair-stepped down, I started scalping out till the very last piece, which was exactly my entry point. So none of this trade is negative whatsoever. I like it. It looks like a Christmas tree. It looks like I decorated the Christmas tree with red ornaments there. So I like that look. I'll take it. The one on Meta was simple. It was a flat top breakout. How many times did we test this 177? Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. 5th time's a charm. Luckily for me, that's when I took it. 5th time. 177 long. Where did I get in? I got it before 177. I got like 98s or something. Scalping all the way up into that 177.88 area where we got out. And then basically I held a little piece for the dream, but it retraced to my entry. So like I did on Google, out at the entry point, no part of the trade goes against me. I was very happy with both of these trades. You know, sized in accordingly, of course, but lots of sharage there. Is that a word, sharage? Yeah, to scalp, taking a playbook out of the guy to my left and the guy to my right, who also paints the Christmas tree much similar to this. Yeah, so pretty happy with that. And yeah, well, some small cappers on watch. We'll maybe talk about them after we hear from Mr. Luca.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody having a great day, enjoying the show. And guys, come on, 1.5K likes. I know on the morning show they don't have time to ask. You know, we have the animations, but if you haven't already, hit the like button. If you like the Raptors, hit the like button. And if you like the show, like the video.
Sorry.
And subscribe.
Next.
And don't forget to subscribe. We appreciate it so much. 6.6K watching. Yeah, man, Ponzi Fonzie. Let's get this bread. As always, I will share a couple of trades, but first and foremost, I am short Neo in front of 9. Holding this, I battled it. I'll share my trades there in a second. I'm looking at the market right now, and I know Lone was mentioning the 39.50 in the chat. Lone, from yesterday, man, the 4,000 short, I let that go prematurely, but I was hoping going into the end of the day that you held that, because that was an absolute banger. Remember 4K, you know, dancing around, doing its best to just stop everybody out, kill those implied volatilities. We were chatting about it. And then this market just all the way into the close. Look at this move into the close. Like, that was pretty wild. And then 39.60, 39.50 kind of bottoming out there on the ES. So again, guys, we're now below, and 39.50 is that demand zone. We're flushing back into that area. I'm going to use SPY as a proxy. I'm bidding just in front of that, looking for a dip, create a higher low, and then bounce back. It'll be a scalp trade for myself. That's what I'm looking at next. But yeah, I'll share a couple of my trades. Today was a day that today was what could have been for myself. I had some Tesla trades. I had the 200 break to the downside. This was more of a discretionary. Came at the last second. Shout out to Sean for calling 200 coming in real quick. Took the 200 break, covered the majority of it. Seen the setup before. We already started the day at 207, and I just really think that the 207 into 209 short was the money fills. Obviously didn't get there. Didn't get my 208.50 short. You know, first leg down, second leg down. When you're shorting the bottom like this at a key level, man, it's gotta be a scalp, right? You can't. I mean, you could do whatever, but you can't short 200 going for like 192 when it came from 208, unless it's like an absolute, like, you know, crush day, right? So taking that first initial scalp trade pretty clean, holding some in case we go, but covering the majority, as you can see, and then adding back, and then covering again, holding, and then as we move up, I sort of scaled into another short thinking, you know, let me be discretionary on this, but I don't want to get too convicted. It was, again, 1020. If we're above 200, a lot of people that short here are squeezed. They're going to try to cover, so it's not going to go back down. So basically covering, then trying it again, and then basically telling myself, look, listen, I hit the trade, up on the trade. Nothing spectacular, but definitely nothing to complain about on that side of things. I didn't really trade coin, even though it's on my blotter. It was just kind of like an update for myself. Tried like one little scalp there. Nvidia, I lost on this trade, but this was something that I'm okay to lose on. So again, everybody knows they did the 10 billion offering. Anytime a company does an offering, you're going to get that dilution that comes through with large caps. What I look at least is I say to myself, well, it is diluting the shares, but at the same time, if they can use that money and invest it and get a higher rate of return relative to the external rate of return, and you do the math, you say to yourself, look, it's not actually that bad. It's not huge dilution, right? So if it's a small cap, dumping a shelf, that's a different story. With Nvidia, I'm basically watching. We were at below 228 right off the morning. And, we kind of bounced back, and 230 was the level that we were cycled over and over again. For anybody tuning in for the first time ever, this is the Nvidia levels, right? This is kind of the high, the low. So 230 was that level. So essentially going into today, seeing Nvidia above 230, I essentially take the long at VWAP, let it go down. Don't add to it in front of 230 because I was managing my Neo trade. Bounce back, like take the win, little scalp trade. But essentially trying to get the long in and around 954, wary of the fact that we're getting a number at 10 o'clock, so I don't really want to hold something too far against me in case it does do that. So essentially, as you can see, playing off the 230, 229.50 area, line is right here. We break down, I sell it, and this thing just doesn't look back. We're now at 226. So Stonk's fun saying Nvidia going to 200 by Friday. I mean, if this market breaks 39.50, man, hold on to your shorts. But market coming down really fast, so I'm assuming I'm going to get that SPY fill very quickly. But again, very proud with how I managed it. I lost on the trade, but essentially looks good. Covering and then just flushing down to the downside. Sometimes you're not going to win, but when you lose like that, man, you got to keep your chin up in the game because that could have been a lot worse if I didn't put that stop in place. So yeah, definitely super clean there. I'll share a few other of my trades. I'll get to AMD and Neo in a second, but I'm sure Sharif's got something going.
Yeah, no, not quite yet, Luca. But having a look at Rivian here, I'm not sold on the trade, but what I'm seeing is a bit of a curling action. Spotted it on my side chart here. I said, okay, look, we made a big move down. Looks like we bottomed out 16-ish, 1591. You get it, the general area, and we're curling. But I'm not convinced. It's a very low conviction trade. I'm going against the trend, so I need to see a lot more than I typically would if I was going with the trend. At least that's how I reason. So I'm looking for a first green candle to make a new high above this one here on the 3-minute chart. That's going to be 618. So I'm looking for a 619 print. Let's see what 16 does. Do we defend 16? Do we hang out above it, or is it just some next level on the way down? Then obviously the profit target, you got to say a VWAP retracement in this scenario, which currently is at 1658. So that would give me, 30 pennies of movement. I would give this one probably 10 pennies of risk. We would definitely need to stay above 1605-ish. You don't want to see that retracement, that retest of 16. It's just not a good risk-reward scenario there. So that's what I'm going to do on that one. Nothing really too complicated on that. How come I can't move these? There we go. Nothing too complicated on that. With respect to the other trades that I had earlier, nothing really developing on those. Google looks like it's breaking down more than Meta, at least for the moment, coming down to some key levels in 89.90, I want to say. The market is at a very critical level. By market, I'm talking about the ES March contract here. Right back down to 39.50, hanging out. We're below it technically. The low of day, 39.48.5. Let's look at the ES here because we're at a really important inflection point. I mean, I personally don't really care if it breaks it by 0.2 or 3, so long as we hang out in the vicinity and you kind of see that renewed buying come in at some point to show, yes, this is a critical level. Otherwise, I mean, it means bupkis, right? Having a look here, let's look at the 4-hour. How come I can't find the 4-hour here? There we go, 4-hour. Okay, Sean's in Apple that, and he's smashing the bank, so we're gonna hit that from my guy. Oh, I hit it for you there. Hey, there you go. All right, so we're at a critical level here. This is the low that we encountered on the 24th, right? This is the area that we had found support initially. Prior to that, the support had been lying at that 39.75 to, I want to say, 39.60-ish area, which was as a result of the price action back January 25th. Now, we're at an inflection point because now we're at the lows of February 24th. So do we double bottom here, or not really double bottom, but do we find support here and then maybe retrace? If you're a mean reversion trader, you're looking at maybe a 39.71, 39.75 mean reversion based upon where the high end of this range is. So that's the way I see it. But looks like the market's got other ideas for now. 39.46 to the downside is the March ES contract, taking with it some of these big cappers, i.e. Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, not really Tesla and Meta though. So that's a perfect segue into my friend Meta. And my friend Meta is hanging around VWAP. In fact, it just bounced off at 176.17 was VWAP, and then we've got our first 3-minute green candle here bouncing back in to 176.60. So looks good. Let's see if VWAP is respected here. It was prior to that. Let's bring in the side chart real quick here. Here's Meta top left. You get a retest of Meta here around that 10 o'clock area. A lot of action here. Look how large these candles are. No discernible pattern, but VWAP is respected nonetheless at that area. Is it respected this time around? Yeah, I've made my money on it, so I'll really need to see something here. If anything, I may scale into it, like initially take like a quarter position, a 20% position, and then add as you get in the money. So not really looking to rush into anything at the moment. Maria saying Amazon broke the low. Yeah, Amazon is continuing to print lower lows. 91.97, that's the low on Amazon right now. Xanto saying BBBY to the moon. Haven't had a look at my friend Ben Bath & Beyond today. What's it up to? We're hanging out, it bounced off 40, popped into 156. I wouldn't say to the moon, but if you made money, couldn't be happy for you. Couldn't be happier for you. Market's continuing to print south, Luca.
Yeah, guys, market's going down, so I'm essentially, like I mentioned, getting long on the market using SPY as a proxy. Right now, I'm in the process of just building positions, so with Tesla, I also have a long going. This one I might let go. We'll see how this one reacts. So Tesla, I'm essentially playing off of the 200 level in the chop area. It's going to be a scalp trade. I just feel like we're gonna bounce in and around 200 and 250 before we actually make a decision on where we're going to go. So for me, it's get as close to the 200 as possible for the long, and then anybody that's trying to short on this failed break will give that kind of pop of 50 cents back to the upside. With the market, as you guys can see, I'm basically long cover, long. I am essentially willing to long this all the way down, assuming that we hold that like 39.50 to 39.45, which is essentially where we just dipped down on this market. So I'll show you guys this very quickly. 39.46-ish area is where we dipped down to. So yeah, playing off of this level, scaling into my trades, going to try to recycle the area over and over again. And if they work out, then maybe hold a piece on some of this. But again, yeah, NEO is the one that I'm nursing. I think NEO is going to eventually go down. It doesn't want to go up. But yeah, we're going to see where it wants to go here. And yeah, continue to build and recycle over and over again. Eventually, we're going to get a move and decision. The same way the market sold off over here the first time, went sideways, bounced a little bit, then had the move up. Maybe we get that kind of sideways action, then bounce and go. Sorry?
The TV. I thought that was very apropos.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
show that TV over there.
If that's not for you, I mean, who is it for?
No, okay.
He's such a bully. He's always bullying everybody.
All right, guys, just quickly. So I covered my Tesla trade, so hit the bang on that one, baby. That was a nice little scalp. Again, guys, when I'm looking at these trades, especially at this point in time, I don't have a directional bias on Tesla. When I'm watching this, I'm just like, hey, it's at 200. I think we're going to go lower. Like, I think eventually, this is like we're down 2.6%. We sold off. We're getting back. We didn't break VWAP, so we already got the VWAP test, and now we're sort of looking like we might go lower. But at the same time, I know Tesla's going to do a good job of stopping everybody out. So for myself, anybody that's shorting here, I want the long for them to get stopped out if we pop, and then I take the offsetting fill there. It's just going to probably spend a little bit of time here. So I will try to recycle some areas when I see them and just kind of stick to the good trades. But again, maybe you guys have different opinions on how you kind of trades and you look at bigger levels. Again, I don't look at the bigger levels and go for intraday swings. If you're tuning in for the first time, yeah, man, I scalp, man. I scalp. I look for multiple trades. take a lot of different fills and just basically recycle, right? So, for example, I'm watching these positions. If they move against me, it's not a big deal because I'm willing to add more. When they pop back, I'm trying to get out. So essentially, yeah, I would watch this this kind of 39.45-ish to 39.50 area on the yes. 39.50 was the first kind of bounce area. Now we're breaking and maybe we sell off, right? And if we do sell off, if shorts are good, then I'll dump the SPY long and Neo hopefully follows the market. I mean, I've been waiting for Neo to follow the market to the downside all day and it just hasn't been going to the downside. Someone's saying, my bad, Luke, I forgot you are scalping. Yeah, I just update, right? So like, for example, people are always wondering like, oh, like you're long, the market's going down. It's like, yeah, but I'm like long. And like, if we go to here, like I'm out, you know what I mean? So I'm playing this like bounce scalp like area. Like even on like Tesla, it's like, I'm not holding this if it goes against me. And I would have been stopped out if this happened right there, but it just gave the feel that it wanted to like dip and then quickly pop back. So I'll take the money when I see it. And basically move on and move forward. I'll share a few other trades that I had. So I traded AMD today. I sort of butchered this trade. Wasn't my kind of proudest moment, I would say. It just didn't give a look that I was looking for. I thought I shorted it once, I added to it. We dipped down, I thought we'd be good. Then we popped and I added again. And then we kept ripping, so I was like, hey, let me do like an over under 80. I'll stop myself out and then add it back if we go back down. And essentially I stopped myself out, and that was a great stop out because we ran all the way to 80.30 and everything was moving to the upside, NVIDIA was moving to the upside. When we did dip back down, I added it back, but it was just like one of those, bounce and then pop. So I was like, okay, I'm worried here. Like maybe this can go and break and trigger even more stops. Then I let it go, but I shouldn't have let it go. What I should have done in the situation is said to myself, okay, even though I wanted 80.20 as the hard stop, because it broke that, I sort of let the idea go, but essentially it never went above 80.30 after that move. So I had ample opportunity to short it here, I didn't, and then we went all the way to my target of like 79. So 79, again, 200 period moving average on NVIDIA or on AMD. That's the level that I'm kind of watching over and over again. I like the shorts into 80. I like the longs into 76.50, 77 area. We're not around there right now, and we're at the pre-market lows, which kind of is enticing me to get long here. But at the same time, because it's so far away from 77, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to chill. Right. This market, yeah, like every time. I don't necessarily believe that we're going to continue to sell off right now. And I just feel like I'm positioned so perfectly that if we do, I just off it for the loss. But if we go back up, I'll have some of the position to hold, because the range on this, like we obviously went all the way down, we went all the way back up, we went all the way back down. Who's to say that we can't go all the way back up to like a 395? So I think if this area holds, we're definitely going to go back to 395. So I don't want to speak in certainties, but it just gives me that feel that it did it once. It could probably do it again. So I'm gonna take that one, yeah, Lo, and I see you saying I'm with you on that one. I mean, the 4K money was short. Again, I don't know if you answered me saying if you held that or not. But yeah, long here. So let's hope the long is not wrong and we just kind of moon to the upside on that one.
All right, so Rivian is doing an interesting little dance here, so it's worth looking at a little more thoroughly. So on the daily chart, a level that really glares right at you is that 15.28. So essentially 15.25. That's the level we're looking at because we just bottomed out here at 15.83. So we're not that far away from it. We started off the day, guys, at 18.05. So if we get anywhere near 15.25, you got to even say maybe 15.40. In that area, I would call that a buy zone. I'm going to start looking for longs of Rivian there. Now, initially, I looked for a long on a couple of new 1-minute candles to make a new high. And what we had was a 50-period retracement and then a rejection off it. So still showing a very clear bearish indication, rejecting off key levels. The 50 period is one that we, how often do we see retracements on the 50 into the 50 period on the 1-minute chart, especially with really trending stocks. It's a repetitive thing that I notice anyway. So with respect to Rivian, I'm not going to make a move on it until a key level comes into play. That key level for me is going to be around 15.25-ish area. The one that I'm now looking at more thoroughly for a long, but the market's not really giving me encouragement. The market, I'm talking about the ES here, is Meta. Now we're holding VWAP quite nicely. 176.20 is VWAP. So around right here. So right now on this chart it's showing you 12, but it's actually 20-ish. Held nice, couple of green 1 minute candles here, not really breaking out of the zone, not above the 50 period. The 50 period would be 176.65, 64-ish area, but showing you relative strength. But what concerns me and what's making me hesitate from punching long and being confident that we'll get a VWAP bounce is the continued trend on the market here to make lower lows and to print a newer lower of day, just as it did right now. So we've still got a decided downtrend, and yes, Meta can be secular. It's got its own very specific tailwind in TikTok regulations, this and that. You guys know the deets on that, but it still concerns me to go against the market, and especially with this big capper. And now, look, it's continuing to pump to the north side, right? It's showing strength. The market finding a little bit of support around 43s, now pumping back into 47s. Meta skyrocketing, making me feel like I absolutely, missed this trade. I could have been in at 20s on the dip and, scalped out. I hesitated as a result of the market, and as a result, I didn't reap the reward. But, the idea is there. Looks like it panned out for the moment. Let's see if we get another retracement. Maybe we retest VWAP a couple of times and I get another opportunity. So keeping my eye on that. Amazon to the upside, someone saying, Andrew Stokes. Yeah, everything's kind of retracing as the market finds, the first green 3-minute candle in a while. Some interesting levels coming into Google here. It looks like we're coming back into a key area of support. A lot of price action through this particular area on Google today. Let's have a look here. I want to say this 89, 90. It's more like, I don't want to say it's 90 because obviously the price action is a lot below. I want to say 89, 90 has been a real interesting area of support here, and that goes back to the close yesterday. So it looks like we closed in and around that area here right after 4 o'clock. A lot of price action. So maybe at some inflection points here, Luca, but I don't feel like jumping into anything real quick. Actually, I think it is a good opportunity to have a look at the Michael Noss VWAP retracer here. So if you haven't seen this before, essentially what it is it constantly scans the market for a rally into VWAP or a pullback into VWAP. And it'll continually update, where the position is, and it'll choose the right stocks for you. And so you got to go through them, see if this is the kind of setup you're looking for. I don't typically like the rally to VWAP because it shows that it's coming from a bearish position. I typically like the pullback into VWAP, and especially on names that are gapping up quite aggressively. It's showing me ESMT. This is kind of poopy. Not going to really like that. CLVT, no go either with that. Neither is go. DLTR. Definitely not the setup I'm looking for. And then sometimes it repeats, SPRT. So nothing at the moment with this one, but as the day goes on and as we get some of these big movers retracing in a VWAP, I'm going to be looking at this one. In fact, I think ISEE, I'm seeing a nice little move on that here real quick. Before I send it back to Luca, have a look at this. This is an interesting VWAP retracement. This is the 5-minute chart. Let's have a look at the 1 minute and see what it's looking like. Yeah, so this is a very interesting one. Look at that big retracement. The VWAP-ish area is respected, and now it's looking to retake the 50 period at 24. This one is really interesting. I'm going to pull that one up, and maybe we'll punch long into that one, Luca.
Guys, let's go, man. Let's go. Like, look at this long, man. Look at this long. So essentially, let it come down, right? My plan, let it come down, let myself scale into it. Take appropriate size, because you're not going to be right the first time, especially not when you're trading in the Super Bowl, man. Trading the SPY, day trading the SPY is like jumping into football and going right into the Super Bowl. The fills are insanely interesting. You'd think, oh yeah, ample amount of liquidity, man. No, you will not get the fill if you're just sitting there, even with small size. But that's why you scale in, you punch, you cross, you wait, add, recycle. If I didn't recycle, it'd be challenging because I'm essentially long too early. So when I add this back and I take it off, like I'm taking off this piece. So I lose on this piece, but I'm okay to lose on this piece because I was just wrong. Like I was so wrong bidding 39.40, and now we're just going to the upside, man. This is This is a move, man. I feel like I want to cover the rest here, though, because like the scalper in me wants to cover the rest. Yeah, you know what, guys? I would hold this, but the scalper in me is like, just take this, baby. Take this. Let's go. Spin the money on that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, guys, that was solid. Now, again, I mentioned that we could probably go back to the highs, and then maybe I wanted to hold a piece, but I just feel like the scalper in me is telling me, cover it all, because easily we go back to 39.84, and I could always add it back, right? So again, example here, the recycling is good. You want to always recycle your positions if you're trying to manage risk very carefully. If you're willing to hold it this far against you, then like that's fine, you could do that. But for myself, I don't want this average. So I took it off, and then I'm like, now it's like a new trade. So long, and then like getting some out 394 for the pop, and then getting some out, like I was aiming for this, and then I said, okay, maybe I'll hold, but I could probably still add it back. What are the odds this doesn't come back to 394, So I'll still watch that. I still like the long, and I see some of you guys in the chat were like, yeah, like I'm long with you, let's go. So
let's go.
Best of luck, man. I don't know your strategy and your playbook and how you guys trade, but best of luck. That's the area. I feel like you tried at that area. And the 39.50 into 39.45 was like, that's like, the stop out, the dip and rip. At this point, now it's like a game of waiting. So it gave you like the dip. It looks like it's going to bounce. It stops everybody out like one last time, then gives you the explosive move to the upside. This is the move that I wanted to capture. And then now we probably like, sideways, and then maybe like up again. If we just go straight up, if we go straight to the north side, then yeah, I'll look back on it and say, damn, like I should have held it all, but it doesn't work like that. I just feel like, take the win as a pay. Okay, yeah, now look at it, sure. Okay, yeah, so it's kind of funny, man, doing this in real time. But again, best of luck to all the longs that are in this.
Good job, bro.
That was a nice trade. I'm basically capturing my win. I think I had like 60 cents on it. I just saw 60 cents. I was like, man, 60 cents. That's like double what I go for, like double 30 cents. So let's go. But
I got a surprise for you today. I got a surprise for you today.
Oh, baby, I'm excited.
In the form of food.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Let's
go. I'm not going to tell you what it is quite
yet. Don't tell me. Just show me.
But maybe I'll bring it out with the Spro.
Beauty.
Right?
Okay.
So then, yeah, we'll get that going.
Yeah, I'm excited, guys. So yeah, guys, congratulations again to the longs that hit that. Pretty clean move to the upside. At this point, it's trade management. Just make sure it makes sense to you. I would say that it sort of bounced like this the first time, then ripped, and it never really broke trend until like it got to like the top of the range. So I would watch like some type of moving average to kind of gauge this. Does it just like magnet its way to the 50 period and then continue? Also watch this candle. So I know I'm using the ETF, and the future is going to have like a similar look, but I would say like look at how this candle like gapped down. So it's like this is like, again, it's not, I wouldn't say liquidity vacuum right now because there was too much time in between this kind of period of trading, but I would say it flushed lower in this area, so maybe like now it's gonna just go all the way up without actually like printing a red candle. So maybe I missed that in real time, that's my own mistake. But essentially, I would say look at this candle. Maybe if it's not finding any resistance, maybe it gets resistance right at 39.74, and then which lines up with the 50 period, then goes around. So again, if we dip back down and sort of test this area again and hold, I'm still willing to structure another trade around that area. But again, the first time doing it for the bounce play, for the explosive move, is like a scalp trade for myself. And then the way back down is a different trade where I'm now risking off the lows. I think I might have only one opportunity to actually get this long before we go back up if it's going to be good. And if that's the case, I'm just going to probably have to take a little bit less size because I don't really want to scale into this next one. I want to just kind of get in if it gives me the opportunity and risk off the lows. So if it's going to be a 70-cent risk, I should probably go for 70 cents, which is then, close to VWAP. I think it's possible, but I got to take 1-to-1 size if I do that. So again, that's what I'm going to do. That was a great trade to start the show. Pretty happy with it. Still in this NEO short. NEO, to be honest, was trade of the day that I butchered. I'll just take a quick moment to explain what I was looking at. So NEO, negative earnings down on the day. Key levels on NEO that were in play, but now it's just kind of barcoding. So it's kind of like a no trade. I'm just holding this short.
Holy cow, you painted that one up.
Yeah,
nice.
Well, essentially, I'll explain what my logic was on this one. So 9 is a level. If the 880 breakdown was good, we were probably going to go to 846, which would have triggered SSR. And then 838 is a 52-week low, or I should say like the most recent low before the first run-up on NEO. And let me just quickly pull over the daily for everybody to see this in real time. So essentially, this is the daily. Hopefully this loads. But this low right over here at the bottom is like 838. So I was looking at 846 for SSR, 838 as the low. That was kind of my first area target. I really wanted to try to hold the full size for that move. And then 8 was like that level of like, okay, if we get to 8, that's a gift, right? So I'm basically trying to short 9 or just above 9 and hold the size for at least 50 cents, if not $1. That was the plan on this trade based on the daily levels. And so as you guys can see, we sort of popped into the open. You always want to wait for opening print before you start to make real decisions, because New York prints are going to come in a little bit later. The stock might open at 9:32 as opposed to 9:30 the way that the NASDAQ does. So essentially I'm waiting for opening print to come through, finally makes its way through, starts to dip. I add a little bit of size, I add more size, I add more size, dips into 9. There was a lot of size at 9, so I cover it. I cover all of it. And I say there's no difference between covering like 904, 903 and then just re-shorting it. I'm giving up 3-4 cents, which what if we rip back to the upside? So it's basically shorting into the level, covering it, creating a new trade, taking even more size on the break because I'm confident with it and I want to hold the size. We dip down, covering the flush. Now, the reason I cover the flush here is because from a scalper's mentality, from a scalp trade perspective, when you take a position and it rips in the money right away, wherever it stops is that is like the level. Like that is the quick short-term level of it stopped here for a specific reason. So if you're watching the tape and you short something and it goes and then it stops, that's probably the reversal level for the short term. So I basically covered, but held majority of the size here. Again, goes a little bit lower, it looks really good, it goes back up, cover nothing. I'm like, you know what? I'm putting my stop at 910. Like if we break 910, like are we gonna like reverse the whole move, right? We should not break 910 to the upside. So I throw my stop in this thing. These Chinese bots, man, they run it all the way back to 910, stop me out on the full size. Now I lose. I lose on the trade. I was literally in this trade. I was like, this is gonna make my week. This is gonna make my week. I'm gonna smoke this trade. I have good size. I'm holding majority of it, and runs back, stops me out. As soon as it stops me out, it goes back down. I go, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Then you can see I try to like build into another short. Even though there's more arrows, it's less size. And then I'm just like stopping myself out like randomly in and around break even for these paper cut losses. I try the short again. I stop myself out. I scale out of it. I get back into it and now I'm just kind of holding. So it's lackluster. I don't have crazy amounts of size on it. I'm just basically waiting. I think eventually we go to 850 today. I just do feel like we're gonna actually drift lower. Like it's not going higher. So I think we're gonna go lower, but it's not moving. So like look at the volume, man. The volume, I can't even show you guys, it's below there. Look at the volume, it's just dead, right? So because of that, I'm basically like, whatever, I'm holding what I hold. Like, let's see if this continues to go lower. I'm still eyeing that like 850-ish area, maybe above, maybe below. That's the SSR range area. So that's what I'm looking for. But yeah, this is the trade of what could have been, man. What could have been, this could have been absolutely amazing. But it just wasn't, right? And I'm down on Neil right now. So like not down too much, but I'm down on it. So it is what it is.
Guys, we're gonna have to actually hit that cash register. This 24.10. I don't know why the price keeps going up. It was 09s, then I see 10s, then it's 11s. I don't know what dollar cost averaging is doing. 24.10s on IC. Simple play. Nothing complicated about it. VWAP hold. It's up 18% on the day. It's bullish. We take it long off a key level. We're actually late to the party because VWAP was hanging out at, well, on this chart, it's 23.78. And we got in at 24.09. Scalp at 20s, scalp at 30s, scalp at 40s, scalp at 50s. Now I'm sitting at 60s. But it's retraced into 20. If this comes in, I'm holding 40% of the position. I've scalped out 60% so far. If this comes in to 24.11, I'm out. I'm not going to let any part of this trade go against me. A more aggressive trader would say, no. This is a great area. Let me add at VWAP. And here it comes in. So 24.18 I'm seeing on the bid. We're going to have to actually find support on the bid. Okay, so I get out there for a little bit, a tiny winner for that last little bit. So out there in the mid-20s. A more aggressive trader would say, okay, no, look, it's held VWAP. I theorize that, we get a VWAP hold in the, for the day, and then maybe we make a newer high into a more liquid time of day. Anytime it comes into VWAP, I'm adding. I mean, that is a way to do it. It's not my way. So if someone would be looking for maybe a 23.80 retracement here to add, maybe be a bit more aggressive, look for that 24 to hold, add at 24s, maybe you see some higher lows. I don't know, we'll see. if we can rinse and repeat this trade on IC, I'll take it again if it comes back into VWAP. We'll see. Maybe the second time isn't the best time to take it, but great trade. Simple. Same thing over here. I want to tell you guys about this again. I'm looking for things that are retracing, pulling back into VWAP. Let's see what's coming in. It's showing us TPIC, not interested in that. CLVT, way too tight of a range. None of these ones look that good, and you know that's why you're going to have to filter through them. It's not going to do all the work for you. So I'll have a look at these ones for the same type of trade we just saw on IC right here, but on some other name. Excellent little scanner. If you're interested in this, hit trade ideas, exclamation point trade ideas in the chat, and you can actually sign up and get 20% off. It'll show you exactly how to do it there once you hit trade ideas. So exclamation point trade ideas. Now back to Meta. Meta's holding VWAP here, but it didn't really like bounce up aggressively with this nice bounce that we got off on the market, 39.43. You saw my guy Luca scalp that out on the SPY trading, the ETF there. Couple of nice moves, but Meta, you know, being up as it is already, 1% on the day, and it had a big day yesterday, really not reacting as much to that bottom bounce, I want to say, as some of these other big cappers. But Tesla, looking like it's the weak one of the bunch, Luca, looking like it's setting up to break here, even though the market made a bit of a retracement. I might start looking at Tesla short here. Let's pull up Tesla on the side. Oh, that's not a New York stock. There we go. So Tesla kind of had an excellent VWAP rejection at that, I want to say 2105. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Yeah, that 2505 kind of tested 2105. It kind of tested it a couple times, and now it's rejecting, moving back to the downside, really looking to test low of days. Low of days are 198.52. We're at 199.30. So we're getting there, and at a time we're really seeing some more strength coming in on these names, but not so is the case as we look like we're getting a bit of a topping tail candle here on the futures. Let's see if we're either going to go long or short, or are we going to get chopped up like we always do. Dan Emmons saying the 30-year bond hit 4%. That's breaking the market. The 10-year also hit 3.99 at Neil. Yeah, Brendan and I were looking at it this morning. It was, you know, we were looking at the 2-year, we're looking at the 10-year, the 30-year. I mean, the 10-year is almost at 4%. Dan did, yeah, so 3.99. It's almost at 4%. Right, nice the 2-year has been running wild for a while now, with the biggest indicator of short-term mortgage rates. We saw mortgage rates at I think 3-month highs, with demand for mortgages in the quarter being down the highest point in 28 years. So these interest rates, they'll come at you.
Oh yeah, man. Interest rates, definitely market mover, man. Definitely market mover. Congratulations, Lone, on covering that. I see you there. 39.45, take profits, 39.56. Yeah, man, hit the bank for you over there, guys. Just a heads up there. That was actually a nice move, guys. This wick is not real to my understanding. I don't think it actually popped to 395. Maybe it did. Maybe I missed out on something and just missed that. If it did, okay, great. But I wanted to just say that, you know, look at this, man. This is a great example, right? So this is the candle that I was showing. And I was saying, like, maybe we just, like, go up and then we get the resistance in and around this area. So I just want to reiterate that I'm not sitting here saying, like, look, I called it, blah, 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 because I wasn't even in it, so it doesn't even matter to say that. But I just want to say that maybe for next time, like, I'm learning in real time as well. I'm trying to get better every day. And I think, like, next time I recognize something like this, when I get this scalp trade and I'm in the money, okay, cover. But then instead of, like, covering where I think I should be throwing the order, like, as you guys can see, I covered, like, 394.20, because that's like the low of this area. So I figured maybe the resistance comes into here, but I could have recognized this and said, let me just hold it in case if we hold 394, and I thought I might have gotten an opportunity to get it. That's also why I covered, but you know, running into the resistance there. So again, if you're seeing the 1-minute candles, and it's not really like look at 1-minute candles and you know, set this up for next time, but if you're in the trade based on other reasons, then it starts to show you something, and you look at a candle like something like this, like a flush down. If we get back there, maybe it could like flush back up through that level, right? So this is taking the theory of liquidity vacuum, taking the theory of maybe this is where slamming took place for the short. Maybe people thought, okay, we're going to actually go through 39.50, and so we're actually getting to the lows. As soon as we go 39.58, people sell it to then not be shorting the lows. If we break the lows and go, they can actually hold that short. But if we break the lows and pop back up, they can actually cover it for a break even. So you wouldn't want to short the lows, especially not in this type of market environment. You would want to short in front of the lows, and then you don't lose on the trade if you're wrong, but if you're right, you're right, right? So if you're right, you're right, right? So
you're right, you're right.
You know, recognizing that little bit of a setup and saying to yourself, well, these traders are now going to cover break even, because that's how a lot of traders think. Not all traders, but a lot of traders think, well, we just reversed off the lows off of a key level of 39.50. You know, we could easily go back to VWAP here. I don't want to be holding this short all the way back up. So as we go back up, maybe they cover it over here. Their buying is essentially that kind of move to the upside, and then, you know, that gives you that little bit of steam to the upside. At this point, if we like continue up, I mean, this is a whole other kind of trade. Now it becomes a VWAP magnet. So the long over here, that runs to the upside, it becomes very difficult to hold to like a high a day, because you don't necessarily, you know, as a day trader, if I can capture like a little bit of the move, I'll just do that over and over again. So anybody new to day trading that's watching the channel for the first time, hit the like button. But essentially, you know, you want to capture some of the move, right? So never say to yourself, oh man, like I was in at 393.60 and now it's at 395 and I covered at 40s. No, because if it reverses here and then goes all the way back down, you essentially captured 45% of the move. So if you capture 40% of the move and you can do that 80% of the time, I promise you, you'll be one of the better traders on the planet. So find a way to do that first before you start beating yourself up and saying nonsensical things to yourself. But what a move to the upside, man. Magnet into VWAP.
Pump it.
Even as a trader for myself, trading for all this time, I still say to myself in the back, I say like, yeah, don't beat yourself up. And then we'll pass it to Sharif, and I'll be like, man, what the heck was that? And you might hear me typing on the keyboard, and yeah, that's the typewriter going off, man. I'm just like, God, what is happening? What is happening? But yeah, all good, man. Just to revisit Tesla, to go back to that example for everybody, we did go lower. We popped back up. We did go lower. Now we're popping back up again. So this is my expectation on Tesla, is that it's going to do its best to make it very stressful for everybody. So yeah, this was like a one-off trade that I took, and I didn't like take it again, and it was like a little win just because of what I saw, and I figured I had a moment before we actually maybe sold off. But again, because when I do things like this, like I'm doing less size because I don't want it to go against me. Like I don't want to, if I have too much size at this time of day, at this level that's been recycled too many times, like I'm gonna get kind of smoked on it. So basically this is a less size trade, but sometimes, you know, it's it's to step in front of a steamroller to pick up a penny.
No,
But
exactly.
Sometimes you step in front of a steamroller to pick up $5, which pays for your espresso from an expensive coffee shop. So yeah, you know, it wasn't exactly a penny. It was like $5, but like I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Yeah.
Brendo's at the big desk with the Euro close, guys.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll wrap things up for the European session. A little delayed, but hey, worth a look, because we end the day mostly downside here throughout the European landscape, as we were saying early on. We did get positivity initially this morning throughout Europe from that Chinese manufacturing data that was better than expected as well. Milan here, Italy's index, the last one to come through, down 0.59. But overall, red numbers across the board for the index. The UK sneaks back into positive territory, the only one though, on a red day following North America downside, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, we ride that trend train again on Meta. We take that VWAP hold and along. That's why I was celebrating, yelling woos and pump it, and you guys heard the rest of that. We take that 176.57 long. We get out some at 80s, some at 90s, and then we get top wick here at 10s, 177.10. So a nice like 60 penny winner real quick. Right there, you know, it's a rinse and repeat type strategy. That VWAP has been absolutely clutch on my friend Meta over here. Look at this. I mean, like, pretty clear. It's been VWAP's day today with Meta, Luca. I mean, it looks good. Anyway, we're still at lower highs, which means that we haven't broken through earlier's high of 177.85. We're still hanging out about $1 shy of that 176.85. So nothing really to celebrate about. We need a trend continuation, unless you're going to do like what I just did and get in on key levels or play the range, right? I want to see a trend continuation. Makes the trading a lot easier there, to be honest with you. Adam, let's go, Sharif. Meta, bang, bang, bang. Money, 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 money. Absolutely. Thank you for that. What's up, everybody in the chat? AMC double bottom. Okay, who said that? Litman Pyro. Litman Pyro. posits that AMC is double bottoming. Let's have a look. So we're going to put AMC in the chart over here. Yes, double bottom may be brewing at this 646. And then you have a couple of retracement areas. Guys, what's going on with the screen?
Oh, it's on me. I'm like reading so many things. Yeah, that's a great look for myself, guys. I got a little.
I know. Like they put you at your finest moment
yeah,
right
man,
there.
Thanks for that prize.
I wasn't done
yeah,
talking.
How funny is that? I'm literally like, damn, man, I have such a headache in my forehead.
Yeah, you did him dirty there, Brad. Honestly, you did him real dirty. The first area that we could retrace to is that 663. That's the area, I mean, the 50 period, you always want to look for those retracements, but the better level has been VWAP, right? And that's where we had that initial retracement up here, up to 681. Currently VWAP. Look at everyone in the chat.
Hey, man, as long as you guys get a good laugh out of it, I'm happy, you know? I don't,
Brad,
yeah,
you did him too dirty over there,
embarrassment, man.
Yeah, all right, that's what I'm looking at, guys. I'm looking, that's a possible play here on AMC. Thanks for that. Some pyro name there. Nothing else, to be honest with you guys. IC not continuing. You know, it kind of felt a little bad that I got out the remaining portion here at 24 in the 2420s because it retraced back into the 50, but doesn't make a new high. Rejects kind of off that same level, making a micro double top, excuse me. But the trend is not over. Let's see if we can get a break through that 60 area. 2460 is probably the area you want to look for a new high, right? And a close above that level. Looks good, but I'm looking for a possible a move back down. I'd like to see a move back down rather than punching in at these highs. Nice move on the market.
Yeah, man, nice move on the market there, guys. Remember levels that date back to yesterday, man. I'm looking at Oxy, so I have it on my watch list on this computer, and I'm like, let's have a look at Oxy. Where is this thing? I think level's still in play here. This level, 60.51, and the 58 level. We didn't get there. We didn't get there. Look at that, man. We only got to like 58.40, and that was in the pre-market. Or no, sorry, this is actually 9:30. Yeah, sorry. So we actually were there. But look at these wick-off bottoms. This is super, super clean in terms of like it's doing nothing, right? It's not really doing volume. Like it's not really in play. So it's just kind of dancing around. But look how it makes the low at 38.39. Sorry, 58.39. Then it goes 58.40. Then it goes 58.43. So it's like wicking down. And when I see these types of setups, knowing that 58 is a level, I kind of feel like robots, because nobody else is trading this right now, are basically trying to figure out where the best kind of equilibrium price is for that moment. And it's like wicking down to a price. And then it's like there's big buyers and dark pools that are in and around 58, 58.20, 57.80. And they kind of sense that, and they just don't want to like go down there. So then it's kind of like they're testing their luck, not really printing down there. And then eventually it says to itself, okay, if not down, then up. And so we sort of rip to the upside, come back down, hold the pre-market low. If you miss it the first time, you know, don't chase it. Don't chase anything. There's so many names to trade. It's not the S&P 1, it's the S&P 500. Ooh. And there's many more. Russell 2000. How many stocks are tradable right now that actually do volume? You know, thousands of stocks, small caps, large caps across the board. If you don't like New York, go over to Europe and trade those. We just saw European close just recently. But essentially, be patient. If you miss it, it might come back. It's essentially the same trade if it's an institutional level like 58. So, you know, Neo 9 taking a 9 break to the downside for a scalp trade. I mean, like, look, that's like, it's not the same trade if you take it the second time. But in this particular situation, you know, that 58 level not being tested, maybe try your luck again on like something like that. So again, I didn't trade it because I didn't see it. You can only trade so much. It's not your job to go out and hit, you know, 25 different names. You know, focus on like 1 to 3, have a couple back burners. If you can focus on only one, that's fine. You know, focus on one. But essentially, yeah, man, that was super clean. Again, if we get all the way into 60.40, I want to short it because of the triple top that we saw yesterday. So if we get there, I'll try the short. But again, if we break the highs, which call it 60.60, then I don't know, maybe we're going to, you know, break trend, go to the upside. This is the daily. So that level is playing with fire. And I know that, so maybe the short is better in and around the area it's in now at 60 for the move back down. But I don't even want the trade, so I'm like, I will have my stink offer up here. If we get there, I think I'll be okay. If we don't, I'll just let it go. I want to just say very quickly, somebody was mentioning Europe closed and the market did a move. It does it every single time. I just feel like, you don't have to tell everybody that information, man. You can keep that to yourself and reap the rewards. But no, I'm just kidding, man. The market does what the market wants. But essentially, you got to keep in mind that there are a lot of traders in Europe that are finishing the day, right? They're finishing the day. They're closing up their positions. And so essentially, like just to kind of give you guys the idea, Europe closes at 11:30, right? Closes at 11:30. We get the update, 11:30, 11:40-ish area. So in this area, it's kind of the dip, the rip back. Then Europe closes, and then we get a move, right? It's either down or up. Your guess is as good as mine. In this case, we just went up. But essentially, a lot of traders balancing out their kind of positions for the day, closing up shop, going home. Then you get a move, right? So I kind of feel like if I could structure this trade differently, and it's kind of silly because I literally just took the trade 50 minutes ago, but essentially if I could structure this differently in a perfect world, I would do it the same way on the way in, but maybe my outs would be one at 394, the other one at the closer to the top end of that vacuum range, so 394.60, and then the third at let's hold and see what happens after the European close with a willingness to actually lose a lot of profit on that in case we headed to the downside. So, I mean, my scale out, my out was essentially 394, like 10 or 14, and then maybe I could have gotten like 50 cents better. So, yeah, always trying to figure out how can I do a little bit better, and I think looking back on that, that's how I could have traded that one, kind of, factoring in European close, but it is what it is, man. I'll take my money and move on. I'll find another trade. And yeah, we'll see where we go. I mean, we moved all the way back to the upper end of this range, the same way that we channeled for so long. Maybe we now channel again, right? So yeah, watch that trade for yourself. And if you're in that position, best of luck. If you are still holding, you're obviously a better trader than I am. But it's all good, man. We're all just trying to get better playing against each other.
Guys, this 39.50-ish area held. Went down to 39.43. Here's the 4-hour chart. Let's take off all of these lines so that we can see what's good. All right, so here is today's close. Let's add that one as yesterday's close, excuse me, 39.75. Here's the double bottom that we talked about on the 4-hour, that 39.50 being an area that was likely to hold. Back on the 24th, we got all the way down into 47.5. Today we do a little bit better than that. We do 43s, but then immediately pops back up. Now we're at 68s. We're looking to go green, essentially. Did we just go green? No, not quite yet. We are 6 points away, I think, of being green on the moment. We're like 0.16 to the south side. So very close, but yeah, so now we're closer to day's highs. Everything's really pumping here, guys. You got Google going, Amazon's going too. Likewise with Apple, Meta's pumping again. It makes me feel like I absolutely paper-handed this trade. Now we get, what do we get? We just got 50s. We got a test of the $0.50. The last piece I got out was at 10s, so that would have been a nice little move back up. But that VWAP really has been a rinse and repeat type play on our friend Meta today. Let's switch back to the futures, to the 3-minute here. Yeah, likewise, another paper-handed trade. I shouldn't say paper-handed because, I'm like expecting absolute excellence for myself. I must get every bottom and every top. And unless I do that, it should be considered paper-handed. No, I really have like unreasonable expectations for myself. But the truth of the matter is, if my rule was to not go red on any part of this trade, then I broke it. Because I got in at 24.09s and then scalping through the 24.50s. And guess what? The stock, it retraced back into 13s. It never came back to 09. So if I had just put my stop at my break even, which is kind of a random level, but leaving that aside for now, I wouldn't have got stopped out and I would have been printing back into the 70s here. But I see looking like a good trade. It's slower, guys. It's not like a huge mover. It's done 4.61 million shares on the day. Average volume's 2.46 million, so it's definitely way above average on the day. By the way, today is a good day for it. It's one of the bigger ranging days since I want to say back on the 17th of February. But I don't know if there's a new catalyst on this. Let me just look real quick. Oh yeah, it looks like it got maintained coverage. Okay, so it looks like it was a benefactor of, oh, there we go, the benefactor of a good upgrade. Okay, there you go, benefactor. Find it. the person or institution that stands to benefit, the beneficiary, the benefactor. Am I right, chat? Yesterday the chat was all over me, like, yo, you used ubiquitous wrong. It doesn't mean popular, it just means found everywhere. And like they're like, oh, they were pumped to show me that I was wrong. They were very excited.
Yeah, man.
Tongue in cheek, of course, guys. Yeah, but anyway, nice move on the market here. I got my eye on some small cappers. Nothing's really moving in that world, but I'll keep my eye.
Yeah, guys, I want to talk about Retta very quickly. Somebody just brought it up in the chat. Yanit Perez, BBY, and Retta. Retta is interesting. Retta is this name highly shorted, up 165% today, holding this area, which is kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. I don't know why. I don't know why it's like doing this. Maybe it's a product of low volume, nobody really buying or selling, or maybe somebody is squeezed on this name and they're dying to cover, but they can't show their hand because there's no liquidity, and if they show it, we're going to actually go to the upside. So, yeah, man, it just kind of opened over here. It did a little bit of a dip. I don't know how real this candle is, if it actually went to 75, but again, super low liquidity name, guys. I'll show you the book on this if anybody's curious. When you see something like this, man, you know, look at this, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. There's not really any activity. 29-cent spread. Then all of a sudden, boom, 82.67, 83.13. Like the spread just opens up. Nothing crazy is happening. If we try to gauge, like, you know, is there any shares? Is there any shares anywhere? Like, not really, man. 82.50 maybe. But I guarantee, yeah, 82.50 is now gone, right? So essentially, this thing is pure Wild West, right? You never really know what's going to happen next with this one. But yeah, man, it is holding this 83 area. Or it was before I started this explanation. Now we're kind of selling off here. But it did before. It sold off, went back up, kind of held a little bit, made a move back. I don't know if this thing is barcoding. I'm definitely not trading this. I'm not punching into this at all. I just wanted to bring it up and say, you know, maybe there's a potential that it continues to go to the upside eventually if shorts are really squeezed on it. You know, high short interest. But again, it's just too scary to trade. Too scary to trade for myself. This thing could be at like 75 in like 1 millisecond, and as I'm in an explanation, I mean, I already lose 70 cents on large caps when I'm talking, and then I look back and I go, oh man, I just got smoked in my explanation of 2 minutes. So this one I'm gonna say is like $7. Like I could lose $7 in a quick explanation. So yeah, no thanks. Gonna stay away from that one there. Let's go back quickly. Somebody said Oxy. I want to go back very quickly to it. Maybe the 60 short is better. Right? Maybe just a kind of flip side scenario. I want to pull it up to see how I feel about it just the next time. We just briefly made the high and then dip back down. But I don't know. It just looks it looks like we're going to drift into 60. If anything, maybe I go a 60-20 short on this thing. So like let it break 60, let it go up a little higher, let it go 60-20 or 60 and a quarter, and then consider the short on that one and go from there. Anonymous saying Nat Gas, another pump. I don't trade Nat Gas. Is it Boyle or no? I don't even know. Yeah, I'll pull up nat gas in a second. But I don't really trade natural gas. I know it kind of moved, and I think it's at a support level. If you guys have a ticker for natural gas, I can pull it up for you. Is it HPX maybe? Natural gas? Boyle, B-O-I-L. That's natural gas. Okay, so yeah, let's go to Boyle here to check this out. Again, guys, not a natural gas trader, nor am I interested in trading natural gas. On the Amex, yeah. Okay, let's have a look here. Anytime I'm trading an ETF, like I obviously look at the daily first to see where we are. But at the same time, is this a leveraged ETF? Let me just quickly look at this. Oil, stock. Okay, no. So yeah, the reason, guys, I would look to see if it's a leveraged ETF. If something is a leveraged ETF, it's going to always have the down move on the daily. And the reason is because it's trying to match the intraday swings of natural gas times 3 as an example, but they try to do it on an intraday basis. So because of that, it's always going to have less value as time progresses. In case anybody was wondering that, this one is not. So this is just matching the price of natural gas, to my understanding. And yeah, man, we are like, I don't even know what to think. This is like, I guess not really anything. If I really zoom in here, I mean maybe around 7. Maybe 7-ish area is kind of like it struggles around there, kind of tapped it and reversed. Now we're sort of looking like maybe we get back there. So I would watch 7, and then it's kind of like very, very choppy today. So yeah, I would wait for 7. That seems like the better kind of over/under level. But again, obviously watch natural gas futures to make your decision if you're trading the ETF. You know, as you guys can see, when I did take that SPY trade, that actually moved back to the highs, which is kind of wild, man. Okay, whatever. Yeah, see me, I'm just like, I can preach it, but to live by it is just a whole different thing. But essentially, when I'm looking at the ETF, I'm obviously watching the futures. I'm going, okay, 39.50, like that is 39.50 into 39.45 on the ES. You know, not using like 394. Like, it's just like, I just look at that and say, okay, like, where is that, right? So, yeah, keep it simple, man. That's the best thing you can do. Use the thing that kind of leads it. So in my opinion, it'd be like the ES leading, not so much the SPY. So natural gas, I would assume that futures would be leading. But yeah, for the time being, we're gonna go over to Big B at the big desk for Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, 12 o'clock into lunch hour we go. Markets continuing to slide here after we get this PMI data this morning at 10 o'clock that came out worse than expected. So downside since then we go 0.2 for the S&P 500 right now. The Dow is holding on to a slight advance, but only just. Same story for the Russell 1, 2, and 3,000. 0.5% for the NASDAQ 100, 0.3 for the composite. Here in Toronto, we're actually notably strong. That has to do with some energy stocks catching a bit of a bid today, back to the upside for the TSX. If you're with us pre-market, we discussed a ton of things, including Rivian, Tesla, and NVIDIA, all still among the most active on the day. What a move this has been for Rivian. Now 17%, unable to even take back $16 right now for Rivian, guys. Crazy move downside for Rivian today. Back over to you.
Real move on Rivian, Brendo. Yeah, I've earmarked that 1528. That's the bottom we looked at there on the daily. Whether or not it makes its way down there is an entirely different story. It looks like it's bottoming out for the moment at 1583. I don't have it up on my, let's show you guys real quick. This is what I'm talking about. Here is the daily on our friend, or not our friend Rivian, but this is where it goes back to, what day was that? January 19th, 1528. We're closing in on those bottoms that may or may not show up today. This is going to be a recyclable level for tomorrow. Should we, we bounce back a little bit today and then we have another red day and then we make a newer low, well, that newer low could stop out at 1528. I'm going to keep that trend line on there for a possible continuation down tomorrow. But what a move on IC. I feel like I really did myself a disservice by, getting out before I wanted to get out. Look at the continuation into 25. Now you're having an obvious level of resistance. We encountered that previously on this ascent up, 25, I want to say 16 being the high there, and then you had an immediate reversal and a pullback into VWAP, at which point we got long. 25 again acting as a level of resistance. So, this is an interesting area. Do we double top here? I mean, I don't want to guess if we're going to double top. It's up 20% and, the trend is up. It's up and to the right. Why would I want to, not why would I want, but it's a risky trade and I'm not going to get into it trying to call a double top. Let's look for maybe a confirmation of that, which honestly on the long term, it's going to have to be the break of the V in the double top here, which is the neckline. Not the neckline, but you guys know what I'm saying, which is at 2360. This area right here. If it doesn't break that area, we really haven't confirmed the double top. So maybe I'll look for a dip into maybe I want to say 2450, which happens to be the 50 period. Let's see what this one does. Just kind of flustered that I didn't really get the best trade possible here. All right, back to Meta, because Meta is moving to the downside again and looking to test VWAP. How many times has Meta tested VWAP today, held it, and bounced back up? So if this comes in again, I think I'm gonna take it again, right? Why not? And then give yourself a little bit of leeway here and there. But if Meta breaks down, it breaks down. Get out of the trade, right? But I wanna basically recycle that level at VWAP. Right now it's 176.20. It could move up a little bit by the time it makes down. David Lippy, $10 super chat. Thanks for IC. Oh, you're welcome, my friend. It's a banger trade, a very predictable trade, a VWAP hold on a name. That's number one, a continuation play. Number two, moving up on news. It has a catalyst, reaping the rewards of the upgrade there. So interesting move. And again, if you like these moves, shout out to Michael Noss for providing me again with this VWAP scanner. I'm going to keep talking about it because it really does help my trading.
This is what I use, pullbacks into VWAPs and rally into VWAPs from the bottom. I use the pullback into VWAP from the top because I'm just more biased at taking things long, I guess, right? So you're gonna have to go through these, they populate throughout the day as you leave the app open. So, the less important plays tend to be towards the bottom here. So you're gonna be able to figure that out. If you guys are interested, hit trade idea, ! Trade ideas in the chat, Luco. Yeah, guys, NVIDIA off that 225 is a banger, man. Is a banger. Look at that, man. Double bottom, 1, 2, then ripping to the upside, giving you $3 on that move back to the upside. Kind of crazy. But yeah, I'm actually sad that it's below 230 now because that was like such a clean range for so long, or I should say for at least a week or so. But yeah, 225, double bottom, pretty clean, showing you the first time. I tried to get it the second time. I didn't. I was kind of late to the party. I missed the dip into 08s, and then we were sort of over here. When something starts to go like this, I'm not the type of trader that really loves to chase NVIDIA. Maybe I'll chase like something like a NEO or something like AMD, but yeah, NVIDIA is just a little more of a beast of its own. It could really, you chase that, it goes back down, gives you the opportunity to get it anyways, and you miss. But yeah, Derek S. saying NVIDIA off the 225 is my trade of the day. Yeah, man, post your chart somewhere, and we'll maybe be able to get it, or tag Sean on Twitter on that one. Trade of the day, man, 225 all the way in 228. Absolute banger. Congratulations. Love that for you, man. Love that. And yeah, kind of sad that I missed out because it was such a banger, man. It was such a banger. I'm trying to figure out what my next trade is going to be. If you guys have any ideas of what's moving and doing volume, obviously, I gravitate towards. Sorry.
Tesla just retraced a VWAP here.
Yeah, like Tesla, I don't want to do anything with Tesla right now. Honestly.
Okay, yeah.
It's just like Tesla is it's tough, right? Like we're at VWAP. Actually, maybe you got something there. Market high a day, Tesla at VWAP. I just feel like now's the time that we go through VWAP. So yeah, I would watch 202 into 203. I just feel like that was initially the kind of vibe for the bounce level, and I'm thinking about this in real time here. But I feel like if I have to find a trade here on Tesla, 202 into 203 was like that. It bounced once, twice, and then finally failed and then broke 200. We rejected it the first time, the second time. This is now the third time. In the third time, because it's what, 12:10 in the afternoon here, I would say that there's a likelihood that we can actually just get into this like area and like do something like that, but then eventually print 202 again. So I don't want to get too aggressive with it. If we go back through 202, maybe I try like a scale in short off 203, risking off the fail-safe of like the high of that move. So like 203.90, which is essentially 204. Do I think Tesla's going to go 204 jailbreak to the upside? Not necessarily. So I kind of do like the shorts, but I want them higher away from VWAP for them to move back into VWAP. So every time I talk about like, oh yeah, I like to short Tesla, somebody in the chat comes through, Luke, I'm long Tesla. So sorry, but we have difference of opinions. But here's the thing. And I was talking to a trader in the back this morning about Tesla. They were like, oh, like I like the Tesla long at this area for like a bounce play. And I was like, oh, I like the Tesla short at this area for like a bounce play, like a bounce off the level. And go figure, man, that was like the bottom of the range initially, and it didn't even get to 209. So like with my short idea and his long idea, I like mapped the range with it, and I said, okay, I got something to work with here. But yeah, that 200 level is pretty interesting. And keep in mind, the last time Tesla was over 200 and then dipped back through 200, it held 199, 198. So it did that again. It went through 200, it held 199, 198, and then now back to the upside. So I would say 199 to 198, level in play again. Does that come in play again today? Does it come in play again tomorrow? For anybody wondering, this is the daily on Tesla. And what I was referring to like happened over here on maybe February 22nd, give or take. So yeah, man, that's that level's pretty interesting. And I'm going to draw this just to show it. I'm just going to put one line here at like 198-ish, give or take. It's like this is that area, right? So it's like it sort of gets there and dips, gets there and bounces, gets there and bounces, then finally goes below, now back above, goes to 210, comes back, does it do the exact same setup that it did on these days where it sort of dips and bounces, then finally fails if the rest of the market wants to fail. So yeah, right now there's definitely a battle on Tesla, battle of opinions in terms of where people think this can go. High of the move is call it 217, low of the move is call it 190. Let me just remove that middle line to show it very clearly. This thing started the year at 100, made its way to 2. So it's a 100% return. We're now channeling.
Can I mention something real quick, just to interrupt you to build on that point? I read an interesting stat today. And this is why, you know, like buying the bear market bounce is, you know, a little dangerous. Luca, listen to this. So when you go down 50%, and I don't obviously have to tell you this being a finance manager, but when you go down 50%, you got to go back up 100% to get back to that same level.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like the stat this morning was, oh, Tesla's up 60% year over year, while it was down 68% last year. You know what I mean? So yeah, we have, it's like just because, you know, we've done real well this year, I mean, we still have a lot of resistance to the upside. So
well, so it's the thing with numbers, as everybody knows, or maybe you guys don't know, if you're not amazing at math. Again, I'm not amazing at math, so I feel like I'm like, if you don't know, if you're not amazing at math, hey, number one person, not that good here. But let me just pull up and use a kind of visual representation.
Yeah.
The news can say whatever they want to say to convince you of whatever they want to convince you.
Exactly.
So, for example, nobody's going to come on the news and be like, guys, it's bad. It's bad. Get out. Like, panic now. Like, nobody's going to say that. They're going to say that when, like, you know, if they want to buy, they'll say that, right? They'll create that liquidity that way, in my opinion. But anyways, you look at Tesla on the daily, right? This thing was literally, like, down at $13. So it still is at 200. And so if you got in this thing at $20 and it's at 200, you have a 10x return, right? And when was this? Back in, 2019. This thing was at like 25. Now this was like split, but it's like split adjusted, right? So it's still giving you the relative return on that. And essentially, if you're long from this area at like 16, right? Even if it's at 160, you're still at 10x. If you're long at 15 and this thing's at like 250, like you're at an insane return year over year, right? So the news is always going to come through. I mean, look, like you look at the chart, it's pretty obvious. This move from the highs, 400 into 100, that's terrible. That's a terrible move down. And then it's getting a bounce back, right? So now it's back at 200. But from 400 to 200, lost 50% of its value from the top. So I can sit here and be like, yeah, guys, Tesla lost 50% of its value from the top. This thing's going to zero. I mean, it cut its price in half. What, it can't cut it in half again? And everyone's like, yeah, it maybe doesn't cut. Maybe it can do that. You know, and struggles in China. And you know what? Elon's doing too much with his life that he's now not focused on Tesla anymore. He wants to space travel, blah, blah, blah. This was just a short seller relief bounce, and we're actually going to go back to 100 and test. Or I can be like, I can show like this and be like, guys, look at Tesla. It started the year at 100. It's up at 2, up 100%. Like, you're up 60% year over year if you bought, 5 years ago. Oh, my God. Is it going to be a short squeeze? So it's really like, I mean, don't listen to any of that stuff. And just make, and, yeah, exactly. Don't listen to any of that stuff. Make your own opinion, guys, and just live with your own trades and like have your own conviction. Say to yourself, look, I'm looking at it. I'm going to be objective. I'm going to trade it for what it is. And I'm going to use risk management, and I'm either right or I'm wrong, right? So, for example, right now, Tesla, it had an up move. It dips. It makes a higher low. If this is a higher low, and it goes to 195 and then holds 195 and starts to go back up, with the moving average right here, with the 190 kind of support area in the channel, with the longer-term period moving average coming in, I think this one is the 50 period. So if the 50 period is trailing it up, if we test these areas and then hold and then go back up, and the overall market starts to go back up, maybe you're like, okay, I'm going to long over here. And if we run to the highs, I'm going to cover some. And then if we break the highs, I'm going to hold some because maybe this thing actually wants to go to like 230, 240 area, right? So you just create your own trades and live with them. Turn the news off, man. Turn the news off. Turn Trader TV on because we'll sit here and literally call it like we see it, man. Calling it like we see it and...
Like, subscribe, and share it. The show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
You see that transition?
that? Wow,
that
I
was
like
okay.
that.
There was only like a 2-second delay.
Oh, it was because of me.
Yeah.
Because if I had read you, now I know. Now you know.
We're getting that. We're getting that down. We're narrowing the spread between that. Life is good. But yeah, essentially, guys, make sure you build your own trade plan. Use daily levels. Use institutional levels. Watch the tape when it gets to those levels. Make decision. Stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. So going back to my Neo trade today, I stuck to my plan and I lost. And I just felt betrayed by who? Myself, my own plan. But the thing is at least I had a plan and I stuck to it and it didn't work. And I just say, whatever. You know, if it worked, I would have been here telling you, like, listen, guys, follow the plan all the time, make all types of money, blah, blah, blah. Whereas now I'm just like, oh, like, you know, my plan betrayed me. Like, what's going on over here? So, yeah, guys, it's like, don't, like, you know, the words are words, but always follow the plan. You know, have a plan, follow your plan. Then if you're wrong, at least you can say, well, look, at least I had a plan. What can I fix? How can I do better? If you start freestyling stuff randomly. Yeah, man, exact. Prad's in the back saying, plan the trade the plan, and make new mistakes doing it. I would say that much to add. Mistakes make the trader great. Never give up, never quit, and sometimes just hold it. Just hold it. See what I did there? I got, yeah, guys. And if you lost, just remember, you didn't lose. You just ran out of time. Never quit, baby. Never
I like
quit.
that.
I'm just going off
This
here,
guy is killing. Yeah, he's killing it.
Man. I'm still short Neo, so I'm pretty happy that this thing is down at 880s. I would say that, guys, watch the 880 level specifically. There's 2,600 lots just on this gateway, then another 1,200 over there. So compile these all together. That's maybe 4,000 lots, give or take. So 4,000 lots, that's like 400,000 shares at 880. It's nothing crazy, so it's not like crazy like dollar volume, but it is like notable relative to the rest of the size. And then 880 only broke in the morning and then popped back. So if a seller was selling at 880 because they thought Neil was going to go to 8 the way that I thought it was going to go, maybe they're like, okay, let me get out at 8. Like, let me get out of this trade. And something that I saw at this point in time, which was at 10:08, if I'm not mistaken, there was 5,500 lots that popped up on the bid at around 895. So in my opinion, because I think a lot of people think the same way, and day traders gravitate to stuff that does a lot of volume and it's in play on the day, people probably thought Neo was going to 8 or going to at least trigger SSR today. You know, bad deliveries, if I'm not mistaken, bad earnings report. So they're slamming the short, and then it doesn't actually go down. For me, I buy, I sell, I buy, I sell. Like, I'm not moving like 500,000 shares. That's why, like, I buy it and sell it like this, you know. But these bigger traders that are moving things with size, they can't do this, right? They're not doing this. That's wild. But essentially, it goes down. They hit the short here, and they slam the short through 9. It breaks 880. It looks like, okay, we're actually gonna go right now. And again, guys, when it broke 9, it was instantly at 880. So that sort of tells me that, like, that was like a lot of size that, like, slammed it short. Like, look at that volume spike over there. Biggest volume spike of the day. And so if the volume profile is here, and a lot of people were short with an average of, call it 892, the fact that it's not breaking down, look at where it's bouncing. It's like coming down, bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. So these people that short are now spending all day trying to cover their short for not a destructive loss. Whereas for me, I punch out right away because it's like a relatively smaller size. It's not 5,000 lots, so it doesn't matter. But essentially, they're spending all day now trying to cover that short. So at 895, that's where they covered 5,500 lots. That filled right away. And to my opinion, showing me that this thing does want to go down. But again, if it's an overcrowded trade and a lot of people are short and now they're trying to cover because they just don't want to lose too much, maybe that's what's happening here. So we're seeing right here, let me drag it over for everyone to see, 880, there's the buyers that are sitting there on the book. I can't really go down like a lot on this. Maybe I can drag this up. But this means less, right? So yeah, it's not going to really show you too much, but 875, there's like 1,500 there, which is not really too notable. But yeah, again, fresh level. So I'm still short and I'm waiting. Even though they're trying to cover, I still believe that Neo's going to 861 today. So I'm going to hold for that and see if that one can actually pay me on that one. But again, you know, it's look at the trade, understand the game, who you're playing against, where they're taking positions. This all kind of goes into your trade plan. So for example, I have my plan, I'm following the plan, but then it changes in real time with new information that comes to light. That's why I send orders. I say I'm going to short Oxy, but then maybe you say, oh, Luca, what happened to you shorting Oxy? And I'm like, no, I changed my mind. I saw something. I didn't feel it. Like, as a trader, you're allowed to change your mind. So I'm just basically giving you a quick explanation of how your mind would get changed if you're new to trading. You watch it, you follow the plan, doesn't follow through. Maybe the short is still good, going into 861 or whatever it is. But yeah, just there's the buyer there. So yeah, watch that 880. I think eventually 880 will fill. I think I'm gonna hold my short. I have a good average, 898. And if this thing rips back to 9 and like breaks, I would say, I don't know, 9, like 10. Then yeah, man, I'm out of that trade. I'll just like take the 10-cent L. So yeah, holding for like a 4-to-1 on it essentially. If I lose on it, I'm okay with losing on it, and we go from there. I don't know if did you trade Novax today?
No, in fact, I didn't, but been watching it. obviously Fleshman, they're going concern. They may not be in business. Guys, I just want to mention something real quick here. Rivian, the reason I got into this long, and it looks like I might be out of it in a few seconds, was for a VWAP retracement. I'm giving it to the break of 16. If it goes 1 penny below that, I'm out. Maybe I get shaken out, maybe I don't. But the whole point here was maybe we found a bottom at 1583, and I was looking for a 50-period retracement on the 3-minute, because we haven't had one quite yet. But today, right now, is as close as we've gotten to it. So I'm like, okay, maybe the distance between the price action and the 50 periods closing down, maybe we'll get the retracement. Maybe we won't. It'll cost me 9 pennies to find out. But we're holding 16 well. Some good size also showing up here on the book at 16. Let's see if it holds. But a key level to the upside has been that dog 1610 level. It's been really hard to get through. A lot of selling coming in around that level. So 1610 for this recent price action in and around here. Obviously, we broke it above here, but 1610 has been the tough cookie to break. Now, another reason why I took it is because we also reclaimed the 50 period on the 1-minute chart. It's the first time we've been above the 50 period for quite some time. So looking, obviously it could be a false breakout here and a bull trap, but it's going to cost me 9 pennies to find out with a quarter position, and I've already got a resting profit taker here sitting at 17s, and then maybe we'll scale into the position for a possible VWAP retracement if it really gets going here. But you know, even though I don't believe in the company and I've got my reservations about the whole setup, just basically looking to play the price action. 1609 is where I'm long. I'm seeing 08s here, 09s. Here comes 10. Now this is a level I was telling you guys about. Couldn't break through this level last time. Reject again this time. 09 back on the ask on the book here. So that 10 level creating a bit of a flat top, and you know, this either can be good or bad. And obviously I'm kind of giving myself an out here by saying it can be good or bad, but in most cases, when you have a bullish trend and you have accumulation at a flat top, it's usually good, because then you're accumulating and then you usually have a break, an aggressive break to the top side. Can't really say that in this case because we've been going down all day. We're down 17%, but we are kind of bouncing off this area. So even though it's not a bullish trend, you know, we have a bullish short-term trend, I want to say, bouncing off 1583 again, and now trying to stay above 16 and reclaim that 1610 level. Not easy, and definitely easier said than done.
I love, I don't want to cut you off, but someone said, Neo is the bane of my existence. Isn't that what you always say?
That, yeah, it's so frustrating, some of these stocks.
I love, like, I see the bane of my existence. Like, wait, is Sharif, like, talking in the chat right now, too, as he's, like, talking? Yeah,
sometimes
guys,
when I'm sick and I'm at home and it's like you or Ian or Obi or whoever it is, I'll like be in the chat trying to smack talk you guys. I don't even get noticed.
I just want to say, guys, somebody was like, Neo, did he just say 5,000 lots is a small position? It is, man. It's only $5 million. So
he's talking relative, guys. I mean, like,
exactly.
you know what kind of
Neo
money is in the market?
55 million shares today. So 500,000 shares is like what? What is that? Like 1%? So yeah, even though majority obviously dark kind of trades there, I would just say that, especially on an earnings day, 5,000 Neo, it's, you know, $5 million. It's not like, you know, like 200 million, like 50 million, like it's like 5 million, you know? So it's like not too big, not too big. But yeah, Tesla's above 202 now. So I tried a little short here. It basically broke 202 and I slammed it and I watched it go down. I'm like, if this doesn't go down right away, I'm getting out of it. So it basically went down, went there, covered it. I'm waiting. This is the same idea that I'm going to stick with, but I feel like we easily drift into like 202.50. So I'm essentially watching and waiting for this. Anytime Tesla runs to even dollar levels, it always like, you know, it's going to bamboozle a lot of people. So it's going to break the level, come back down, go back above, come back down. So I'm waiting for like this is like, again, it's weird to say front side on a short on Tesla, but if you're going to only look at this data set of the, okay, now we're over VWAP and we're going up, this is the front side of essentially the scalp move down that I'm looking for. So it sounds silly to say like that, I know. But essentially, yeah, we'll see if this can pop closer to 203. If it doesn't, it is what it is. But I'm just going to be recycling this area over and over again, trying to like build my short for then to move back down. So if it fails right here, it fails, whatever. But yeah, if it keeps going up, I'm basically going to recycle this area. Somebody was like, hey, can you look at LHLD, what was it? LH, something with an LH. The one from yesterday, Sharif, you know, help me out here.
Oh, yeah, LHDX.
LHDX, yeah. LHDX. Sure, I'll have a look at this for you. This is
I just
at
want to say
110.
quickly before
Yeah,
you
sure.
continue that the 10 level has now broken here on Rivian. So I'm sitting here at 17s. I'm not calling this one yet. I mean, I don't know if it retraces or not, but it's making a move. Here comes 15. Here comes 16. Is 17 in the cards? It looks like it's going to be in the cards real soon. We're back up to 16 here on the book. I'm sitting at 17s, but we'll have to cross 17s for me to get filled. But there's the break I was looking for. So shout out to Adam. It's exactly what I was looking for. I got a spidey sense about these things. But hey, I haven't collected anything yet, so I'm like singing my praise. I haven't done nothing. So yeah, the what's it called? The book showing some resistance at 16, even though it's not being really reflected. You can't really see the size, so it makes me suspect we have a bit of an iceberg here on Rivian, but I suspect we'll have a lot of resistance to the upside, so I will have to exercise patience. And just like that, we flush back down all the way to 1610. So 1617 rejects for the moment, but it's getting bought up, Luca. So there's a bit of a fight here to be expected on a stock that is so busted up to the downside.
Yeah, so quickly looking at LHDX, again, this one was the one from yesterday. It really had an exciting move yesterday, breaking that $1 and going to the upside, doing a lot of volume. It's, oh, it actually had more volume the day before that, eh? Interesting.
Tesla
Oh, this
broke
was the
VWAP,
over-under.
eh?
Yeah, I know. I'm watching Tesla. I'm trying to get a short there going.
You're trying to get a short.
Yeah, I'll see. Closer to 203. This thing, it did go up today. It did go up today. You know what? I never know with these penny stocks. It's like this is the start of the move, and now it's like the secondary move. I think just to keep things very, very simple, again, so I'm not going to trade this, but if it holds this area, like sort of like it has the run up, so this is your lightning bolt, this is your head and shoulders, top of the pattern, but it doesn't fail. So it opens the day, goes up even higher again. A little bit of a head and shoulders action, back down, popping back to the top, can't break the 130. I think safe to say key levels on this thing is 150 because it's a very like clean level. So let me just draw like a line way up there, 150. The high, so like the high into like a 150 area is pretty interesting. This line of support looks pretty clean, and it is holding this level, and it lines up with 1. But yeah, volume's always the tell. A lot of volume traded in around this area. So I would say that maybe there's support comes in at like 85 cents. So 1 into like 85 cents over there. But I'm not 100% sure with this one. Volume is dying down intraday. I'm not going to trade it. It's pretty thick, 136 million shares traded. But yeah, nothing that stands out to me to trade right now. I just feel like these it's like boom, boom, boom to the downside. Goes up just a little bit, boom, boom. Maybe one more boom to the downside into 1 level. So yeah, best of luck if you guys are trading that one.
James
again,
the Bear wants to get noticed in the chat. He's saying, Tesla, listen to me. We're talking about Tesla, man. I'm noticing it's breaking to the high side. You know, formed a bit of a double bottom at that 198.52 area. I want to say that 198.50 essentially is where the double bottom is on Stresla. Yeah, it's reclaimed VWAP, but you know, I always worry taking Stresla against the trend. You know, clearly the trend is down. It's down 1.79% on the day. It was down over 2% at its lows. Yeah, I get it. We have Investor Day. Elon's going to drop the master plan 3. There's some good catalysts here to work with. I get it. It's above VWAP now. It's reclaimed the 50 period on the 3-minute chart. It's just, you know, making money on Stresla, you know, sometimes can come at the expense of your well-being. At least that's been my experience. But you know, if there's something to be had here, I will definitely not shy away from taking it long if it presents the opportunity. Renata saying, hey, can you check Unity? Is that Unity? So let's have a look here. Yes, it is Unity. So what's our friend Unity up to? Let's look over here. Let's pull it up on Trade Ideas. We haven't been using the Trade Ideas chart. That's not nice. Mr. Noss is going to get upset. All right, so we're going to duplicate into free floating window here. All right, let's have a look at our friend Unity. This is the 3-minute on it. Looks like we have a nice accumulation below VWAP, zigzagging our way into a VWAP retracement. But Renata, the range on it, although the pattern looks good, especially maybe for a breakout now beyond VWAP as we accumulate near those tops, the range is like from 29 and 3/4 to about 315. So range, unless you're really looking for a nice breakout, in which case maybe we'll look at the 15-minute chart to kind of see where the levels are. Yeah, okay, we could get up to around 31.30. That's the recent level. So look at dollar plus to the upside over here. Yeah, it looks good, Renata. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm not going to say it's bad, but don't front run it unless you're looking to short off VWAP here, right? What is it? It's down 1% on the day, so it's not a strong or weak name, really. If you're taking it long, I mean, these accumulation patterns, especially the ones with the higher low, higher low, higher low, usually break to the high side, but it is down. So this could be a continuation pattern to the south side, and you could try to take a short here on VWAP, maybe keep a really tight stop above the $0.25, 30.25, 30.26-ish area, and then maybe look to add through the break of the low of day here at 29.75 if you really want to hold. So yeah, this is kind of your trade. I'm kind of just jumping in here from the middle. That's what I'm looking at. Maybe a short off here and an add through low of day, or get long with a tight stop maybe below the 50 on the 3-minute chart, which is like that 30.10. So hope that helps. All right, we just printed on Rivian, so we're gonna, yeah, there we go. Cha-ching. Adam, I told you, my guy. He's like, I told you about Tesla. I'm like, I told you about Rivian. All right, Rivian moving to the high side now. We get that 17 print. Are we gonna get a 20 print? So maybe we'll hang out at 20s. We'll see what that one wants to do. We're long 09s, so it's nothing like, hey, let's celebrate. It's, you know, it's a decent trade. It's nothing really to write home about. But moving to the high side is Rivian now. But let's not overstay our welcome, because the 50 period right now on the 3-minute, on my chart anyway, is at 21. So we could see a rejection anytime now. I'm expecting a rejection at the 50 period. Like, that's what I'm expecting here. You know, there may be more upside strength in this than I see at the moment, which may be taking it up to 1644. That's where VWAP is. It's retracing now after printing me here, but that's to be expected. It's not going to go up in a straight line. It's not a bullish trend. Yeah, I'll exercise some patience on this now that I've de-risked a little bit. Meta coming back into VWAP, though. This might be an interesting new trade. 176.36. Or 176.40-ish area. That's VWAP on my chart. I will be buying around there, but I will be cognizant of the fact that it has, you know, really accumulated at that area. We've rejected off it a number of times today. So, you know, the more times we touch it, the more times, you know, or the more likely we are to break it to the downside. So I'll be cognizant of that, but I'll be buying at 176.42. We're still about like 20 pennies or maybe 25 pennies or so away from that, Luca. So a couple of trades on at the moment, just 1 in 1 at the moment, but looking definitely to get into meta. Nothing else really in my world. Mark Knight saying, I'm also taking this trade. If it breaks lower, so be it. All right, I like it. You know, the meta VWAP, it's a rinse and repeat trade, Mark, so we'll see. Bob saying, Algo's getting ready to do something big. What makes you feel that way, Bob? Is it just like an instinct? Oh, hold on. Pause everything right now. The hat's gone on backwards. Does that mean AMC's coming up?
Well, I'm putting on the hat backwards because I'm about to take a couple positions, and I really want them to work for me. So I just feel like I did that for AMC.
And it worked.
So AMC was like this, though, because it was like aerodynamic. So this is like maybe like position is about to get started.
Joker.
And then let's see what happens with this one. Yeah, man, we'll see where this one wants to go.
I'm getting out of this trade.
Maybe I'll just like slowly but surely just like, you know, continue to spin the hat round
The rally
and around.
cap. Someone's calling it the rally cap.
The rally cap. Yeah, guys, backwards is when you know, like, I'm like, okay, like, we better be going straight, like, straight in the money here. So I'm going to save that for small caps. But yeah, maybe this will be like, okay, like, let's get ready to do something. So basically watching Tesla, waiting for 203 to come into play if it wants to bounce there. I'm looking at this and I'm telling myself, this is not the top, man. This is not the top. This is kind of like channeling. Maybe we do dip, 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 then rip. But it's kind of like a different trade. So like it makes the move into VWAP, right? It pops, drops, does it twice, 3 times. If it goes down now, it's going without me. Not punching the lows, not too worried about it. But if we go back up to that 203, I want that. I want that like into 203, break the level, slam the short, go back down into the VWAP area. Could be $1.50 if we get there. So yeah, man, I will do a little dance if we get there. But if we don't, I guess you know, not going to be doing it. And I'm also waiting for Meta. I know you were saying that somebody in the chat was like, I'm going to short Meta. I'm going to long Meta. So we'll. So you're.
No. He's going to take the long. He likes the VWAP dip.
Okay, yeah. Because you know what it is. So do you ever look at like somebody else's screen and you see a chart a whole different way?
Yeah, because of how they have it set up. Yeah.
So like I was like, I'm looking at Meta. I'm like, I don't know. And then I look at the other screen and I see Sharif. You have Meta up, and I go, that's a long, dude.
Yeah.
So I go, okay, I'm getting long here. So if we can actually,
here,
like I'm waiting for like the dip into VWAP for the long. So it's already showing that it wants to stall here and do these little wick off bottoms. So essentially, I'm gonna wait and let it wick bottom, pop back up, wick bottom, pop back up, wick bottom, give me the fill, instantly pop back up in the money right away, and then rip to 177. So yeah, let's kind of manifest that right now and see if it wants to actually come to fruition. Maybe get the fill right now. Let's see if this thing wants to dip and fill me. I don't even know where I'm sitting, but I'm sitting somewhere close to VWAP here. So we'll see if that one wants to come. Yeah, Tesla fading off. I don't know about this one. Somebody's asking about Lucid, and there's also a super chat. Did you address the Lucid super chat?
I didn't.
Okay, I'll get to that very quickly. Let me just scroll up. So it was Sunhands MRAC, $2 super chat. Thank you so much. And I am long Meta right now. Thinking of buying Lucid 850 calls. So again, I'm never gonna like say like, oh, you should do that or you shouldn't do that. You should do whatever you want to do. Like that's kind of what I'll say there. But essentially, Lucid down on the day. I mean, is there a daily level here? I guess like the low is like 809, and then it's like 820. And then it's like tapping like 835. As long as 835 holds from a technical perspective, that was the most recent low there. Okay, guys, 20 cents in the money on Meta. Like, I gotta look at this, baby. Let's go. I'm covering this right away, whatever. I feel like if I don't cover, it's going right back down. And if I cover, it's gonna go up. So if you guys are in that long, I covered. So it's probably gonna like instantly go to 177.
Leanna Banks gets very upset when you say cover on a long. She got upset earlier today in the chat. She's like, you don't cover longs, right?
What do you do with them?
I sell them. I don't know. You cover shorts. I'm not saying
covering
it's right.
is just covering your position.
That's what I said. That's what I'm thinking. Well, guess what? I'm covering this long. I took that with you, my friend there. There we go. I got
see that? I cover
70 longs. Yeah, I know.
Guys, pull up my chart. That's terrible. But it's good for you guys if you're long. And I even thought of this. I was like, look, see, that's manifested into reality. And I'm not even in the trade. Baby. You know what, though? I'm happier if you guys are still in this trade because whatever. I'll just like take my money, move on. And what a move!
Yes,
what
baby.
What a move!
I'm holding.
It's kind of like sometimes you speak and the bots listen, and they're like, you know what, Luca? We smoked you so many times. Like, we'll give you this one time, and that's about it. Yep.
That VWAP's been absolute money today. It's been absolute money. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to continue to be money. Where do we get in? I got in at 71, so I'm right back into my break even. I take some out at 80. I take some out at 90. And now we're back into 80 again. So do I hold or you know, do I cut it loose here? The futures are not really giving me an indication that we're going to flush. We're accumulating here, a bit of a top happening above VWAP most notably. So I don't know. I don't feel inclined to sell. I've taken out a couple of pieces already from this Meta long. You know, it's going to be a tiny little bit that goes against me. I think I can hold that. You know, in fact, I'll hold it to below 40s. In fact, I will add at 40 should it make its way down there. And if it really breaks below 30s, then I'll be gonzino on that one. But until then, you know, it's been a rinse and repeat thing on Meta, and I'm not getting out at this level. So.
Yeah, guys, just somebody's like, Luca, you held that for 5 seconds. Yeah, man. 5 seconds and I made money. Think about that for a second.
What does it matter?
But think about that for a second.
Yeah, of course.
5 seconds.
Exposure.
Look at that, eh? Look at
wow.
that. Hey, Sean.
We're seeing some stuff here.
Kicking it old school.
I
Look
love
at that.
Oh, that's from 2000.
Oh, baby.
And it's you still have. That's obviously P Pro,
baby.
Right?
Yeah, guys, 5 seconds making money. I'll take that, man. I'll take that. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's the old office. When was that, Sean? 2015?
Not bad.
No, older than that. Older than that. That's look at that smile. Look at that
He's
smile
gonna let us
over
know.
there. Oh man, that's
doing
that's
what he
OG
does,
right over there.
doing what he loves to do.
That right there is the old floor. This, what you guys are looking at, is the floor back in the day. This is oh yeah, look at that. Hey, this is Pratt. This is your picture, right? Yeah, this is the floor back in the day. Looks very similar.
This is here.
This is here, yeah.
Yeah,
this
but
is
completely different setup.
Yeah, a little bit of a different setup now, a little more kind of cleaner now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was back in the day there. But yeah, guys, you know, a 5 second trade, I'll take that money. Essentially, it moved into 177 and then back down. So here's the thing. If you're looking at my chart right now, it's like if I didn't sell here, and I didn't sell here, I would be selling here because now I'd be coming back down. I'm going to do it again. I did it. I did it. I'm going to do it again. First time's a charm. Let's see if, wait. Why?
What happened? All right. Well, I just added to this meta here at 48, or what I got? I got 47s. Okay, so not bad. Average price now 56, 53s here on the ask, looking for that VWAP hold. No secret what I'm trying to do on here. It's a rinse and repeat trade, but if it breaks, it breaks. I'm taking really small positions here that are really not gonna really destroy me too much. So coming back into the area 176.40. This is kind of the inflection point. Do we hold this area? You know what? VWAP has been so respected on Meta today that on at least my my platform here on the side, it even hasn't wicked below VWAP. That doesn't mean it's not going to do it this time around. I really need to be flexible with the distance I give it below VWAP, especially having had, I have a much smaller position than I did initially, especially on this move here, where like I had a full size position moving up. So I need to exercise some patience, and knowing full well that the tests around VWAP here were numerous, very numerous, in fact. Let's have a look quickly here. Let's bring in, yeah, so look at this. I mean, look at the amount of accumulation we had at VWAP there with no break. So, I gotta give it, I don't have to do anything, but obviously, it's prudent to give it a fair degree, like a bit of room here. Let it kind of maneuver. It's a big capper. So there's a lot of in and outs coming in on it, and it could wick you out real quick. So I'm gonna use. I'm not gonna use a hard stop. I'm gonna use an area stop. I'm gonna use my flatten keys should it get to the south side. But it looks like it's pumping to the high side. We just reclaimed 60s here. So let's see if we can actually hold this level. I'm betting we do. If I don't. If we don't, then Bubkis. AMC, though, moving here, Luca, getting off the schneid, broke 660 up to 667. It's a possible VWAP retracement here on AMC. Let's bring it in. Oh, my God, I don't even want to see IC. IC, what a paper-handed trade that was. It continued to run past 25, and I have no part of that. Anyway, AMC here, making a bit of a move, taking the 200 period. For the moment here on the 1 minute chart, looking to retrace possibly into that VWAP area, 672. Is that VWAP? On mine, yeah, 673 area. So about 10 pennies from where we're at now. This was an interesting consolidation area here that we saw. And that was the break of, I want to say 660 or so. So nice little move on AMC. I'm monitoring it. It's down 7% though, about $0.50 on the day. Back to meta here as we move back into the 60s. We're holding VWAP for now. I have a cost basis of 56, so still break even at this moment, but I'm liking this trade, especially since the futures, they're still near the highs and they are the lows. They're above VWAP as well, but who knows? I mean, anything can happen here. I don't think we have any market catalysts coming in this afternoon, do we? Anybody speaking or any numbers or anything like that? I'll have to check that real quick.
I like to be surprised.
I don't. What?
Yeah,
oh,
just Sean coming back on. But Sean, I was going to say, I like to be surprised. I like to be in positions and then things move and I go, what's going on?
Yeah.
Who's moving this?
I enjoy
it.
I don't know if I look forward
like that
to
meta
it.
trade where I was long and the news came out.
Oh, that
and it
was
just
the best.
moons right in the money. I like that. I don't want to know anything.
fantastic.
I just want to be like, look at this. Oh my God. Yeah, guys, meta VWAP is pretty good, looking pretty good, so pretty confident with that one. We'll see if it wants to continue to the upside. And Moon, maybe, and Moon. Yeah, Tesla's getting closer to that 203, but it's like slow and steady, which is like not what I don't want it to do. I want it to explode up and then explode back down. Make my life a little bit easier on that one. If it's going to be like a slow trend up, that means it's going to be like a slow trend down probably. So yeah, Tesla, if you want to just do that for me and explode to the north side and go back down, that would be great.
It's moving.
The market's like channeling, right? The market moved down, moved back up. Now it's spending a lot of time in and around VWAP. Guys, if you see this setup and it looks familiar, it's because it is familiar. This thing does this every single time. This was the high. I'm going to delete this line in a second, but this was the high of that move before we dipped, breaking the lows, ripping back up, breaking the high of that move, and then slamming right down. So I would say if you want to short, actually I shouldn't even say it like this, but essentially use the technical setup on how it's structured, right? So like this into like this, for me is like I guess like a little area, like 39, playing off the 39.75. So for myself, if I would short this, I would be like, okay, if it breaks 39.75, maybe it's gonna like go to 39.80, and then it could actually like make its way to the upside. So yeah, just be cognizant of those kind of areas there. Maybe it does a little dance around there. Am I gonna remove the lines because they're not like really like lines? Here we go, Meta. Here we go. Okay, making its way back to the upside.
It's annoying me, man. I'm sitting at 76s waiting to get filled. Let's go.
Yeah, you want 76s?
I'm waiting on 76s.
I did it better this time. The first time was like the bounce play, like, you know, in, out. The second time is like, okay, let's see if this can hold and like now drift its way up. So taking the scalp win on it and essentially waiting now to see can we get to like at least the 50 period to reevaluate. Maybe I'll add to it again if we get there. I think it was Chill Vibes in the chat who was like, Luca's doing it again. Yeah, I'm telling you.
He's making money again.
I'm literally telling you, like, I am going to do this because it looks good, right? So, yeah, let's see if it holds. I just feel like it's holding VWAP, so clearly VWAP algo's in full effect. So it comes back down. I take my shot, you know, scalp around a little bit, and then see if it can, you know, go to the upside there. Phil saying, Luca, please reevaluate Neo for us. So yeah, I'm still holding that short.
There we go. We get the
There's
fill.
the move.
There it is, baby.
Okay.
We
yeah,
get the fill. It's a rinse and repeat type trade. I want to get into it real quick.
Why does it stop though? That's the
add,
thing.
scalp, moves down, add,
Just go all
scalp.
the way up.
So it's let me just recycle the same level over and over until it shows me that it's not going to work anymore. And what's the point in trying to find anything different? Because it's working. So I'm going to look now to take a next piece for the test of 177. You got to assume that the whole dollar will act as a level of resistance. So let's go ahead and put in an out. Let's go for the mid-90s here. Let's sit at 94s because what's life without whimsy, right? So we'll let that one run. There we go, back into mid-70s. Let's see a retracement here into the 80s. A bit of a slower move this time. That is the bounce off VWAP for Meta to be expected, seeing as how we are in the lunchtime hour at the moment. My average now on our friend Meta is that 49, so give me a bit more of a buffer. Thanks to that add down in the mid-40s, that kind of helped the whole situation. I was holding, okay, so this was a quarter position, scalp, holding a little bit. Add another quarter position at this point in scalp. Here comes back down. This is an interesting area. Again, I talked about this earlier. A more aggressive trader with more conviction would add at the accumulation area at VWAP. I'm not going to do that. I am not that good, right? I don't want to pretend like I am that good. So I'm not going to be adding at these levels. I'm going to just take them, try to mitigate my risk, and then scalp as the pops come in. That's the whole idea. Still holding VWAP for the moment, but, you know, not really making any discernible trend other than, you know, I'm just holding VWAP and I'm going to consolidate sideways. Maybe giving us an upper area of the trend, which is like that break of 75. It's kind of hard to read at the moment. Might as well just hold this and then try to base it off levels. What is everyone else up? Renata saying Google is
and
moving.
Again.
It absolutely is. 1%. What's up?
No, I'm just saying Meta. Let's go.
You rinsed and repeated
Let's
that,
go,
eh?
baby. Over
Everybody
and
is excited about this right here. Everybody's excited. We're going to throw the bang.
Oh, yeah. Hit the bang on that one. Guys, this is the thing. So for myself, because I'm willing to like add, take it off, like if I do this over and over again, I probably make more doing this in this type of market environment in the middle of the day than I do holding for the move that doesn't actually materialize. Maybe it does. I think it does. But I'm just going to like play off that, get the long, get it out, get the long, get it out.
The 80s.
And then if it goes without me, it goes.
Beauty.
But I would just be covering here anyways. So sometimes I just take it off like prematurely and whatever. It just worked well. Woo! So yeah, man, now looking good, baby. Now looking good. And again, guys, look at how it looked before, right? So like this thing like comes back down, and this is like 11:11. And it spends from 11:10 until 11:40 before it actually goes up. So that's 30 minutes in and around VWAP. So essentially it's getting here. I'm not expecting it to go right away. I think it's going to spend, I mean, it got here at like 12:34. Maybe it spends like until 1. You know, maybe like it comes back down and then goes down again. And I'll keep trying it over and over again, because if the VWAP algos are in full effect, as soon as people start buying, you know, they get scared, it pops, and then eventually the algos like stop, let's say at like 76, 70. So they like buy, they stop, they get turned off. So it pops, then it goes back down there, buy, pop, stop. So if it's gonna do like that type of like move, I'm gonna like react to the market that I'm watching. Somebody was like, Luca, can you reevaluate Neo? I'm willing to lose on this position. It frustrated me. I'm holding for 861. If 861 doesn't come into play, then I'm gonna get stopped out, or I'm just gonna cover it like You know, maybe I go for a walk after the show, or maybe I just hold it until the end of the day and cover it like wherever it is. So yeah, that's basically the plan on that one. Tesla just dodged my order, man. Look at this one, man. Let me just pull this up. I have my orders here, and essentially just dodging my orders. It's like, oh, we see you, Luca. We're not filling you on that one. That's too easy. So I'm still sitting there waiting for this fill. I might change my mind because, again, I want it to go there. I want to get the fill the first time because now look at this flush down. You guys know me. I would be covering some on the flush. If I got like 202, I don't even know where I'm sitting, but let's say I got where I wanted, and then it goes all the way down. Like, this is almost $1. Like, I would definitely be taking some off, like, at 50 cents, $1 win. So now that it's going to go back, I'm kind of like, do I want as much the second time around? So these are kind of the questions I ask myself in real time, and then I just basically change my opinion on it. But we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll
which
see
is
where that
totally
wants to
normal,
go.
by the way, because the facts
it's
change
like,
and information changes.
It's a different trade now, right? Like,
exactly.
It's like this was the move that I was really going for. Like,
Yeah, the
up,
VWAP
down.
bounce.
Now if it does it again, it's like I have to like reevaluate my levels, and I already like spent like a whole explanation doing this. I don't know if I want to do it again, but someone's saying today is Tesla Day and Tesla World. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. They can do whatever. It'd be good to know when that comes through, but at the same time, maybe I get all the fills at the same time, and then they're like, by the way, our AI cured cancer and blah blah blah, and I'm just like, whoops, got to cover that short. So yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna remove some of those. I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna remove those orders. I don't want them anymore. I should have got it there. I didn't. It didn't fill me. So clearly the short was good. Maybe now we get another flush down and go to the 50 period. So at like 202. Yeah, James the Bear. Exactly. Trading is an art. So your approach to trading should be scientific in the sense that you should have a methodological approach to it. You should like structure it very simply. You should say like, okay, if A, B, and C are lining up for my strategy, like I'm gonna take the strategy. But then how you like execute on it is like an art. So like you're like, okay, I'm gonna finesse it. You know, Tesla's weaker today. Usually I'll short like this, but like I'm gonna like step down because it's weaker, or it looks less liquid today. So like the art that I'm gonna take on it is like less size because it's less liquid and stuff like that. So yeah, it's definitely a combination of both. You know, your approach should be scientific, and the execution and kind of finesse should be like the art side of things. Someone's saying 4 o'clock, so I guess they're okay. So they're doing it after the close.
Yeah, it's 3
All right, in
o'clock.
that case, let me put my orders back then. Let me get those orders back in there. Okay, yeah, that's one of them. Let's see if I get that fill. See where it goes. Okay,
I want to answer a quick question here. Atlas asking, do you think LHDX and ONCS are tradable anymore? Let's have a look. LHDX, haven't looked at that one today. It looks like it's a good short right now. And then ONCS, that was earlier today. That was a big mover. Let's bring in the charts. We'll look at LHDX first since ONCS is taking forever to load. This one, not tradable for me. I'll tell you why. I mean, you get that big pop up, right? It's going to be a good continuation day. You're looking, you know, we held 100. We held $1. It looks like this dollar hold could be really interesting. We're at $1.02. We're basically almost at the low of day. Technically, the low of day is at 94, but that was made right, you know, during the action of the 930 move there. So I give that one a little less weight. Definitely was at 98.50 and then $1. You want to say that 98.50, $1 is a buy area. Personally, if I was to take the dollar hold, I'd give it a couple of pennies, right? And then I'd be looking to add, if it held above $1, maybe to increase my position size into a VWAP retracement. But not looking good for a long right now. It made that top at 145, been stair stepping down, making lower high, lower high, lower high, and then you get that flat bottom break eventually at that 108. That was the level earlier from around 11 o'clock. So a little tough here, but here we go. $1 just gave way, and now we're in the 99 pennies and change. Do we hold this area again? It's worth repeating. We had a lot of action from the downside at that 97.75, 98 area, right? We wicking down all the way to the 200 here at 94, but the better level definitely is that 97 area. Do we hold it? We'll see on that one. ONCS. This one was the big mover from this morning, still up 95% on the day. But look at that price action. I mean, the move was at 4 a.m., right? If you had to get up at 4 a.m. or you had to turn on your buy algo, because that's where it was. You had a couple of bull flag continuations, and then it's done bupkis for the exception of this Christmas tree, V-shaped retracement here, where it shoots up all the way to 265 at the open, then retraces all the way back down, and then stair steps down the entire day. Tries a couple of VWAP retracements from the sell side, rejects. But in the meantime, of course, it stops you out because it wicks above VWAP, probably wicking everybody out there who had 1, 2, or 3, or 4 even penny stops, going all the way up to 35 and then retracing right back down. In fact, if you want the truth, it looks like a good flat bottom break, right? A flat bottom continuation break where you have that big move up, breaks down, consolidates, breaks down, consolidates. How many times have we talked about these on the small cappers? That was the trade of the week last week on LLAP, if you guys will recall. A big move up, a rejection, a consolidation, a rejection down, a consolidation. So if I was to add short on here, I'm adding at 212. In fact, I would probably get in now, right? 208, 212. The reason I say 212 is because it's a 50 period on the 3-minute chart, and I really like that level, right? We see a lot of these flat bottom breaks retrace into the 50 period, maybe stop a few people out who have their stop in and around that area, and then continue to flush south. See it over and over and over, especially on the small cap crappers. It's kind of like their modus operandi. So, in fact, thank you for that idea. I will be looking at ONCS, but I will be looking at it to the south side, Luca.
Yeah, guys, Tesla's working here, man. Tesla, what a beautiful kind of wick off top here. This thing is, popping to 203, getting one fill, so not the rest of the fills there. But yeah, didn't break 203. Now it's going down. So I'm wondering, do we actually like flush into 202 to like print the 50 period and then like make a decision from there? For myself, again, guys, when you're trading, you always want to make sure that the risk to return makes sense for your trade. So every trader is doing different things. Day traders are going for like the smaller range. Intraday swingers are going for the larger range. But as long as the risk makes sense to you, and just remember that if you are risking something from a scalp trade perspective and then it starts to work for you, maybe not the best idea to then turn it into an intraday swing just because you're in the money. Just stick to your setup, stick to your guns, and run it 100,000 times and then say to yourself, yeah, this is for me or this isn't for me. But just make sure it makes sense to you. So Tesla has been holding the 50 and then bouncing and popping back. And so if you see these setups where it rips into the 50 period and then quickly pops, when it, like I think we're going to get a flush. Like the same way we flushed here, taking the trade because now that I know that Investor Day is not going to happen right now in the next 2 seconds, now I'm short, glad I put my order back. And it was a little bit of a pop and drop. Super nice, man, super nice. This thing now shouldn't go back above 202.80 because this was the previous high, 202.72. It broke, went back below, opened the next candle, popped, 202.75. So it technically shouldn't go above 202.75 before it flushes into the 50 period. So I'm waiting for that flush. And again, going back to what I was saying, if you see it dipping into the 50 and quickly ripping back, if you want that fill at the 50 period, like have your order there. Don't like wait. So sometimes I wait with like no order because I don't want to like spook the market. I don't want the bots to like see my order and then like reverse off of it or like miss the fill by a second. I'm basically watching this, like my eyes are on it. I'm waiting for 202 to print, but essentially because it's doing the dip and rip, the dip and rip, the dip and rip, I think we're going to get the dip. Get me out, let me get the chips, and then I'll watch it rip back to the upside without me, and I'll be out of that short. So, yeah, let's see if that flush comes through right now in the next little while. It's probably going to print 202. Yeah, I'm just patiently waiting here. And, okay, there we go. Beautiful. Nice cover. I was actually going to, like, remove my order and put it higher because I'm like, no, don't tell me they're going to do this game here. Okay, so that's the move. That's a nice flush down, man. So essentially, when you go for these even dollar levels, as this example happens in real time, maybe it's going to make me look silly and just go all the way down, and then I'll just say, okay, whatever. But essentially, short off the 203, coming back down, absolutely nice,
my God.
dipping down, printing the 202. So it's like a magnet into 202, smashing the size, doing a lot of volume at the 202 just very instantly. And then like after that subsides, like if there's continuation, it'll go. If not, it'll just bounce back. So like I talk about liquidity vacuums a lot in the sense that this is dipping and then ripping, dipping and then ripping. There's a chance that it dips and then rips back. So I'm patiently waiting. I get my fill. I'm out of the trade. I got $1 or so. Yeah, give or take maybe like 80 cents, 60 cents. Can't complain. Basically, doing the dues, man. Pretty happy with that one. It's an art in terms of where you put your order. So if anybody's wondering, like, how did I decide to do it over here? It was basically because this was the low of this move. So the low of this move was like 202.10. So I'm like, let me just go right in front of 202.10 because really I want 202, but what's 10 cents in the event that what if it goes down, doesn't fill the 202s because it reverses off 202.08 and then goes up. So I'm like, I really want it. It went to like 210 before. It'll probably at least fill to like 10 to 11 to 12 to 13. So I'll give up the extra 10 cents. You know, if I held this and then it bounced back, I would have covered there anyways. And if I didn't, now it'd be at like 202.30, right? And I'd be like, oh man, what's happening now? Like, do I hold this or like whatever?
Can you look at that screen? Did you hear my little rant about flat bottom breaks on small cap crappers? Like 1 second before I went to get a Spro?
Yeah.
And then look what happens when I came back.
Is this ONCS?
Oh my goodness. That is frustrating, guys. Exactly the level that I was talking about, that 208, it flushes like, oh my goodness, okay.
That's so like tough though because it's SSR.
I get it, but there was a lot of upticks here. There was a range, right? On 208, right?
Like to take the short through there?
That was quite frustrating. Jeez. Anyway, it is what it is, but you know, it's a rinse and repeat type strategy. You're not going to hit them all. You're going to find the occasional one that, you know, hovers a little bit below VWAP, kind of giving you that hint, yeah, short me, I'm below VWAP now, I broke out, I made a new high. And then it'll reclaim VWAP, and then you'll be bamboozled. The tell, if I could say that I'm looking for a tell, I think I may have found one. I don't know if it works every time, but here's what I look for. Look for, you know, a clear high of day made and a clear rejection off that high of day, rather than looking for a retracement into a previous high. Because I've noticed on occasions where the stock was below VWAP, at VWAP, retraces to a previous high rather than making a very clear new high, you know, separated by whatever margin, depends on the stock, like 10, 15 pennies in this case would be, on a $2 stock would be a clear new high, right? When it retraces into a previous high and then it breaks down below VWAP, it's likely to retrace back to that high. It's going to be zigzagging. Below VWAP, above VWAP. But when it breaks and it makes a really big high and then it flushes down a clear, like a Christmas tree shaped retracement, breaks below VWAP, consolidates, your chances are better that will be a flat bottom break, and that's kind of the one, that's what I've been noticing lately. So make with that what you will. CDIO, Cactus is telling me CDIO. Let's have a look at CDIO. This one up 16, 17% on the day. Not a bad little move here. Let's pull up the trade ideas chart, CDIO, and then go duplicate, go away. Duplicate into free floating window. There we go. I don't know why I say that out loud every time. It helps me. Nice little bull flag there, Cactus, on CDIO. Big move up through that 350 break. Clearly 350 was an area of resistance that, you know, the stock had trouble keeping above. It breaks it with a lot of vigor this time. You know, now it's kind of making that pennant, that whatever flag, whatever you want to call it, in and around $4. Not really respecting the whole dollar area though, to be honest, because it's breaking below it at times, even going down to the mid 80s. But the flag is there. You can get in right here, right? Because we're kind of midpoint in the flag. So this $4 area, you can get in. Now, where's your out? You can have a couple of outs, right? One, you can be a bit more aggressive and say, well, you know, I'll give it to the breakout area, in which case you're looking to 350. I would say, you know, use the fib, look for that 350 area, find out where the 2/3 retracement is, so a 66% move back, and then keep your stop below there. You could also keep it at VWAP, that's 385. It also happens to be the low of this trough right here. So a couple of moves you could have for a bull flag continuation. Up 17%. I don't know why this is moving. Let's have a look real quick. It's definitely a multi-day mover, because I definitely know that I've seen that name before. Yeah, it's from yesterday. So it's a continuation from yesterday, the 28th. It had a very big boy day. It got off the schneid there at 133, topped up all the way at 440. So it had an absolute monstrous day yesterday. Today is a continuation because we made a higher high than yesterday's close. Yesterday's high was that $4 area. We could not break it. Today's high is 431. So this is a nice swing, and it's a multi-day runner. It's a former runner. It had a big boy day also on February 6th, where it kind of started the day off at 119, got all the way up to 335. So this is a stock that, you know, has a propensity to run a couple of 100% a day. It's up 20% today. What's the move though? The move I see is the bull flag, and if that doesn't materialize, and I don't really see another play on this. So hope that helps. Cactus, and good hunting to you, buddy.
Somebody asking me why didn't I flip short on Meta? If you guys saw, I tried it again for that long. Essentially, I don't know. Actually, it's just too fast. Like I'm not like I didn't even think about it honestly. But basically, long, cover, making the money. Comes back down, try it again. I take the L. I say, okay, no problem. I walk away. So yeah, up on the name, pretty happy with it. You could still watch it and watch how it reacts. If it like dipped and then quickly reclaimed, like you wouldn't want to be short. So maybe that's what I was thinking subconsciously. But essentially, like you could watch it. Now it's holding. So maybe like now, yeah, the short is good. The market's breaking down below VWAP. As you guys may have noticed, I am short the SPY over here at VWAP. It's a weird position. Like I'm not gonna lie here. But I just feel like look at VWAP all day. Like it never really stayed there. It blows through it, it blows by it, it blows through it, it blows down, it blows above it. I'm hoping that it like blows back down for the flush. So that's what I'm going for on that one.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Yeah, guys, that's what a beautiful video by a beautiful man over there. Look at that smile, guys. Hit the like button. If not for me, if for Neil, if not for me, Sharif, if not
He's
for me,
really
hit
giving
the
us
like
a
for
dirty
yourself.
look
You
right
guys
now.
are doing the most there. Yeah, no reason, nothing.
He says, "What are you buttering me up
look,
for?"
people in the chat.
He's
Neil is
already
the man.
suspicious.
What?
Fucking ran out of peanut butter, and I was about to like. You were talking about peanut butter on Reddit going down. Oh my god, and we had no peanut butter.
Wow,
No.
you gotta keep that peanut butter on. You gotta buy the big ones and just stack them in the cantina. Like have.
I
like,
got something for you right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be there in 1 second. Can you go to Luca? Because I gotta go.
I'll take it from here. That was that was amazing. That was amazing. Yeah, guys, hit that like if you're enjoying the show. Doing the do's over here. Peanut butter life. Always keep that thing on me, guys. I just literally before you didn't really see it, but I was eating a banana and like dipping it in my peanut butter. I love peanut butter, man. It's so good. Okay, yeah. So the market's flushing here. So there's that leg down. Let's go. Let's see where this one goes. I'm going for 30 cents. So I'm going for the 395 print on this. But I do think that we probably like continue lower. I just want to like. If you guys are wondering, like, why don't I, like, hold on to, like, a lot of my positions in the middle of the day, first and foremost, middle of the day, more chop action. So, for example, look at this action in and around the market. If I took a trade here, if it gets here, I just kind of cover. I get back in, I cover. In this case, maybe it's going to continue to go lower. Actually, you know what? I talked myself into it. I'm going to hold. But I would, okay, virtually I'm going to cover at 395. That's where, like, I want to cover. But let's see if, like, I can keep that conviction to hold for, like, maybe, like, a 39.55, yeah, let's do 39. Let's use the ES here. Let's do this in real time. Guys, I'm not like a futures trader, so when I do these trades, I'm thinking about them in real time here. Let's use, if it breaks 39.60, I'm gonna go for 39.55. I'm doing that. So whenever this hits 39.55, that's like around like maybe 394, like 66. So yeah, let's go with that. 394.70s. Yeah, let's go 394.70s. That's the target on this trade. If I can get that, I'll be very happy. At 394.40, Eric Taylor saying, yeah, maybe, okay, you know what? Yeah, fine. Let's go 394.40. And I will wait to see. I mean, if it's going to sell off, it's probably going to go back to 39.50. So, like, I just want to get out, like, ahead of that if that can, like, continue. So, yeah, let's see where that one wants to go. Best of luck if you're in this one. Yeah, someone's saying channel your inner Arun. I try, man. I try. It's not easy, honestly. It's not easy. Every trader trades differently. Obviously, lean into the type of trader you are, your strengths, and kind of roll with it. Yeah, so let's see. This went to 395.07. I don't know where my stop is. That's the problem. Like, I don't have a stop because I think it's going to print 395s. So my stop is like if it moves around, I would just cover it. But I guess if it doesn't break trend. So it ran up and didn't break trend. So now it's kind of breaking down. So let's see if it can like continue to hold trend. So this one should not go back above, let's say 395.60. If this goes above 395.60 to the upside, then it's back into this range. And if it's back into this range, maybe it wants to like go to the top of the range. So yeah, it shouldn't go back above this range, but it could dance around here before it actually flushes. But if it holds trend, I will continue to hold that one. Eric Taylor saying stop if we reclaim is 395.51. Yeah, I don't hate that idea. I was thinking the same thing, but I was like, yeah, maybe I'll go like a little higher just in case it does like 51 and then reverse or whatever. And I'm not even putting a stop in. So like these bots, man, maybe they're not listening to me, but they're definitely seeing the orders, and I'm not gonna allow them to see that one, especially if your stop's there. Don't want to ruin the trade for you, bud. Yeah, someone's saying Luca finna get rug pulled. No, man, rug pulled is if you're long, right? And then they pull the rug on you on a small cap and it flushes. Like I know Sharif, you were in that yesterday. That kind of rug pull that took place.
CDIO. What was it, dude?
I don't remember. CDIO? Yeah, it was CDIO.
It was Monday.
It was CDIO.
It was Monday.
Oh, it was Monday.
I got absolutely slapped in the face. But guys, Meta has actually finally broke VWAP. You know, it was a good trade while it lasted. No more is the case. We've now broken decidedly through that VWAP area, and now we are trending at least to the on my 3-minute chart here to the 200-day exponential moving average, hanging out in front of that $175.75 area. The ES also happened to break VWAP at exactly the same time. It's hanging out at 39.60. The high of days and low of days are worth mentioning. High of day, guys, we're kind of in between high and low right now. 39.91 to the high side, 39.43 to the south side. But I still like, especially on the 4-hour, that 39.50 area. That goes back to February 24th when we had a bit of a bottoming out at 39.50. We broke it today. Like I just said, we went to 43s, but we immediately retraced above it. And so far, at least, we're above it. So I want to see if we're going to close above that level. You want to see a close above that level for this 4-hour candle. I'm not sure when this 4-hour candle closes. It'd be nice if it kind of showed you how long left there was a candle. I know TradingView does that, right? TradingView shows you how long the candle has left to close. At least I know it did once upon a time. It'd be nice if this crappy IBKR thing could do the same. Anyway, so Meta breaking to the downside. I don't have a trade right now, to be honest with you. I don't know what Luca's looking at, but
yeah,
I did a hell of a leg session. I want to talk about that for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So yesterday I didn't feel like going to the gym. I'm like, okay, you know, I got stuff to do at home. I got a little COVID set up at home. I got a barbell. I got concrete weights, by the way. Concrete weights. Yeah. Fantastic weights. I take care of them so that they're hanging out good. Look at this. Front barbell squats. Go 4x4. Go 275. You know, easy. You know, nothing too heavy. Not easy. That's the wrong word. But like, I'm not going like 1 rep max. And then barbell lunges on the back. So like this.
Yeah.
Step backs. Not step forward. Step backs.
Step back.
Yeah. 4x4 again. A little bit lighter. And then this was the kicker. This is the one that really gives me trouble every time. The dumbbell Bulgarian split squats. It's a balancing act. It's a strength exercise. It's core. It's everything. It's your forearms. It's your traps. Everything's work, especially if you go heavy and you have to hold those bad boys. So that was it. And I supersetted it with abs because I wanted my core engaged on the front squat. So I definitely engaged some abs there in the beginning. Nice. And that was all in my condo, Luca. I did everything there, and I could be as, you know, introverted as I wanted to be at that time. I didn't want to talk to anybody, you know what I mean? But felt good, and this morning, the hormone levels feel good too, so.
Nice, let's go. Always good when you get a workout in, man, always good. Yeah, bang, and then, you know, everyone's now waiting for the video, because you showed a video the other day.
Oh, I got more. You know, let me, I'll set it up.
Yeah.
I want to show some high-intensity interval training, not just lifting weights, because I do love HIIT. Especially come the summer, HIIT is my preferred method to kind of like drop weight. I don't really like going on the machine. It's not my favorite.
I like, man, I hate like high-intensity training.
I love it, man.
I hate it because it's hard.
It is, but it gives you runner's high.
Yeah.
You ever heard of runner's high?
Yeah.
So.
But I'd rather like play a sport.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'd rather like play a sport like ball, hockey, whatever, soccer, boxing training. Like,
boxing.
If you're telling me I'm just gotta like, you know, do that type of training just for no reason, I'm like, no, man, please no. It's like, please no, man, please. It's like if somebody was like, yo, Luca, trade Nike today, I'd be like, please no, like it's not, you know, not even 2 million shares. Like, do I have to? You know, look how boring this looks. But if you're like, yo, trade Tesla, I'm like, yeah, I'll jump in a game of ball right now. Anyway, speaking of Tesla, guys, from 203 to 202, that's my scalp cover. keeps going to the downside, okay? Keeps going without me, of course, breaking VWAP and flushing. But again, I don't care because I say to myself, look, I take the trade, I take my little scalp win, low stress. I'm out of the trade, I look for another one, I find SPY. I say, you know what, let me short the SPY. So now I'm short something, which is weird, right? It's like I'm kind of like piecing together these trades with like different names. But I'm like, oh, 203 on Tesla into 202, like I feel like that's gonna happen. And then after that, I'm not really too sure where it's gonna go. Then I find the SPY and I say, well, SPY at VWAP, it like did this like multiple times, so maybe it's gonna do it again. Now we are sort of curling back, which is fine. I'm still not out of the money, so I'm not really panicking, or probably not gonna panic to be honest, because I know where my stop is. But if we keep going down, then I'm still like in a short, right? And yeah, still nursing this Neo short that I'm not even looking at, honestly. It's barcoding. Maybe eventually we go down. Maybe it's like maybe the end of the day we're going to go down. I don't know. But yeah, guys, CDIO, which I know Sharif was talking about, but this one from yesterday, the 4 level was like that level that everybody was looking at. Look at this, man. This ran to 4 yesterday, then flushed, but held. And I went home yesterday, and I looked at this, and I was like, oh, man, I was talking about if this breaks 295. I thought it was 295. Yeah, if this breaks 295, it's probably going to, like, flush. But look what they did. They literally broke 295, then held it, then spiked it back, went for the almost high-day clear-out on that one, and then here we are today going to the highs, right? So I still do think there's a level at, like, 420, if I'm not mistaken. So I just wanted to cover this from, like, my own perspective, which, you know, take it for a grain of salt. Yeah, 4 into, no, it's like, oh yeah, now we're actually going to the upside. So best of luck if you guys are long this name. I think 5, I think I said 4 to 5 is like the vacuum. I think that's what I might have said. So, I mean, it kind of feels like it didn't really do like a vacuum, but like now it's actually going. Big volume spike as soon as I start talking about it. That's weird, man. Okay, whatever. And yeah, 5 is like, let's watch that 5 level, and then the high being like 525. I assume this is like the recent IPO being like IPO in October. So yeah, watch 5, and then watch like 525. If volume just comes out of nowhere, then that's, you know, it's kind of weird that just happens when I talk about it. But yeah, guys, I'm not trading this. I'm not trading this at all.
Wow,
I'm just watching it. I'm watching this, and I would just say, like, best of luck. I think the telltale sign was the break of 4, showing you that it wants to hold VWAP, and now breaking the high a day and now holding and looking like maybe wants to continue to the north side. So yeah, best of luck if you are trading that one. And yeah, isn't it funny, guys, how like it's not moving and I pull it up and I'm just like, yeah, this one's gonna do this.
Bang.
And then it just like explodes. The thing is, I'm not even trading it. Like I'm like, guys, I'm not trading this at all.
The
I'm
algos
just like
didn't
watching.
know that though.
No, they didn't know. They're trying to get ahead of me because they're like, oh, you know what this guy does? He talks, then he punches in.
Yeah.
So let's get in, and then he's gonna punch in. But haha, I'm not getting in. So now what are you gonna do with that? And they're probably just like, it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with you, Luca. You're not important. Then I'll say, okay, yeah.
All right, I got the video queued up here. Guys, all right, we're going to look at some hit stuff here. These are called box jump overs. Shout out to my boy Ron here. Essentially, all we're doing is doing a burpee, jump over in a box. We do 20 of them, and then we rest for 1 minute. We do it again. You do 3-4 times around. After that, it's a partner workout, so I'm jumping over the bar. He's pushing the sled over here. He does that. We do that for 2 minutes straight, and then we rest 1 minute, and we alternate. We do that a couple of times. The third one, simple, American kettlebell swings, Russian kettlebell swings. We're alternating these two. One's all the way up, one's halfway up. You take turns as your partner rests, because this one's more muscular, so you got to rest a little bit. So this is what I'm going to do today. I'm kind of just like weaseling my way into the summer, and this is kind of like the stuff that I look at when it's summertime. So that's the session today, Luca. And yesterday was a good session, and I was pumped about it, especially since it was a losing day for me yesterday. So had to take that aggressive. People are laughing at my tights. They're like, cute pants. Those are gym tights. In case you're wondering, yeah. I get picked on a lot for that, and I'm so used to it, to be honest. So, all right, CDIO, man, small cap crapper of the day. This one is moving now. A big boy bull flag. Took a little bit longer to materialize for that break up, but it did. It did end up happening. So the pennant does actually, signal a continuation. 470. I want to say a little bit above. 472. $4.72 is the high. Yesterday's high we broke already, which was 4. Let's bring in the daily chart here. Let's see where we're going to get to. Okay, so the last time we were up here, boys and girls, was October 26th. And that was, I want to say the IPO day, Luca, was, yeah, I don't know if this was a SPAC. Did it start at 10? No, it didn't. So this is not a SPAC. Well, hold on.
That's CDIO.
Yeah, CDIO.
Why do I have different information
on
our charts?
On your daily?
Yeah.
Oh, this is maybe
I guess
this is
don't
poopy.
use mine then. Let's go back.
No,
go back to that
no.
one?
Well, we got to use. We'll find out if I'm
Well,
right.
no, find out the real information.
Yeah, yeah. CDIO. We use what's it called? What is it called? Trade ideas. Duplicate to floating window. Switch to daily. Let's see what we got here. I think probably I'm being bamboozled here, Luca. My information may be wrong. No, my information is right. So this October 26th is the first day that.
What's the high?
Right there, like got almost to that 5.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was using the right information. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
so
Yeah.
that's the look there on CDIO. You know, we haven't been up here in a while. Yeah, there's really no levels here except for that 6 level, I'm going to say. Obviously, you know, you're looking at that 5 level first, which is the whole dollar level. But in terms of price action, it's that 6. So not much to report on that. I'm not going to be punching in at these highs, I'll tell you that much. Despite the fact that I really want to get in on this long. What a move it is. Okay, so maybe the play here would be to look for some support and get the dip off the support. I'm looking at that 420 level. That seems to be the breakout area. 430, 420, that's where we topped off quite a number of times here on the move up. That's where we kind of accumulated on the top here before breaking it and continuing up to 472. There was a lot of price action between 420 and 430, maybe a dip trade in the 4.25, and then finding possible support here. But yeah, these ones, you just don't know. You feel like you'll get bamboozled on this one. You sit at 4.25 and then it'll blow through that. It'll test 4, maybe flush through 4. Where's VWAP on here? It's right out. It's at basically at 4, at 395, 396, excuse me. So it's a tough trade. It's a tough trade to be had right now. I'm not going to punch at these longs. I think I'll wait for the dip trade.
Yeah, guys. This market is this is why you have to stick to a plan. Okay, so I short the market. It goes down. I go, I should cover. But whoever was in the chat saying, what'd you say, 39.40? I was like, okay, yeah, let's go with that. So I'm like, no, I'm going to cover 39.40 based on some random person that I see in the chat. I go, yeah, I like that idea. Let's go with that one. Then we go back up, and I go, maybe I should go long, because like maybe this is like the stop out to like make you think the short is good. Then we go back up. I go, maybe I should go long. I go, no. Stick to one idea, like just hold the short, hold the original stop, and just roll with it. So I hold it, and then thankfully I did, because could you imagine I got out, went long, and then it went down anyways. So yeah, maybe now it wants to break 395 to the downside and go. So I'm going to keep holding that. I'm still in it. Basically waiting for like that arbitrary 39.40, and I don't. Again, guys, this is just like a random. Like I'm just randomly going for like somewhere here. I might change it, because the thing is if it gets here and then it doesn't go 40s, but then it goes like 51s or like 46s. Like this can go like 46 and then be back at 80s, and then it might be back at VWAP. So like I'm going for like the area, even though I say 40s. Like I might just change my mind. But if it just like flushes while I'm like talking or whatever, and I get the fill, like I'm getting the fill in and around that area. So. Yeah, I'll see where that goes. Andrew Keith saying 2 billion dark pool outflow on SPY. Yeah, interesting. It's you know, first of the month, new month, guys. You know, build good habits, do the right thing the first time, and yeah, just you know, build on good habits. Keep it stress-free. If you made that money, lock it in, size down, middle of the day type thing. And yeah, man, dark pool flows. For sure, to start the month, you know, you're getting potentially a lot of volume there. But yeah, Gregory saying this chat's as much as the market today. I don't want to read that one out loud, man. No, this chat's nice. You know, it's nice to see comments from people from time to time. Yeah, don't be so negative, man. Just be, you know, choose to smile, choose to be happy. You know, don't attract that negative energy to yourself. It's just not worth it, man. Just be positive, be positive. And yeah, anyways, let's look at other trades here. 78 on AMD is kind of interesting.
I'm getting trolled in the chat for doing box jumps wrong by David Longstreet. Is there like one universally accepted way to do box jumps, guys? It's just to get your heart rate up and to move. There's like, you know, there's no right and wrong way, guys. Come on. Look, you guys know better than that. What was I going to say here on CDIO? Man, Luca, this is just, it's not stopping. It's going. And
going?
this
Where
dip
is it?
trade is not going to work out.
I punch the
$5 is coming. It looks like here, and it's coming real soon. I think we topped out, I believe, at 490. So now we've kind of we're knocking on the door of 5 here. We're starting to get a little bit more parabolic. We haven't been at these levels in a while. So, you know, I don't know how many bag holders we're going to around here. Let's find out, first of all, what's the float. Now we're going to take this a bit more seriously. The float, guys, 4.3 million. Yes, I remember looking at this. And we know this is micro float, CDIO. I don't recall the short interest, so I'm going to pull up. I got to pull that up real quick here. I don't know where my browser is. Floatchecker.com, CDIO. All right, so the short float, negligible, 0.38, 0.4. So either incorrect or negligible. Here comes 5, 492 now is the high. Lots of momentum gaining into this one, but you know, I feel like always there's a degree of risk going into that 5. I'm going to start a baby position here. Did I get long yet? Yeah, I got long. I got long at 88s. You know, it's a baby position. I'm going to look to build through that momentum into 5. Let's see if we can get 90s. There we go, 95s. Let's accumulate at this 5 for a possible break. So what I'll do is I will add a little bit here again. There we go. Still holding that 9s, looking for that accumulation, that eventual break. I'm going to sit on the other side of 5, though. I'm going to sit at 502s. There we go. Here comes 499. Here comes 5. 5 accumulating. Here comes the size. Do we break through it? Lots of resistance at this point. Watch out for the rejection here, though, guys. We've seen this so many times. This happened to me before. 5 really holding here. Careful with the rejection. I'm long 89s. This could flush any time. I just don't trust it. Here comes the test of 5 again. We're accumulating again. Let's see what happens here. I feel like an auctioneer, man, but this is like high intensity stakes. What's the volume? 15.3 million. So far rejecting off that 5. There goes the flush. But bought up immediately. Again, hot into the high 80s. Do we see the 90s again? Or I'll get out of this trade. I'm long 89s. I'm seeing 85s here come in, and 87s now on the ask. So not really getting that decisive flush that we've seen in the past. Maybe watch it come in now. But the reason I'm not getting out is because I feel like we're still accumulating at this level. So let's let this one, I guess, accumulate. How many times am I going to say accumulate? And then maybe we'll
You're
test.
accumulating the word.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, I'm accumulating lactic acid in my brain, which is why I can't find the words right now. But I'm sitting on the other side of 5 for a scalp. Yeah. Here comes 5 again, 499. A lot of selling coming in here. Now 499 the level. What are you laughing at?
Nothing, man. Nothing.
What happened?
Just the way you said that. Like, it's
accumulating lactic acid in my brain? Yeah, well,
yeah.
what am I supposed to say, man?
No.
Yeah.
Guys, yeah, I was like, should I punch the highs here? Should I punch the highs? No, I'm sticking to my guns. I'm not trading it. Somebody was like, I was like, best of luck to the longs. And someone's like, you mean congratulations? I'm like, no. Best of luck. I hope this goes to like 40 for you guys if you're in this trade. I am not. I'm just basically chilling and waiting. I got my SPY position on. I got my NEO position on. Renato, I know you're asking what's the plan with the NEO trade. I'm like waiting. I think it's not going up, so there's no reason to cover. And again, it hasn't even retested VWAP. If it does, and it like blows past 9 and puts me out of the money, I'll take the L on it. It's you know, I'm allowed to make whatever decision I want, so that's my decision. In terms of like maybe it's not the right trade to do. Maybe I should cover it because it's stopping over there. But like I'm just waiting to see if 880 can break. If it does, I feel like eventually it goes 860, and that's gonna be my cover. So yeah, I'm trying to like hold, and I'm just kind of chilling with it. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. The thing with SPY, guys, hats off to you guys for holding on to your positions, because look at this. I short it, it goes down. I'm dying to cover, it goes back up. I maybe would have reshort it and if I didn't flip long. Then it goes down, I would have covered it again. I would have already had 2 trades making money. Now I'm just kind of waiting, and it's like, okay, like, is this gonna go, or is like, what's going on over here? So I don't even know what's going on. Someone's saying check Tesla. Yeah, it's kind of barcoding under VWAP. I mean, it is 130, so volume's going to pick up in the next, like hour, like half an hour, So I would say like, yeah, volume's probably going to come in, and then we're going to get like that kind of extended move in one direction or the other.
Here it is.
But yeah, waiting.
There it goes, baby. That's exactly what we thought it would do. Watch out for the flush here, guys. I get out of that. I don't know. I thought it was going to flush. I took most of the size out through the break of 5. I added at 80, so this ends up being a really good winner. With that add down here at the 80s, we get the break of 5. We get an immediate flush, and I didn't like the way that looked at all. And that's why I didn't like the way it looked. Look at it flushing right back into 70. Do we see 60s here? Seen this way too many times where we break high of day and we immediately poop. That's why I punched out there at 90s for like a little bit of, that was a smaller winner, to be honest, because of the 90 out. But that big size right there is where I took it out through 5. Whew. Sharif caused it to flush on a view. Yo, I didn't woo. So you can't blame the woo this time around.
Woo.
Yeah. Apparently there's a reverse woo ETF brewing in the works, right?
Guys, I'm getting a message from my friend.
Uh-huh.
All the size.
I love
he goes,
it.
Buddy, go all in. I started laughing. I go, I hope if you're buying the highs, we're not talking about any stock or anything, but he goes, if you're buying the highs, I'm like, if you're buying the highs, you better be at like, 20% of the size. And he's like, all the size, buddy, all the smoke. I want all that. I'm just like, oh my God. Okay, man, best of luck to you. I don't know if he's watching me or not. If you are, that's all I got to say.
What's up, Lucas' friend?
Yeah, Bing Bong. Delisting Monday, Lucaria Health. Yeah, maybe. I didn't look into that too much. Best of luck if you trade it. The Ric Flair woo. Yeah. Woo! And someone saying, Luca, can you look at FSLR? Yeah, sure. FSLR.
Here comes again 5, man.
FSLR, 11 million shares
That
traded.
was an earnings winner from yesterday.
This is from yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, so guys, earnings winners from yesterday, and then giving you the multi-day run, breaking the high of the daily range. Wow, look at this, eh? Did I talk about this the other day? No, I probably didn't. Anyways, it looks like it's on track to hit 200. Up 15% today. That's a nice move to the upside. Congratulations to the longs that are holding this. Not sure where any targets are, but I would say 200 is a psychological level, so maybe 200 target or just in front of that. The high a day is like what, like 97-ish? If it breaks that, it probably goes 98s. I would say anytime something is like a $200 stock, give or take, if it's going to break 200, it's going to go right through 200. If it's not going to break, maybe it's going to go like 198, 75. Like if it gets to like 199, like 53 or whatever, then it's probably going to, break the 200 if it runs into that area. So yeah, just I don't know if that helps you in any way, but yeah, the spread on this thing's like 20 cents. So yeah, best of luck to you if you are trading that one. Okay, now how do I not cover this right now? Like we're going down, we're going to the lows.
Oh yeah.
But how do I not cover this? I'm dying to cover this, guys. I'm waiting for 40s though. Who is in the chat? Hey, whoever you were, let me know if it was you, and if I went on the trade, I'll shout you out again.
Good for you, bro.
Yeah, it's I'm holding though. I'm holding.
Yeah.
So let's see. Somebody's saying.
I don't really think you have a reason to get out, Luca. I mean, look, if you're looking for a range, let's look at the futures. And the 4,000, I think that the ES is probably the best thing to look at here. Wow, here comes just a quick side note here on CDIO as we look to test 5 again. So it looks like it wasn't an absolute. It was only a momentary rejection of that 5. In either case, we get the fill through 5, and let's look at this. Okay, so we clearly have a 39.50 level here brewing that we could retrace to. In fact, 39.43 is the low. So if we get to the lows again, that's 13 points away from where we are now. If we get down to 50, that's still 6 points. 6 points is, I don't know what that translates into on the SPY. I don't know exactly how to do the correlation there, but you got to assume it's a lot lower where Luca's at now. So I think 39.50 at least hold for that here on the ES. But who knows? I don't give any advice to anybody, obviously, because the market conditions are very unpredictable these days. Renata, yes, you are right. Meta selling off aggressively. I saw somebody in the chat reiterate what Brendo had talked about earlier, which was that I believe Congress has passed the bill to empower President Biden to ban TikTok. I don't know why that was a thing, other than the fact that it makes a lot of noise. Not that I'm complaining as a Meta shareholder right now, holding Meta for a swing. Not that I'm complaining. CDIO flushed. Absolutely, Neil. Can I get the flush down the toilet? What a move by CDIO to the downside. That's the 5 rejection we were talking about. Super scary. That's why I was in and out super quick. Someone said full degen mode. Not when you got resting profit takers, baby. Because, you know, once you get that wick up there, you get filled as soon as the price action gets there. But yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was worried about that 5 rejection. It didn't come right away, but it came eventually, flushing all the way down below the $50, below the 50 cents. So tricky move here on CDIO. But yeah, getting back to Meta, Congress has given Joe Biden the power to ban TikTok. I don't know why that even is a big thing, because we all heard President Trump, before President Biden, threatened to ban TikTok, and he was going to do that using the executive powers. He didn't even go to Congress for that. I think at the time the House was controlled by the Dems and the Senate by the Republicans, so he may not even have had the opportunity to get it through Congress. But yeah, it makes a big, production of the whole thing, and that doesn't hurt Meta. It's been a good tailwind, I'd say, in Meta sales for the last little while. So Dan Emmons, NQ to get to 11,830. ES can get to 39.23. But that being said, markets are reverting, and you should always take partial profits at Sharif, at Luke, at Neil.
Yeah,
yes.
Dan, I see what you're saying there. So I covered everything. It's I was like, you know what? I'm just like watching this area, and I feel like we're gonna get a bounce in this area, whether it does 40s or 50s. And the thing is I don't know. It's like a my thing. Like sometimes I don't like doing that, because it's like I feel like I throw out a cover, and then it'll I don't know, I'm gonna sound crazy when I say this, but it like holds against me. Like I'll throw it a cover, and it's like, oh, he's covering, like, let's hold it against him. Maybe he has more to cover. That sounds so silly to say that, but honestly, like, I just feel that vibe sometimes, so I don't, I'm just like in, and then gets there, and then it's like out, and that's it, make my money. So that's the logic on that one. Almost got 40s. I mean, maybe we actually go to 40s, but I just feel like I was waiting there. We just stopped. It starts to go 61s pop, 61s, 71s, 61s, 71s. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going through where this is going to go back to 80s and then potentially back to 395. Yeah, paranoid. Exactly, Scott. I am paranoid. But yeah, shout out to, I saw it. Eric Taylor. Thank you for that one. 390. I see you saying 394. 57 PR 394 41. I think you're in the trade. You were saying 395.60 or something. So yeah, congratulations if you were in that trade and if you made that money. Love to see it, man. Yeah, I just feel like this is like the area now, because I was going for like 55s. I remember I was using like the ES, and I'm like, okay, if we get to like 55s, like that's my cover. Then I have the order out because I'm talking and I'm distracted. If it flushes down, I get the fill. But if I'm watching it, I'm like, oh, it's at 39.55. That's basically like VWAP short, getting 10 points. Like, I like that trade. I'm taking the money, and if it keeps going down, it goes down. But I just feel like this thing could like rip back like 20, 30 cents to the upside, and then I'd be like, oh man, like I missed my target, and what? I was going for 10 cents on the SPY. So
Someone
like,
said I was bullying you in the chat.
huh? Yeah, you guys can do whatever.
What are you
whatever.
talking about? How am I bullying?
Oh, you're bullying me?
Yeah.
No.
How is that possible? No one's bullying.
no,
The only people that are bullying anybody are Prad and my friend over there. Where is he?
No,
He's
nobody's
not over there.
bullying anyone.
Yeah, Prad bullies everybody. Just walks around the floor bullying people.
But yeah, guys, just look at this market move now. So like it literally rips up. Now maybe it flushes back down, but I would not. Now if I was still in this, I'd be like, oh man, now I have to cover like 80s. Like, so yeah, no, I'm kind of happy with that that cover on that one. That's the thing. So it's like maybe the market's waiting for day traders to do something, and then day trader does something, and then they go, oh, let's react off that order. So again, I don't know why this is like reversing so like strongly off breaking trend. Again, not strong, but like 60s to like 85s, kind of like a big difference for me. So yeah, I'm just kind of happy that I did that. Pretty good there. Pretty good there. Someone's saying, oh yeah, trading in the zone on YouTube. Yeah, not bad on that one. And yeah, is there any other question? If you guys have any questions, feel free to throw it in the chat or throw out tickers. And if we miss them, we'll get back to them. Somebody was saying tops. And my question is, has this topped out for the day at that $1 level? Over under potential, I guess. I'm not really too sure. The volume's not really there. This is the daily, guys. It's spent some time below 1. Yeah. I just feel like if we break above 1, anytime something's breaking above $1, I go 1 to 120. That's like my first, that's like my range. It's like, you know, it started at 80, it's at $1. If it breaks $1 and goes, I would use like 1 to 120 range, which kind of lines up with the daily range. And then if it breaks that and volume picks up and it keeps going, like anything's possible, obviously. But again, guys, this is the daily. Like it was all the way up at 10 before, and now it's at like 94 cents. So talk about a terrible investment on that one. Tops is at the top of the day. We'll see where it wants to go. Momo's saying, did I miss here? Sorry, Sharif. I don't know the timestamp now to listen to. I don't
It's
know.
okay. They thought. I said that the Senate was controlled by the Dems in the second half of the Trump presidency. No, I clearly said it was probably.
Yeah. Somebody's saying talk about key levels. Just in general,
With
like
respect to tops?
I think key levels in terms of just like, I don't know, maybe you want to like elaborate or no, what are the key levels on Tesla?
Oh.
Yeah, like, you know, the key levels, the thing is sometimes the key levels don't come into play. Like if something's at VWAP, it's not like at a key level per se. Like 203, is it like a key level? Like, I don't know, not really. Like 209 is a key level and 199 is a key level. You know, I mentioned that initially. Like when I come on the show and I look at names, I always try to do my best to say like, this is like the banger level, like 209 and 199. That's just my own opinion. But again, I'll still like trade it in the middle of the day, like going for like scalps. Maybe I'll do less size. Maybe I'll go for less of a move. But again, if it's not at a key level, it's hard to justify to like really slam something. So I just tend to not, like I'm not gonna pull up Tesla and just be like, well, the key level is like 209. So yeah, I'm gonna short if it gets there. Like it's not gonna get there, right? At least not right now. So yeah, just if a key level's in play, for example, like the Oxy, like it's closer to like its key level of like 58, like $58, which was down here, which I spoke about earlier today. But now it's not really there. It's at 60. So like I wanted the short at 60.25, but we only popped to 60.08. And now we're sort of drifting back lower, but I didn't want the short. It's either I get the short, as I mentioned, stink offer up above. And again, not really a key level, but going into yesterday, call it whatever you want, a triple top in and around 60.50. So today I was going for the quarter mark. You know, if it's going to get to 60.50, there's obviously could be a problem. Maybe it wants to go to 61. So I wanted like 60 and a quarter. If it doesn't fill me, it doesn't fill me. It is what it is. I just kind of let it go and go from there. Yeah, guys, if you are enjoying the video, man, hit that like button because we're doing this for free 5 days a week, coming with education and entertainment, absolute bangers. You know, getting ahead of myself, saying this is where I'm going to get into and out of position, and sometimes missing the fill. It's a battle, but it's a lot of fun.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
Oh, we're not muted when it's playing. Yes. Oh my God. So you guys hear everything, eh?
He's killing us. Killing us.
So Sharif's like, you gotta cue me. I don't know when to do it. I'm like, I don't know, bro. You gotta do it when it's time. Oh man, it's a work in progress. We're trying to get better every day, both in trading and in the field of entertainment and broadcasting, which is, I guess you could say this. Somebody before was asking, Luca, what do you think of Meta long? No, man, absolutely not. Like
Renata Haddad saying Meta 15-minute morning star.
Sorry, 50-minute morning?
15.
15-minute morning star?
Star on Meta.
What do you mean morning star?
It's like it's a candlestick pattern.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
morning
it's called the Morning
star.
Star.
I've never heard of this. What a
Baby.
morning star.
We can come up with as creative names
morning
as we
star, moonlight
want.
pattern.
Oh yeah, baby.
I'm gonna add
Well,
these to the book.
let's Google it here. Over here, morning star.
On the daily or on
chart
the 15 you're saying?
Pattern. Let's
On
see.
the 15.
Morning star. What is a morning star? It's a visual pattern consisting of 3 candlesticks that are interpreted as bullish signs by technical analysts. So here it is. Okay. A doji morning star. Okay, so this is, I just read about this one. So this one is where, you know, it's kind of a doji and it's surrounded to the left and the right by higher lows. It's usually, I think it's a reversal pattern for the long-term pattern. So if the intermediate or the short term was a retracement, this shows a pattern in continuation back in the main trend.
If it's a morning star, shouldn't it be on the top? Because stars are up top.
I don't make the rules, bro. I'm just going with it. What is this?
Oh,
it's
okay, so
Investopedia.
you're referring to this one candle that it's creating. Yeah, maybe.
I'm not sure what Renata meant
Maybe
there.
he
I'm
wants
just
to
looking.
like, yeah, but the thing, I like to like,
engulfing.
I like
says.
to use, I don't like patterns. I like patterns to show, like when I'm in a trade and it's like doing a pattern, I like to be like, oh, okay, it's like I'm in a short and it's now doing like an indecision / morning star candle.
Right.
Maybe this is the bottom, maybe I should cover my short. But I don't like to not be in position, look and be like, oh, morning star pattern, therefore I should like go long. Like it's just not my style. I like to just like, especially intraday, I'm just kind of like.
Intraday, it's a little trickier.
Yeah, it sounds like silly to say, but I like to just like jump in and out of things and then see how I feel about them. And then if they work, great. If they don't, I just like cover them and be discretionary. But yeah, maybe it's better to kind of do that.
I don't know how to say this person's name, PKD. He's like, Sharif, it's a bullying star. This is the person accusing me of bullying you.
Oh, there's an evening
It's a
star.
bullying
Get
star. I
outta
like
here.
it.
Are
I
you
like
serious?
it. Yeah, come up with some clever stuff. I like that. You'll troll us, but as long as it's clever, we'll get a good chuckle out of it, guys.
Morningstar. Somebody's saying Morningstar is a weapon. Morningstar low on horizon. There's an evening star. At the top, it's an evening star. Oh, so it's like a reverse. If it's the evening, it's at the top. So basically, okay, yeah. Now I'm getting a little confused over here.
Everybody's got their
I mean, not to say morning starfish. Is that no? That's
I don't know. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, no, that's yeah, guys. If you're trading on these, I mean, there's nothing wrong with as long as you're doing something that you can repeat and it's your own strategy. Stick to it. Stick to it. I personally am not gonna do that with myself. I'm just gonna do my own random stuff. Maybe.
CDIO is now curling, guys. It really held the 50 period here on the 1 minute chart. Not really ready to go long this stock again. I mean, this could be, you know, a momentary retracement, and then we could see another big move south. In fact, I'm gonna say that we do see a move south. In fact, so much so that I'm gonna put an order right here at 441 to go short. CDIO is short sale restricted, so this one will be tough. I'm gonna have to wait to get short on the uptick, so maybe I'll have to reconsider that one as it is short sale because of yesterday. Yesterday had such a monster move. Okay, I'll have to relook at that again, but I'm looking for an interesting break here between 441. I think that this is a big move down, a retracement, and then a continued move down, possibly testing VWAP. In fact, maybe even going more, setting up as a bit of a head and shoulders. I don't, you know, it's on the 1 minute chart here, guys. So take it with, I don't want to say a grain of salt, but give it less importance when you see it on these smaller time frames. Of course, a lot more noise on the smaller time frames, but I'm looking for a 440 break and then a possible test of 420 or, you know, the mid-teens in and around where VWAP is. So this is going to be an interesting short on CDIO here. I'm not convinced as of yet that this retracement is legitimate and we do test 5 again. But however, I have to preface what I just said with I'm going against the trend. So by virtue of that fact alone, quarter size, right? I'm going short on a stock that's up 35% today and was up a bajillion% yesterday, right? And that's not, you know, it's a risky trade, no bones about it. So quarter size, 441, continuation south. If it materializes, I'll be there.
Guys, look at the SPY, man. It is going lower now. Lower. I like. Yeah, Dan Emmons, man. No, but you know what it is? This is the thing. If I did a part, this is how I think. And like, let me just give you insights into Luca logic. Okay?
I love that. That rhymes.
So, so if I part fill my way out of this, okay? I take a fill, especially on something that I'm not like super comfortable with, which is like this trade right here. I take a part fill, it goes up, I start covering on the way up. Like that's what I start doing. Because I just think like, oh, maybe that was the out, maybe I should get out over here. What am I doing?
Likewise.
Why am I even in this trade? I don't even know what I was going for 395. Somebody in the chat told me go for more. So I would be covering and then I'd be like cover, 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 and then it would be going down, I'll be more mad. So yeah, I'm kind of like, but now, you know, hopefully you're holding on to the long and making that money, doing the dues. Danny Denny, welcome to the Trader TV Live family. Nice picture saying Dubs, Dub City all around, baby.
Hey.
Get those Dubs, get those Dubs. Yeah, I'm just like reading through the chat here. Is there anything else?
Retta just made a big boy move to the high side. I mean, it had been doing bupkis. Yeah, it's scary. Retta is a scary stock. Let's look at, let's take off Meta here. RETA, is it NASDAQ? Yeah, it is. Okay, so this one has been really consolidating for the better part of the day. It's worth looking at the 3 minute on the bigger screen here. So look at this, guys. I mean, if this is just not, like, look, this looks like the VIX, man. I mean, how do you trade this? You gotta trade the extremes, and the extremes are gonna be, you know, separated by $1.50 apart. This was very hard to trade. It still looks very hard to trade. I have no interest in getting into this camel crush. I mean, no disrespect, obviously, but it's obviously presenting you with a lot of notional movement here. 81.03 to the low side, 90 to the high side, $10 worth of range. It's fantastic. But from a predictability perspective, I don't know where to go with this. I really have no idea where to go. I mean, it breaks up, it breaks down. You know, this is the definition of, you know, bamboozlement. So I'm going to stay away from that. I think it's too tough for me to trade.
Somebody was like punch and pray on Reddit. Yeah, I know. I was looking at it. I'm like, should I punch and pray? Because I mean,
not for me.
It's not for me either, but that's why I'm going to pray.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Yeah, no. We'll see. Maybe I just let it go. I don't know. Best of luck if you trade this. Looks terrifying to me, so I'm just being patient and chilling. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. Now I kind of forgot.
Meta is at an interesting area. Now, Meta is at yesterday's close. And that, you know, it's kind of one of those areas like that you rinse and repeat. It's likely to be an area of support, and that's the 175 area. I think we closed a couple of shekels below it. I want to say 174.95 in that area. 175 for all intents and purposes, and looks like we've momentarily found a level of support there. Doesn't mean it's going to hold, but we haven't been below this level since about 9:40, 9:50 this morning. We've been cruising at higher highs. 177.85 is the high, all the way back down into 175.25 now. This is an interesting area to hold, especially if the market gets like a second breath here and we hold 39.50. We're at 39.56 at the moment. We hold 39.50, and maybe we retrace into a VWAP retracement here. Former area of support, now area of resistance. That's likely to be at that 176.25 area by the time we make it up there. It's currently at 176.33, 34, something like that. So possible interesting area of retracement here on Meta-Luca.
Yeah, guys. So that's what I was going to say. Somebody was asking Luca, why don't you trade, or can you trade the futures, the NASDAQ, the NQ, the MNQ?
We can.
For anybody that doesn't know, the NQ is the bigger contract. The NQ is the bigger one. The MNQ is the smaller one, the micros. Yeah, I could trade them. I don't know. Like, I don't know why I don't. Honestly, I use them as a reference point, but I just feel like. I just kind of gravitate towards like the ETF. So for example, instead of trading, I'll just like trade the Qs. And then somebody was like, oh, do you trade the TQs or the SQs? No, I don't know why. I like just the Qs and the SPY. That's just what I'm comfortable with. Maybe it's easier to trade the TQs, but I just kind of prefer to make it more difficult for myself.
Okay.
Because why not? Why not? Because if I win the trade, I go, that's right. That's right. I look in the mirror, I go, oh yeah, look at that, see that? I traded the more difficult one, I walked away ahead, all good. But no, obviously you want to watch the thing that you think is leading. So in my opinion, it's kind of the futures trump all, but maybe it changes from time to time. I don't follow it too well. When I do take my market bets, like on SPY or Qs, I don't really trade them too often. So again, as you can tell with that SPY trade that I had, I'm like in this trade, and I'm just like, hey, like I'm in, but I'm not really 100% sure. I like this trade. This was a sick trade. But this one was like, yeah, maybe it's going to go. And then it went and it went back, and I was like, I don't know, like what am I even doing here? So yeah, I'm happy to get that little bit of a win that I got. That was like, 395 30s into like whatever, 70s. So what is that? That's like 60 cents. So I guess 10 points on the ES is like 60 cents on the SPY. Is that right? That seems wrong. 10 points is equal to only 60 cents? I guess so. I don't know. I don't know the kind of thing there.
So that's what I want to add. Remember I was talking about like converting them. I mean, how did you get that number?
No, I'm just like looking. So 64s, and then I covered at 55. So it's like 9 points. Okay. And then here it was like 33s into like 65s. So that's 35 cents, 35 cents, 70 cents. So yeah, I guess 70 cents is equal to about 9 points.
Not that I know.
Yep, that's. I thought it would have been more, but yeah, okay. So I guess if you're going for 10 points on the ES, then you should be going for like 80 cents on the SPY, like something like that. Somebody's saying ES is $50 a point, Justin. Yeah. So if anybody's wondering, essentially, if you're trading the ES contract, it's going to be $12.50 per tick per contract. So if something moves 1 point, so if it goes from 395, sorry, 39.55 to 39.56, that'll be $50. On one contract. So Yeah, again, I'm not a futures trader. I don't really dabble too much. It's not my top priority. You know, I trade them from time to time, but not all the time. And again, if you see me in the middle of the day in a trade, I'm most likely taking SPY. I could control risk better, and because it's not my forte, I can like size differently, right? So if I'm trading the ES, I'm like kind of stuck to that like, you know, $50. Maybe I don't want to take that size because I'm like, I'm just kind of dabbling with like random trades. I could always trade the MES if I want smaller. That would be micro, so like 1/10 the size. So if you're new to trading and you're kind of dabbling, but you really want to trade futures and you don't want to take too much risk and you want to kind of manage it, that would be $1.25 per tick, so $5 a point on the MES. So a little bit more manageable, but yeah, the fees are just a little bit higher on the MES if you're trading that. Yeah, for myself, I like sometimes the scalability, so like to be able to scale in and out and kind of, I feel like SPY, I do it a little bit better there. But yeah, all good. Somebody's saying, how do you profit when you normally scalp so little on SPY while paying $8 per trade? So Sean Steele, we do not, we have, so basically at Day Trade the World, we have market making capabilities, which essentially means we can route to various venues. Some pay rebates, some pay to remove liquidity, add liquidity, so on and so forth. So yeah, it's not like we're not like paying commission the way you would at a retail broker.
I think on ARCA costs like to punch in one contract.
ARCA is
like,
the Wild West.
I know.
ARCA's the
I'm
Wild
just saying,
West.
like on, it's like for one contract on the MES, it's like 35-40 cents.
Yeah. So like it'll vary.
Contract,
It just depends. So you guys can look into fee structure of venues if you are choosing to route. If you're with Day Trade the World, you can find it somewhere. Or like email or someone. I'm just like, email someone, marketing, find it somewhere, do the research.
Hold on, I think you hit exclamation point DTTW in the chat.
Yeah,
exclamation point. Shout out Bears versus Bulls. He will do it. Please help out. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go, beauty.
Much.
So, but essentially, for anybody wondering, it's like there's all these different gateways. So I'll use like Tesla as an example. Or maybe I should use a slower moving stock here. Let's use NEO, just so it doesn't move. So for example, all of these are different venues for anybody that doesn't know. So as you can see, the offer is $8.83, and these are all the different venues that are offering, right? So there's one lot on BYX, there's one lot on FPHLX, there's 6 on EDGA, and so like all the way. So as you guys can see, the top of the list, it's NYB, sitting at 271. So you can route to different venues. Some will pay a rebate, meaning if you're sitting on, let's say the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ is like, oh, we'll pay you to come here and like add liquidity. If this person is doing that, they're essentially sitting there waiting, and then when they get filled, they're actually getting money to take the fill. Whereas like other ones, it's like you would have to pay extra to be there because if somebody crosses into you, they're like gonna get paid for crossing into you, and so on and so forth. So this is basically algos like taking advantage of these kind of situations, watching them, fighting for price. It matters which venues you're kind of going to. But yeah, for the most part, when lots of volume comes through, it matters a little bit less. So essentially, yeah, to go back to your question, we're not paying commissions. It would just be like fees depending on where you're routing and how many shares you're trading and stuff like that. So yeah, there's lots of fees, lots of different types of fees.
There's an SEC fee.
Yeah, so if you want to, I was not going to go into the boring details, but essentially, there's SEC fees, there's clearing fees, there's like venue fees, there's all types of fees. Basically, change your license plate to the fee life, and understand that soon it's going to be a breathing fee. You wake up in the morning, they're like, we're charging you to be a trader because you're breathing over here. So yeah, there's all types of fees. You can't get away from it. You can't evade debt. You can't evade taxes, and you can't evade those fees in the market.
No.
I'll tell you that much, man. You wanna participate? That's the way of the market. The fee life, baby. But yeah, that's essentially to answer your question. Yeah, fee life, exactly. But essentially, to answer your question, we're not paying fees, so we can recycle over and over again, and it's just not a problem. So that's kind of cool. What being like a market maker of some sort, right?
Abhishek asking about option chain prices. Any good recommendation where he can find option chain prices?
I just use the NASDAQ website.
Okay.
So I just go like, let's say for example, you wanted like NVIDIA options, just NVIDIA option chain NASDAQ. And just go here. This is free, so I like use this if I'm not like logged onto my broker or whatever. And like, let's say you're like, okay, March, I want to see the calls and puts near the money. Okay, March 3rd, which is the end of this week. Okay, where's NVIDIA stock price right now? Let's pull it up just to see it and kind of get a general idea. It's at 227. Okay, what are the puts looking at for, let's say, 225. Is there anything substantial? So puts would be on the right side, so 225. Volume is 60,000 volume of the 225 puts traded today, but the open interest is only 8,600 contracts. So it's nothing really notable being 8,600, but essentially, if you're, this is going to show you everything that you need to see on a very basic note. And now that I'm actually here, let me just quickly like do a little bit of a, okay, yeah, there's nothing there that I see. And yeah, okay. No, if there was like significant, like if 225 had like, instead of that being 8,600, if that was like 86,000, then like NVIDIA would have printed below 225, in my opinion. But because not, it's just not notable. And that's kind of why NVIDIA just held 225, I would say, not printing below. Because, I mean, if that was huge, then they would, you know, trigger that 225 level, trade the size there, and so on and so forth. But yeah, the NASDAQ website, that's pretty cool. It's free. Always into free websites, man, especially if you're looking into shorts or you want to know the float of a stock, floatchecker.com, CDIO. You come here, you look. Oh, there you go, 4 million float. Okay, I know what to look for. So, yeah, loving them free websites. Curtis in the chat, Luca, what does day trading status 4 times mean? Day trading status 4x mean? Luca, what does day trading status 4 times mean? I don't
Maybe
know
leverage? Something to do with leverage? Like I know some most.
4 times. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what that. If you're talking about leverage, most you know, brokerages will, I think, above a certain amount of money will give you 3 to 1. I know that's how IBKR does it. So
oh, leverage, yeah.
I'm assuming. I don't know if he's talking about
day trading status 4 times leverage.
Yeah.
So basically, brokers will like leverage you up. So I know, like, I don't know. You're saying IB does 3 to 1s,
3.
right?
Yeah.
So essentially, what that means is if you have like $1,000 in there or $10,000, you can buy like 30,000. Let's say you have $10,000 of equity.
Not
you
all. It depends on
buy,
the implied volatility. They may not give you 3 to 1 on certain stocks.
On options, they don't give any leverage.
Yeah, no, on options they don't. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't trade options.
Well, they shouldn't be giving any leverage on options.
Yeah, I just know on
the last time I checked, they don't give leverage on options. But if you're trading shares, essentially they'll leverage you 3 times to 1. So if you have 10,000 of equity in the account, you can have 30,000 of buying power.
Yeah.
And then if you go $25,000 into a stock, you have 5,000 of float that's kind of sitting there. They look at this on a daily basis based on the close plus settlement and all that detail. Talk to your broker about the details of the margin requirements and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but basically, if the trade starts to go against you, you know, if you lose like the 10,000, they'll like margin call and get the rest. So yeah, basically, I don't know, like just, you know, be careful with margin. You know, talk to your broker about the details. I have no idea the details of what you're talking about, nor do I care. So best of luck to you. But I'm just letting you know, do your own stuff. Like, don't listen to like me. Like, do your own stuff. Talk to the broker. Get the details. Then, you know, like do whatever you're gonna do.
Luca, we are overtime, my friend. It is 2:01. And it is time for the Big Kahunas to take you into the closing show. There's a new link. So if you're not taken in there, click the link there and it'll take you. So sayonara, guys.
Ciao.
See you tomorrow.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, 2 o'clock, a couple hours left on the first day of a new month, but it's shaping up to be very similar to the way we ended February. Unfortunately, back to the downside we go for U.S. stocks right across all 3 U.S. indexes back in negative